Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Current Sengoku. Based on Kuina's talent, I'm afraid that even in another world, her achievements would not be low. Maybe she would also be the world's #1 swordsman. Current Garp. Impossible. Looking at the arrogant look of Hawkeye on the other side, it is obvious that he is still the #1 swordsman in that world. Current Kizaru. Could it be that Kuina from another world is biding her time? It makes sense to think so. After all, we don't know where Ron from another world is. So Kuina should be with Ron and hasn't come out yet. Three old guys were at the party, drinking and discussing. This scene is really enviable. At least compared with the tense atmosphere of confrontation in the original world, this place is simply a paradise. Kizaru was now in a hurry, and he didn't even have time to drink the wine or eat the meat. Concentrate on preparing for the quick answer reward. Because political commissar Ron always told them the answer directly and never participated in the competition for the first answer, these Marines began to compete with each other to see who could get the first answer reward, thanks to Kizaru's super fast reaction speed and fruit advantages. So, he got the first answer reward the first 2 times. This time, in order to get it, he even used the awakened state of the fruit ability. This will allow his reaction speed to reach critical values. Present. Akano. Bruzelino, you are playing dirty like this. Who can snatch it from you? Present. Akiji. Yeah, you shouldn't be too greedy. You can't always get the first answer reward. Current. Kizaru. Humph, I won't be fooled by you. You always call me family and brothers, but when it comes to competing for the role of the hard worker, you work harder than anyone else. The 3 admirals were also pushing and shoving each other. Obviously, no one wants to give in to anyone. In the original world, Sengoku, looking at the scenes that only appeared in dreams, he was envious. He looked at other people's employees and then looked at his own. Present. Luffy. I'm also curious, what is Kuina doing in the other world? To be honest, I'm a little worried. After all, you see me in the other world who didn't meet Brother Ron, and I'm still playing the childish game of pirates. Seeing him foolishly shouting about being the Pirates King, it's really a headache. I'm really scared. If I hadn't met Brother Ron, I would have become like that. Present. Ace. Who says not? So I don't have any expectations for Kuina's achievements in the other world. I am a typical example. In a world with Commander Ron, I am a glorious foreign minister of the Peace Alliance. But in the other world without Commander Ron, I am a pirate who has done all kinds of evil and is waiting to be beheaded on the execution platform. I have the same attitude as Luffy, and I'm also a little scared. Fortunately, I went on the warship to talk to Commander Ron that night. Otherwise, I guess I would have the same fate as myself in the other world. Sabo, what do you think? Present. Sabo. I think the same as you do. The 3 of us are actually the best examples. Look at me, I am still there, starting riots everywhere. I was busy for a long time and caused a lot of trouble. I made many countries suffer, but I didn't bring happiness and stability to the local people. Look at me now, I don't know how many countries I have saved. The difference between the 2 is huge. The 3 brothers analyzed it very seriously and felt the same way. After all, the 3 of them are the ones who can see obvious differences in life. So, they felt the most deeply about this matter. At the same time, it also made them more grateful to Ron. Thank him for changing the fate of the 3 of them. This feeling is extremely strong now. Although I expressed my gratitude before, it wasn't so obvious, because there was no comparison at that time. They don't know what their lives would be like without Ron. So naturally, they wouldn't feel how much change Ron brought to them. But now it's different. Ever since I watched this comparison video, the miserable life of themselves in another world forms a sharp contrast with their current glorious life. After experiencing life without Ron, I feel that my current life is more precious. I heard the 3 of them discussing. Kuina's expression also became a little worried. Didn't I meet Master Ron in the other world? How lonely would my life be then? The world without Ron is meaningless. Kuina's heart ached. The face will also be a little pale. She couldn't imagine it. What will my world be like without Ron? Will anyone lead her out of that village? Are you still practicing kendo? Or maybe he had already given up because of his father's words. What kind of life do I lead now that I have given up kendo? Thinking of my own magnificent experiences in this world. Thinking of the time when she was learning kendo with Master Ron, the atmosphere made her heart beat fast from time to time. All that, in myself in another world. Will you still have it? No, I can't think about it any further. Kuina shook her head. She was about to collapse just by imagining a world without Master Ron, not to mention actually existing in that world. Who would have thought? In the heart of the world's #1 swordsman, he is actually thinking about these girls at this moment. You have to know that in the eyes of outsiders, Kuina can be considered a cold-faced swordsman. It makes people afraid to approach. When she picked up the sword, she was like the king of swords. If something could be solved with one sword, she would never use the sword a second time. Fiery weapons and cool appearance have always been synonymous with the world's #1 swordsman. Everyone thought that in the mind of such a great swordsman, there was nothing else on his mind except the sword. But who could have imagined that behind this unapproachable appearance, she still retains the soul of an 18-year-old girl? Choose A. Ron picked up the thermos, took a sip of tea, and spoke slowly. A. Everyone was stunned when they heard this option. Sengoku said, confused, Commissar Ron, did you make a slip of the tongue? How could it be A? The option for A is... Sengoku paused. This option already seems a bit outrageous. It was so outrageous that he was embarrassed to read out loud. Anyone in their world knows how outrageous this answer is. But this is related to the improvement of the strength of all Marines after all. If they can seize every opportunity to answer the questions correctly, then their Marine will become stronger and stronger. This is the scene that a Marine Marshal wants to see most. So, still somewhat uncertain, he whispered a reminder to Ron again. Commissar Ron, answer A is... How should I put it? It's really too outrageous. Answer A says that Kuina fell down the stairs and died when she was 10 years old. It took me a lot of effort to finish giving this answer. Just reading it out loud makes me feel that the person who set the question is so stupid. How is it possible to come up with such an outrageous option? There is no effect that can induce people. Normal people would choose to ignore it the first time they see it. You know, even if Kuina was not a swordsman in another world, her physical fitness would not be so bad that she would die if she fell down the stairs. Besides, even if it's an ordinary person, it should be fine if he falls down. On this point, Sengoku agrees with what Garth from another world said. Even if you throw Luffy to the bottom of a cliff or into the sky, it will be fine. The words are rough, but the truth is true. So when Ron gave this answer, Marine and other talents would have this kind of reaction. Even Luffy, Sabo, and Ace were stunned. I never expected the correct answer to be A. The other answers seem more plausible than this one. It is impossible that the world's #1 female swordsman would fall off a ladder and die at the age of 10 in that world. Who would believe this if I told them? However, Sengoku confirmed it again and again. Then I realized that Ron was not wrong, nor was he wrong. He did ask everyone to choose A. Akainu, is the difference between the lives in these two worlds so huge? Akainu took a deep breath. Even he thought it was too outrageous. Akiji was also a little confused. Even Kuina himself was in a state of confusion at this moment. What a tall ladder that must be. Could it be that he fell directly from the ladder of sky, island, to the ground? However, Kuina suddenly smiled and said, if I hadn't met Ron, I would have died, otherwise she would have been so lonely. Even the people in another world. After seeing the choice Ron made in this world, he couldn't help but be stunned. They are still more concerned about Ron's choice. After all, in the previous few test takings, they also noticed that in the other world, the reason why Marine was able to hit the target every time was because Ron told them the answer behind their backs. Although I don't know how this man can always answer correctly. But this time, I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. Only Zoro showed a shocked expression. He knew very well how Kuina died. But he also wondered how Ron in another world knew about it. After all, Kuina is not a celebrity in this world. No one cared how she died. Therefore, only a handful of people know the truth behind Kuina's death, and Zoro is one of them. He also attended Kuina's funeral at the time. What shocked him was, why was Ron from another world able to choose it so accurately? Actually, for Ron, there are two correct answers in this option. The first one is A, which is falling off a ladder and dying, which is indeed not a problem. The other answer is also correct, actually. That means winning all 2,000 matches against the world's best swordsman. There is nothing wrong with this answer either. But the timeline is wrong. The answers to the questions are determined based on the time point of the Summit War in both worlds. Kuina and Zoro do have a record of over 2,000 battle victories, and Zoro should indeed be the future #1 swordsman in another world. So there is nothing wrong with the answer itself. That was the wrong time. Taking Summit War as an example, Zoro was not yet the world's #1 swordsman at that time. So Kuina's 2,000 games record cannot be considered a record against the world's #1 swordsman. That's why Ron asked everyone to choose A. This question is only for people like him who have watched Pirates King. Answer it skillfully enough. Since Commissar Ron said it was A, then it must be correct. Sengoku believed Ron, even though the answer was so outrageous. But since Ron said yes, then it must be. It had to be yes, even if it wasn't. But this is a short answer question after all. It is not enough to just state the options, but also the reasons behind them. And Ron didn't tell the reason just now. So Sengoku planned to ask, and several other Marine high-ranking officials and a large number of Marine soldiers were looking forward to it. As soon as Ron finished explaining the reason, it was time for everyone to compete in their hand speed. They immediately made their choices and filled in the reasons. Then go and grab the reward. Commissar Ron, how should I fill in a reason for choosing A? Everyone was still concentrating on waiting for Ron to tell them the answer, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Be prepared to enter the correct answer the first time. Just as everyone was ready to start the race, waiting for the signal gun to sound. Suddenly, the reward for the first answer was taken by someone else. Although the correct answer has not yet been announced, but the first two words of the answer have already been highlighted. That explains it. Someone has already received the first answer reward. What? Who is it? Who did this? Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. Ron hasn't said the reason yet. Who took it? It couldn't be that Ron took it, because Ron said that if he didn't take the first answer reward, then he definitely wouldn't take it. So who is this? Who is so fast? Akainu said loudly. Akainu had already made all the preparations. He secretly used some tricks, thinking that this time he would be able to get the Naoda before Kizaru. Unexpectedly, before Ron could even finish his sentence, his first answer was snatched away. Akiji was also confused. This is equivalent to the opponent reaching the finish line before the signal gun is fired. This operation violates Rule 127. And how did the person who answered first know the reason for choosing A? However, at this time, but suddenly there was a burst of triumphant laughter from a villain. Ha ha, wah, cough, cough, ah, even laughed out loud, laughing like a duck. This shows how proud this person is. Akainu and Akiji's expressions changed involuntarily. Damn, this villain's triumphant laughter sounds so familiar. The two of them couldn't help but look back at the same time. Sure enough, I saw that guy Kizaru, with his mouth twisted to the back of his head, with a smug smile on his face that looked like he deserved a beating. His eyebrows were still twitching. It really deserves a beating. How come there are such worthy people in this world? Seeing Akiji and Akainu, Gordon couldn't help but resist the urge to beat him up. Could it be that this guy got the first answer again? How'd he know the answer to this question? Sengoku, Kizaru, is this the first answer you got again? That's right. It's me. Ha ha, Kizaru said with a smug look on his face. Sengoku was relieved. Since it's a Marine that got it, that's fine. At least the benefits will not be lost to outsiders. But Akainu and Shinji were very dissatisfied. Why you again? Ron obviously didn't reveal the reason for choosing A. How do you write this guy? First, we should rule out the possibility of using our observation hockey to predict what Ron will say next. This is absolutely impossible. Ron has an aura of observation and killing that is on 24 hours a day. No matter what observation hockey you have, There is no way to predict Ron's actions. So there was no way this guy Kizaru could have predicted it. That's the problem. How could he answer correctly? Anyway, Kizaru had already answered the question, and after being proud for a while, he said this. Then let me tell you, the answer is very simple. Have you forgotten the other world? What is the answer to the short answer question? When Kizaru said this, Akainu and Akiji suddenly looked shocked. The answer is that C became the world's #1 swordsman because he met Kong. When I think of this, Akainu and Akiji suddenly looked at each other and realized something. The answer is really simple. Why didn't I think about this at the time? Damn. As expected, Kizaru has studied Ron more thoroughly. Kizaru shook his head and said proudly, since in our world, Kuina met Ron, the condition for becoming a great swordsman. Then think about it the other way around. The reason why he didn't become a great swordsman in the other world is that he didn't meet Ron. So no matter which option you choose, as long as you fill in the reason behind it as, I didn't meet Ron, that is the correct answer. When I finished talking about this, Kizaru looked at the two defeated opponents and envied him. With his mouth tilted, his head tilted slightly upwards. He said it in a very asking for a beating. This time I won by my wisdom. Akainu and Akiji looked at Kizaru's face with gnashed teeth. I really would beat him up severely. It's so infuriating. It's okay. You two shouldn't be discouraged. Just try harder next time. After all, the gap in wisdom is not so easy to make up. Kizaru touched his chin, twisted his mouth, and said in a way that made Tianfin ask for a beating. Calm down, calm down. Akiji immediately hugged Akainu. Let me go. I'm going to kill this idiot today. Akainu was furious, literally furious, because Akainu's head looked. Thick smoke billowed out. At this time, only Akiji can go up to calm him down. I'm afraid that if anyone gets close, they will be turned into ashes in an instant. Sengoku looked at the thick smoke coming from you and said unhappily, Okay, you three, how can you fight and make trouble at a banquet? Don't you know that pregnant women can't breathe thick smoke? After saying this, he covered Staff Officer He's mouth and nose. Akainu also immediately extinguished the flames. He knew very well how much Sengoku doted on his wife. It would be bad if he got into trouble in this matter. I'll deal with you later, Akainu said to Kizaru unhappily. But since Kizaru has already given the correct answer, then Sengoku ordered the Marine to fill it out immediately. After all, the time to answer the questions is almost up. If you delay it, you will lose the qualification to answer the questions, which will not be worth it. After the Marine is done, other talents, including Ant Food Group and Kaido Mining Group, began to continue answering. Hana, Sengoku, I never thought that our world would lose a genius who could become the best swordsman. It's such a pity. Who would have thought that falling off a ladder could kill you? Sengoku expressed his sadness about what happened to Kuina in this world. But then I thought about it carefully. Even if she didn't fall off the ladder and die, could she become a swordsman who could defeat Hawkeye in this world? I don't think so. After all, Ron still exists in that world. It is also closely related to his education. There is no Ron in this world. Even if such a genius survives, no one will train her. I guess I won't be able to achieve such a high achievement in the end. Sengoku fell into thought. Original, Garp. Fortunately, she is not my granddaughter. Otherwise, if I had thrown her off the cliff when she was little, she would have died immediately. Hara, Sengoku, reflect on your parenting methods right now. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Original, Kaido. Can she still be killed by falling? I envy her so much. I can jump off Sky Island and not die. I've been wondering how to commit suicide. Original, Shanks. If you really want to commit suicide, go eat 2 devil fruits instead of saying it's useless. This quiz is over. Those who fail to answer the questions within the time limit will be disqualified and given 0 points. Now announce the correct answer. The correct answer is A. He did not achieve the highest level of success and died when he fell down the stairs at the age of 10. Reason: I didn't meet Ron. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what Kizaru had filled in. Akainu also glared at Kizaru. The winner of the first answer reward this time is Kizaru. A total of 110,000 people answered correctly, and the reward is a 1% increase in physical attributes. Please choose the first answer reward, Kizaru. 1. One random mythical beast devil fruit. 2. A complete design drawing of ancient weapon Pluton. 3,800. 4. The ability to be ambidextrous and handle different tasks with each hand. Please make your choice within 10 minutes. You will be disqualified if you exceed the time limit. See this reward. People in both worlds went crazy again. Why are the rewards so generous every time I go to Kizaru? This guy is so lucky. I envy him so much. If I were him, I would take off. Damn, why do I have a bad feeling? Is this guy going to choose another reward that we find incredible? I have the same feeling. Kizaru in the other world has always been a little bit abnormal in his brain. I don't think he will waste such a good opportunity again. Original, Roger, what? This time, the reward is the only thing that makes me excited. There's even a complete world map. This is amazing. If I have it, everyone can find the final island. This is simply the most precious thing in the world. Original, Whitebeard, Gulalala. That's right. I guess the Marines from another world want this treasure the most, so they can find the final island. God is really helping them. It looks like the secret of your final island will be known to the Marines from another world. Roger. Former, 5 elders. There are still Pluton blueprints? Wasn't it destroyed? If we can really get this reward, with the financial and human resources of the world government, wouldn't we be able to build many more Pluton ships? In that case, the ruling power of the world government will be unprecedented. Original, Sengoku. Whether you choose the world map or the Pluton design blueprint, the Marines of the other world have made a fortune. I'm so envious. If we can get these, we can end the era of great pirates. Horse, Kizaru. Don't be too happy too soon. I have a feeling that my mind will still go haywire in the other world. In full view of everyone, Kizaru, as expected, avoided what others thought was the correct answer. Current, Kizaru. Haha, God is really helping me. The 4th reward is simply the best ever. Current, Kizaru. I choose the 4th one. Use both hands. People obviously have 2 hands and 2 brains. Why can we only use one side when working? This is obviously unreasonable. Wouldn't the work efficiency be reduced by half? Great, after I exchange this, I can use both hands to do 2 jobs at the same time and double the efficiency. Kizaru was very happy. Wait until he finishes choosing. The original world was in uproar. Original, Kizu, you really won't let me down. Okay, you are awesome. You are awesome. I have nothing to say. Kizaru in the original world was completely speechless. Can't one person do 2 jobs? Is this something a person would say? What does it mean that it is unreasonable to have both hands and feet, but can only do 1 job? How is this unreasonable? Is it your brain that is irrational? Harari, Sengoku. If I had such an excellent employee, I would wake up laughing in my dreams at night. Another Sengoku. I really envy you. Current, Sengoku. What are you envious of? I'm so worried every day. These 3 guys are fighting for the title of model worker. They work harder than each other. It's so hard for me to be selected every time. This kind of life is not for human beings. I envy you for having so much free time and not having to worry about this. Hara, Sengoku. Are you talking like a human being? I XXXXXXXXX. You XXXX. Sengoku in the original world trash-talked and was banned for 1 minute. This is a warning. If he trash-talks again, he will be banned for 10 minutes and so on 10 times. Sengoku from the original world was almost P****************** D off to death by himself from the other world. Versailles. He hates Versailles the most. It's totally shameless. He was obviously mad at himself. His employees work so hard, but they still say that it gives him a headache. If you have the guts, come and exchange places with me. I will put these 3 admirals who slack off, sleep, and nitpick to you, and you put the 3 who work hard to me. Sengoku's chest heaved with anger. Garp, who was standing by, immediately came over to comfort him. Never mind, Sengoku. Current Sengoku. Oh, I really envy you for being single. When you are angry, you still have good friends to accompany you. I can't do that. I can only go home and eat the dinner prepared by my wife. He hugged his two older sons and complained. You. Sengoku felt like he almost lost his breath. So infuriating. This is too much. Why are you bringing up something that is not related to the topic? Let's continue this comparison. I don't think I can hold on until the summit war actually starts. Sooner or later, you will be P************ D off to death by your other self. Ron looked at the world map and Pluton design drawings he had just obtained, as well as the devil fruit whose species he was not sure yet, because he can get the rewards for all options. So these are the ones that Kizaru didn't choose, but they still ended up in his hands. This map is great, and it's very detailed. It describes the distribution of all the island countries 800 years ago. I don't know how big the difference is between now and now. Let's go back and let that girl take a look. After all, she is good at drawing maps. Ron put the blueprint in his arms. End of the 4th round of random questions. Continue playing the comparison video. It ended with a line of words scrolling across the screen. The previously paused screen. Finally, it started playing again. Kuina finally breathed a sigh of relief. The scene finally shifted away from the angle that made her embarrassed. I saw the comparison video playing again. Everyone in the original world was on high alert. They want to take a look. A person who could die if he fell down the stairs in his own world. How could he become a top swordsman in another world? What on earth did that Ron do? Why would meeting him change your destiny? These are also the unanimous questions in everyone's mind after answering the questions. Why can I become a great swordsman just by meeting Ron? Sengoku also calmed down his inner anger, staring at the big screen very seriously. Xiao Kuina, you said that women can also become great swordsmen. Is that true? Although one hand was clasped over his chest, the other hand was still tightly grasping the Wado Ikemonji. This is a typical manifestation of psychological insecurity. After all, coming here alone late at night, one has to be on guard. Ron couldn't help but sigh that people in the pirates' world grew really fast. The scene just now really cannot be underestimated. Yes, I did. Ron opened the thermos, blew into it twice, and then said with a smile. Kuina was like a person who had been ill for a long time and was looking for a good doctor. An expression of excitement immediately appeared on his face. Really? Can I too? Yes, you can too. But my father said that when girls grow up, their strength will gradually fall behind that of boys, and they'll be left far behind by them. The joy that had just appeared on Kuina's face was once again covered by a cloud of sorrow. But 2 pairs of eyes, shining with stars, looked at Ron expectantly. She hoped the man would give a different answer. Ron took a sip of water and then said, Yes, he's right. Kuina was shocked. I couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Why is it the same point of view? She thought the older brother would say, Your father is wrong. What he said is not right. But I didn't see it. You think so? Kuina was a little anxious. But that's not what you said just now. You said that a girl can also become the world's best swordsman. Yes, I did say that. Ron nodded. Kuina was a little overwhelmed. The man in front of me speaks so mysteriously. She couldn't guess. Why do people say that women are not as strong as men, but at the same time they say that women can become the world's greatest swordsmen? Isn't this contradictory? I don't understand. Kuina said blankly. Ron didn't speak for a long time. Kuina is also very smart. His father once told him that powerful people would only pass on their skills to their apprentices and not to others. Then, Kuina knelt directly on her knees. He kowtowed 3 times to Ron. Please accept me as your disciple. Ron was also stunned. The reason why he didn't say anything just now was not because he was pretending to be mysterious. The main thing is that Ron suddenly remembered that there was a guy named Spandam who seemed to have a sword that had eaten the devil fruit. It looked quite interesting. He also had a lot of devil fruit in his hands. Feeding these weapons is not bad either. I was distracted as I was thinking and didn't hear what Kuina said. Result: the little girl immediately knelt down and became his disciple. Ron thought about it for a moment. Yayuki, get up. Thank you, master. Kuina was also very smart and said happily immediately, Master, let me pour you some water. He took Ron's thermos cup, then picked up the kettle from the fire rack beside him and filled it up for Ron. Then he blew it with his little mouth. It was passed to Ron. Present, Luffy, Is this still the cold-blooded world's greatest swordsman? Present Ace. Hey, it seems like he's only cruel to us, but very gentle to Chief Ron. Present Kuina. Shut up, or I'll chop both of you off if you keep talking nonsense. Present Sabo. Yes, this is the world's #1 swordsman we are familiar with. Hiss. This apprentice has limited eyesight. Ron was very satisfied. At least better than those 3 little idiots. As expected, if you want to accept disciples, you have to accept female disciples. In fact, it's normal for girls to be inferior to boys in terms of strength. This is a fact, so your father is right. But becoming a great swordsman is not determined by strength. So I say that girls can also become the world's #1 swordsman. These two things are not contradictory. Little Kuina was bewildered. I don't quite understand. In a continuous battle, if you are weak, you will be at a disadvantage. So if you want to become a great swordsman, you can't get into a tug-of-war with your opponent. Ron said slowly. He already had an idea in his mind. What should we do, master? Little Kuina has completely adapted to the role of an apprentice. The master called out to me more and more fluently. It's very simple. You just need to stack your attack power. Once you meet, you can kill them instantly. Doesn't that mean there won't be any hard fights? When the audience outside saw this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Do you think it's human language? Come, disciple, give me your Wado Ikamanji. Without saying a word, little Kuina handed her family heirloom sword to Ron without asking him what it was for. Since her master wants it, she will give it to him. This is Yaina's understanding. Ron took out a bright, red maramara fruit, while saying to Kuina, I will teach you a special way to use haki. Think of it like Ryatsu, a power that can be released and flow as you wish. Then use it to operate your weapon. Remember, swordsmanship is not important. You just need to think about how to unleash the maximum power of this sword. When Ron said this, using haki, he forcibly pressed the maramara fruit into the Wado Ikamanji. The originally slender, snow-white knife instantly turned red. The blazing flames covered the blade and gushed out. A pressure that made people afraid to approach swept across the entire hill, illuminating the night sky red. Ron shook his hand, and the raging flames were instantly retracted, and the knife returned to its normal appearance. Kuina took it carefully. Master, this is amazing. What should I call this sword art? Well, before using it each time, just say Flame Blade, Field Release. Ron said casually. Ron's series of actions stunned the people in the other world. I don't know where to start complaining. What is this operation? Is this something a human can do? Especially that theory. When you meet someone, you kill them instantly with one blow, without considering the differences between men and women. It's easy to say, how far must one sword art be practiced to be able to kill the opponent instantly with just one strike? However, the surprise was not over yet. Then I saw another person choking. That guy Ron. He actually took out the maramara fruit. Everyone still remembers that this devil fruit was rejected by Ace and Sabo before, saying that even dogs wouldn't eat it. I never expected it to come in handy here. He actually fed it to the knife. This is Logia devil fruit. That's it. Feed it to a weapon. Are you kidding? No matter how wasteful you are, you can't be this wasteful. If you have some Zoan devil fruit, it is understandable. After all, there are more of those fruits. It is not a pity to do so. But now, this is Logia devil fruit. Even if a noob eats it all, the bounty will be over 100 million, right? Result. He stuffed it into the knife without hesitation. Wrong, etc. Stuff it inside the knife. Only then did everyone react. Just now, Ron actually stuffed the devil fruit into the knife with his bare hands. It's off the mark. What is this operation? It shocked all the marine researchers. Even Vegapunk looked confused. Original Vegapunk, what kind of technology is this? Why can't I understand it? Former Quinn, I don't understand either. Can fruits and weapons be combined like this? Old Vegapunk, I remember you did a similar experiment. Former Vegapunk, no, I can't do that. I can only barely fuse the Zoan devil fruit into my weapon. This is my limit. It's limited to the Zoan devil fruit. Horse Quinn, that's right. Zoan devil fruit is easier to control and can even be synthesized artificially. That's Logia devil fruit. We have been studying it until now and still can't figure out its principle, let alone integrate it into weapons. Original, Germa 66, Judge. This is a new direction of weapon research. Have you noticed that the power of that sword is so strong that you can feel the pressure even through the screen? I guess this is the first sword in the world that incorporates natural fruits. Guy, no. Didn't you notice that he completed the fusion with his bare hands? This is the most surprising thing. Who among you can do this? Original, Vegapunk. It's not that I can't do it, it's that I don't understand it at all. What's the principle behind it? Ron's move directly blew out all the people in the Pirates World Science Circle 320. They didn't say anything at first, but just watched the video silently. But this moment all came out. They were originally from the same laboratory, and both were among the most cutting-edge scientific research talents today, engaged in the development of various types of weapons. It can be said that the most advanced martial arts are in their hands. But I was still shocked by the scene before me, especially the Wado Ikemonji that was burning with flames. When he appeared, everyone was amazed. What a powerful weapon. This moment, Hawkeye couldn't help but think of something. In another world, he once said that the strongest sword in the world is no longer the Black Blade, but a weapon called Flame Blade. It seems now, that's it. I never thought this weapon was man-made. It's a sharp sword that combines devil fruit. And, as a Kendo master, it is always clear what a sword means to a swordsman. That completely determines the upper limit of what a swordsman can achieve. Former, Hawkeye. I seem to have felt the pressure she brought to me. Present, Hawkeye. No, you still can't feel it. What's really amazing is the way he uses it. Remember when I told you that I couldn't understand his swordsmanship at all? He took a different path from all the swordsmen we know. Hawkeye from the original world couldn't help but gasp. He didn't believe it before. I don't believe that I will be defeated by a female swordsman. But now, he had begun to believe it a little. Former, Whitebeard. Compared to this, we should pay more attention to that guy named Ron. His strength, the way he uses hockey alone, is far beyond our understanding of hockey. Original, Roger. Yes, it seems to be a more advanced way of using the flow machine. Original, Shanks. Yes, hockey and fruit power are supposed to counteract each other, but the way Ron swung his sword made me feel he was using hockey as fuel to drive the power of the fruit. Original, Roger. Yes, that's what I meant. I didn't expect that, Shanks. You have grown so much in recent years. Original, Shanks. You're too kind, Captain Roger. Ha ha ha. Former, Whitebeard. Gula la la. Using hockey as fuel to trigger the fruit's explosion? Is there any other way to use it? This man is really terrifying. His understanding of hockey is indeed far beyond ours. No wonder he taught Luffy and the other three brats for 20 minutes before, and they were able to defeat Virgo. Some things I didn't understand before. Now it started to make sense. In the comparison video, Theron never took action once, but it seemed like he was taking action all the time. The pressure on people comes in waves. Hara, Sengoku. This sword is amazing. Original, Garp. That's right. Because this knife has eaten the Logia devil fruit, it also has the characteristics of Logia, which means it has no substance. This means that the attack from this knife cannot be blocked. As long as you raise your weapon to block it, it will turn into a disembodied flame, pass through your weapon, and then condense into substance. In the video, little Kuina excitedly held the Wado Ikemonji in her hand. Flame Blade? Master, what a nice name. I picked it randomly. Master, why do we have to shout Bankai before drawing the sword? I just said it casually, it just sounds more powerful. You can't call me Shimingji. Master, do you also know Shimichi? I don't know. It sounds stupid. Don't shout. Okay, Master, I won't shout. Master, let me pour you some water. I haven't finished drinking yet. It's cold. I'll give you a hot cup instead. Xiao Guina's whole personality became cheerful. She was extremely happy today. It seems that sneaking out was the right thing to do. I met my master. How lucky I am. Present, Ace. They are completely different people. Present, Luffy. Kuina, when will you be gentle to us? Present, Kuina. Wait until I chop you two to death. Current, Sabo, this is a familiar taste. I keep watching this comparison video, which makes me dazed. I thought the one I knew was a fake Kuina. Master, why don't we learn swordsmanship first, but hockey first? Little Kuina was a little confused. Because her family runs a kendo gym, anyone who wants to learn kendo must start with the most common sword techniques. But his master didn't teach him swordsmanship. Instead, you should first learn armament hockey. This left little Kuina a little confused. Forgot what I told you? Ron tapped Kuina on the head. It hurts, master. Kuina rubbed it aggrievely. Swordsmanship is not important. Ron emphasized again. What you need to learn now is to fully utilize the power of this sword. I will teach you a more advanced use of hockey. Use hockey as energy, consume hockey, and activate the devil fruit. The stronger your hockey is, the more powerful the devil fruit will be. That is to say, the power of your sword will become stronger and stronger. As for swordsmanship, it doesn't matter at all. As long as you unleash the ultimate attack power and kill the opponent instantly, that's the best swordsmanship. Little Kuina's blood boiled after hearing this. Although I don't understand. But I was shocked. Hara, Sengoku, what kind of teaching method is this? No way. I'm going to teach you how to kill people in seconds right from the start. Don't I have to lay the foundation for daily points? Original, Garp. That's right. Not as good as me. Hara, Sengoku, get out. Time flies. I practiced like this for 3 days. Every night late at night, little Kuina would sneak out of the house. Came to the back mountain. Dating Ron? No. Learning hockey. I haven't practiced sword for a day. This made my hawk, the eagle eye from the original world, look confused. I remember when I first practiced kendo. He gets up before the sun comes out every day. Pick up the wooden sword. The most common horizontal banner is cut vertically. You have to practice tens of thousands of times every day. It is an extremely boring exercise. It is this kind of chopping that happens thousands of times every day, day after day. This is what made him the world's #1 swordsman today. You can say that. He has come a long way to become a swordsman. Every day is a lot of practice. I never forget to swing the sword every day. This is also the necessary path for any great swordsman to grow. You don't practice swordplay? How do you become a great swordsman? Everyone understands this truth. Everyone has been doing this all the time. It can be said that the path to becoming a swordsman is the most difficult and painful. Every bit of strength you gain in the future is gained through a lot of repetitive practice in the early stages. There can't be any falsehood. But Ron's training method in front of me. It made Hawkeye's eyes go dark. Compared to myself, Kuina is much more relaxed. She didn't even break a sweat after a day's training. Just standing there and practicing hockey. I've never held a sword before. Not a single swing practice. This is what he, an expert, thinks. This is not cultivation at all. In fact, it is inevitable for a swordsman to practice hockey. But that's just a minor at best. Hockey is used to wrap around the weapon to provide more powerful attack power. If the strike you make is weak, then even if you wrap it with hockey, it will still not have much effect. So as a swordsman, distinguish the primary from the secondary. Practicing sword is the most important thing, and the foundation must be laid from an early age. Let Kuina continue to waste her time like this. How can that be possible? Can I really become the world's #1 swordsman in this way? My hawk had doubts. I remembered another world where a female swordsman who had never practiced sword swinging defeated me. Hawkeye felt a little bit unconvinced. Time continues to fast forward. In a blink of an eye, it was the 4th day. It was also night. Little Kuina made tea for Ron herself. Then he stood aside obediently and continued to practice hockey. After a few days of practice, her hockey training progress has caught up with Luffy and the others. It's just that their directions of practice are different. Kuina practices hockey as if it were gasoline-like nourishment with the goal of activating the devil fruit. And the key is quantity. Luffy and his team followed the conventional emission approach, focusing on quality. Now, Kuina can use armament hockey more skillfully. You can even easily cover your entire body with hockey. Generally, only people with sufficient armament hockey can do this. Most people only cover the areas where they are needed during a fight. Little Kuina ran up to Ron happily. Master, my haki has been able to cover my entire body. Oh, for days? This speed of mastering the subject is barely passable. This sentence, it immediately made all the audience present explode. Original, Garp, do you think he's talking human language? He was able to train haki to the point where it covered his entire body in 4 days, and he even said that it was barely a passing grade. This is already a genius among geniuses here, right? It seems that there are not many people who can train at such a fast speed. Hara, Sengoku, Garp, you should be the most grandmaster haki among the Marines. I remember when you were training, it took you nearly half a month to reach this level. Original, Garp, yes, and my training method is much more rigorous than Kuina's. It's not as easy as hers, where I just need to stand there and meditate. This made Garp extremely envious. Is it possible to master haki so quickly with such easy training? Wouldn't his ascetic practice become a joke? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. It's different when you have a master teaching you. Garp even wanted to become Ron's disciple after seeing this. Bring out the sword, Ron said to Kuina. This was the only time in these 4 days that he let Kuina hold the sword. Okay, master, here you go. It wasn't given to me, you took it yourself. Oh, Kuina held the handle of the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Remember what I told you? Find the point where haki and the fruit are most compatible. They can counteract each other, or they can complement each other. Try to find a ratio that can complement each other. Master, I can't find it. As soon as I use haki, the devil fruit retreats. Xiaoguina tried for a long time, but still failed. Come on, follow my feeling. Ron grasped Kuina's hand that was holding the hilt of the knife. Start to guide the haki in Kuina's body. I didn't notice that little Kuina's face was red. Master! Half an hour later, little Kuina was suddenly overjoyed. I found it. Now, the flaming sword in his hand seemed to be awakened. Still turning red. Yeah, not bad. Ron released his hand. Try to get familiar with this feeling. The explosion of devil fruit also requires energy. You use haki to provide them with energy so that they can explode with greater power. This is the Bankai you need to master. Yes, master, little Kuina said excitedly. Come on, try your first sword drawing. Don't hesitate. Use all your haki. Ron smiled. Yes, master. Kuina uses all her strength to activate haki. Use floor gas mode and step on the accelerator to the bottom. The flame blade made a humming sound just like a 12-cylinder engine. The blazing flames were like a beast breaking out of a cage. Ready to go. Kuina's eyes narrowed. Shouted loudly. Flame sword, correct. As the words fell, he suddenly drew his sword. This moment, with haki's full support. The flames were no longer bound the moment the flaming blade was unsheathed. Flame spurted out. It was like lighting an oil mine on fire. Red flame. It instantly filled the sky. Blazing fire burned the air, and the flames rolled like ocean waves. The entire Shimatsuki village was lit up scarlet like purgatory. The villagers were so scared that they all ran out. This moment, Mihawk the Eagle-Eyed was stunned. He found out that he was wrong. Ron's training was really useful. This is beyond the normal state of Maramara fruit. The flames covered almost the entire island. Looking up from below at this moment, it was like looking into a torrent of fire. Huge waves rolled across the sky. And the starting point of everything, that is the flaming blade in Kuina's hand. Now, it's still like a lit oil well. Continuously sprays flames into the air. Shimatsuki village. It turned out that everyone was dreaming. Suddenly, I was awakened by this hellish scene. Looking up, many people thought they were still asleep and that they were having a nightmare. Because all this is nothing like what you see in reality. The whole sky was on fire. This rolling flame. So scary. Koshiro also hurriedly put on his clothes and ran out. I ran to Kuina's house as soon as possible. Kuina, open the door and put on your clothes. We have to leave here. Koshiro was very anxious. The most terrifying sight in the sky was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. If this fire fell from the sky, the entire Shimatsuki village would instantly turn into a sea of fire. No one will be able to escape then. So, we must take Kuina and flee from here immediately before the fire subsides. But no matter how he knocked on the door, there was no movement inside. Is this Kuina sleeping so soundly? If she doesn't open the door, I'll rush in. After shouting for a long time, there was still no movement. Time is running out. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Koshiro broke right in. However, after entering, Koshiro was completely dumbfounded. After a while, Koshiro roared to the sky. Where's my daughter? The person is missing. The door was locked securely from the inside. Koshiro panicked. He didn't know that his daughter would run to the back mountain every night. Did this guy sneak off to practice swordplay again? Before, his daughter often went to the dojo in the middle of the night to practice sword swinging. Koshiro immediately ran into the gym and found that there was still no one inside. This time, Koshiro was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't even dream of it. The hellish scene before my eyes. It was his daughter's fault. The daughter he thought would never become a great swordsman. The audience of the original world. See the raging flames in the video. Even through a screen, everyone can feel the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. This is too scary. Can the power of the fruit reach this level? Impossible. It covers the entire island. Original. Ace. Is this really the power that the Maramara fruit can unleash? It's countless times stronger than when I used it. This is just letting 10 weapons eat the Maramara fruit. Ace is now on the execution platform. His face was full of disbelief. He is the current owner of Maramara fruit. Has the most say. His development of the fruit can be said to be very impressive, although it has not yet reached the level of awakening. Using his current strength to the fullest. The great flame ring of Emperor Yin that was sent out is probably not even 1/10 of this size. And what hit Ace the most was, the other person is just a 10-year-old girl. Even, she only practiced for 4 days. Is it possible to produce such a large-scale fruit strength? If I practice this for 2.5 years, how can I expect this to work? Is this the method taught by Commissar Ron? This is too powerful. When you meet a good teacher, your learning speed will be different. Ace then thought of himself in another world. At only 11 years old, he can already use hockey and Marine 6 styles. After all these years of hard work, I am still not as good as Ron's 2 students in terms of the application of the fruit and the development of hockey. First time, Ace had the idea of envying another world. Original, Hawkeye. With this scale of damage, why practice swordsmanship? I admit that I was too superficial before. This guy called Political Commissar Ron really has his own unique training method. After this incident, the methods used by all the swordsmen in the world have become stupid methods. Mihawk the Hawkeye feels embarrassed to talk about the training methods he used when he was a child. Even the world's greatest swordsman has spoken. It can be seen how powerful Kuina's sword attack is. Even Hawkeye had to admit it. This was the most unfathomable swordsmanship he had ever seen in his life. It's hard to imagine. What would it be like for me in another world to fight this person? At the same time, he finally understood. What does Ron mean by just stacking attack power regardless of anything else? It's finally clear. How could a woman become the world's best swordsman? There are women who can become swordsmen, but there is only one position for the number 1 swordsman, and no woman has ever held this position. If you continue practicing according to this trend, as Kuina's hockey grows stronger, the attack he launches will be enough to burn the sky and destroy the earth. I can't imagine it. Even a Kainu from the original world. Everyone was shocked. He is currently the holder of the devil fruit with the strongest attack power. It is also fire type. Original, a Kainu. The Maramara fruit itself cannot produce such a powerful flame. Ron does have a method to stimulate the devil fruit to this extent. How'd they do that? Original Kizaru? That's scary. Hara, Sengoku. Today I really opened my eyes. Ron is not training a profession. He created a profession. From now on, what should we call such a swordsman? Present, Sengoku. We are generally called magic swordsmen here. In the video, little Kuina was also frightened by the attack she launched. So awesome. Is this the swordsmanship that my master taught me? It seems that the master did not lie to me. I really could become the world's number 1 swordsman one day. However, the joy did not last long. Little Kuina found something wrong. I can't seem to control myself anymore. After all, this was her first time using this technique. Therefore, there is no way to control the direction of the flame. The flame spread towards the sky. There was no way she could take it back. There is no way to control it. If this continues, the flames will get out of control. No, it's out of control now. Little Kuina's face changed drastically. After all, the people below are all villagers from Shimatsuki village. Judging from the raging flames now, once the flames subside, everyone will turn to ashes in an instant. This small island will also turn into a barren mountain of fire. Damn it, completely out of control. Kuina panicked. The sky was filled with flames, beginning to rain like a rainstorm. Pour down. Everyone in Shimatsuki village was stunned. At this point, I have given up on running away because it is meaningless. There is nowhere to escape. All you can do is wait for death. Then at this moment, the flames in the sky began to shrink rapidly. It was as if I was being sucked back by something. It only takes a few seconds. They have all disappeared. And Ron, he also loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword. Watching the flames in the sky finally disappear, Kuina couldn't hold on any longer. Master, I can't hold on any longer. Then his eyes went dark. Leaned back directly. After all, he is only 10 years old. And he also used up all the haki on his body in an instant. Severe physical overdraft. It's normal to faint at this time. Early morning. Only then did Kuina slowly wake up on Ron's legs. Master, my face feels a little hot. Kindness. Do you know where your limits are? This way you will have a sense of proportion in your heart. This is why I asked you to use your full strength. Ron stretched, said with a smile, Yes, master. Little Kuina wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and responded, It's time to leave here. Go back and prepare. Ah, Kuina was delighted. Can I go with you? You don't have to leave if you don't want to. Yes, of course I miss master. Kuina followed Ron, skipping and jumping. By the way, don't forget to apologize to the villagers later for causing such a panic yesterday. Understood, master. On the warship, Brother Ron, Commissar Ron, Sir Ron, 3 little idiots stand at attention and shout. Kindness. Ron nodded. Brother Ron, you haven't been home for several days. I have been practicing hockey very hard recently. Please give me flowers? Little Luffy said, and swung his fist with hockey wrapped around it twice. You can vaguely see traces of hockey flowing, although not obvious. But it is indeed an advancement to more advanced hockey. Not bad. That's good progress. Isn't she the one from the kendo gym? Little Luffy suddenly recognized Kuina behind Ron. Kuina didn't have a good face when facing Luffy and the other two. With a stern face. This was completely different from his previous attitude towards Ron. My name is Luffy. Luffy walked over and said, Stop smiling and stay away from me. Kuina said unhappily. Luffy didn't care even though he got rejected, still grinning foolishly with his teeth bared. Hello, my name is Ace. I didn't say you were, did I? Ace also got a setback. Sabo was about to go up and introduce himself, but when he saw that cold face, he thought better of it and wisely took a step back. He didn't want to suffer the same fate. An hour later, little Kuina returned to the village. Kuina, where have you been? I was scared to death, Koshiro said anxiously. Oh, Kuina then remembered that she had a father. I have forgotten about my father these past 2 days. I'm fine. Oh, by the way, I have to go practice with my master, so I may have to leave for a while. Zero. What? Koshiro didn't react for a moment. How come there is suddenly another master? What is going on? Could it be that I was cheated by a liar? Out of father's caution. Plus my daughter is so beautiful. Koshiro couldn't help but think. Which master? Where is he from? It's the Marine brother who came that day. Kuina explained. What can you learn from him? Did he lie to you again, saying that a woman can become the world's greatest swordsman, so you followed him to learn? Koshiro said vigilantly. Master didn't lie to me. I really can do it. It's over. I was fooled. Koshiro felt nervous. A woman cannot become a great swordsman. Koshiro said earnestly. Kuina no longer argued with Koshiro, but said, The folks should all be here. What's going on? Koshiro looked confused. I called them all down and wanted to apologize to them in public. What are you apologizing for? I accidentally lost control of the situation when I was practicing last night, which caused a huge fire and almost hurt everyone, so I want to apologize. What? Koshiro stood there in a daze. Did I hear it right? The horrific disaster yesterday was actually caused by his own daughter. Are you kidding? He knew very well how much his daughter weighed. How could such a horrific phenomenon occur? I'm sorry, everyone. I apologize to everyone. Because it was Ron who asked her to apologize. So Kuina is very serious. He apologized to every villager and used his saved pocket money to buy various gifts for everyone. At this time, someone in the crowd asked curiously, Kuina, did you really start the fire? This is too exaggerated. Kuina also knew that explanation was useless. Silently pulled out the Wado Ikamanji. This time the power was under control. He drew out the knife violently. The blazing flames instantly swept across the sky. Just a moment. Everyone recalled the fear of being dominated last night. Fortunately, this time Kuina was able to control it and put the flames back. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Kuina, when did you become so powerful? Amid a group of exclamations, everyone dispersed with peace of mind. When Kuina turned around, then I saw my confused father behind me. Dad, do you think I can do this? Yes, yes. A woman can become a great swordsman. Koshiro's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he spoke quickly. If drawing a knife can have such a great effect, what will happen in a fight? It seems that the master is really an expert. It only took a few days to teach Kuina to become like this. Koshiro is shocked. Farewell, father. Kuina boarded the warship. Master, our next stop is Kokoja village. Ron's warship is now sailing on its way to Kokoja village. On deck, the three Luffy brothers are still sparring with each other. It is also because the three people are competing with each other, so their strength improved very quickly. No one dares to fall behind, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. These few days, Luffy and his friends also wanted to spar with Kuina, but they ignored the three of them. After being humiliated many times, the three of them stopped inviting people. Ron was lying on a beach chair, holding a few rough maps in his hands. The world is huge, and even with marine strength, there is no way to get maps of all places. There are many sea areas that are still blank. In fact, there is not even a complete map of East Blue. There are many places Ron wants to go. I want to have a meal at the sea restaurant. I want to go to Orangetown and have a glass of orange wine. But most of them are not marked on the map. Even the geographical relationship between several islands is not drawn accurately. This is very inconvenient for marine governance. 057. Moreover, it is also inconvenient for Ron's future plans. Ron ultimately wants to form another alliance to replace the world government. In order to better understand the relative positions of the member states and the optimal shipping routes, then you must have a very accurate map. If you're in the waters of the New World, this is not a problem, because the maps of force are drawn relatively clearly. The error is also relatively small. But in places like East Blue, especially some remote waters, it is rare for people to draw accurate maps. It just so happens that there are more small countries in places like this. There are also many pirates. So it's very confusing. Due to the lack of accurate maps, marine management has become a big problem. Master, have some tea. Little Kuina saw that Ron was troubled, so she came over with a cup of tea and said, Kindness. Ron nodded. Little Kuina, Master, let me massage your head. Okay. After a while, Akainu came over there cursing. What happened to that guy? Master, he just received a phone call and became very irritable. Little Kuina didn't know the specific reason either, and said while pressing his head. Secretary Momosaji came over and said while trying to hold back her laughter, Commissar, the only one who can provoke Akainu to this extent is Kizaru. Oh, tell me in detail what happened. Ron also became interested. When I was at the headquarters before, I liked watching them bickering. Then Momosaji told the whole story in detail. It turned out that Kizaru was the guy who was named the first model worker. Sengoku had just finished presenting him with the award. Then he couldn't wait to call Akainu and tell him about it. Certainly. There was definitely some pride in his words. Otherwise, Akainu wouldn't be so angry. I don't know what they said exactly, but Tion hung up the phone, cursing. It became like this. Momosaji, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Akiji have been competing for this spot. So, it's normal for Akainu Admiral to be unhappy after seeing Kizaru Admiral get it. So that's what it was. Ron smiled and shook his head. By the way, which branch of the Marine Corps is responsible for this area of the sea? Yes, it should be the G-12 branch. Momosaji thought for a moment and said, call the police anonymously and tell them that Orange Town has been occupied by pirates. Ask them to come. Ron looked at the nearest island, which had a huge pirate's flag hanging on it. Ron was familiar with this pirate's flag. It's from the Buggy pirates. Ron was not sure in which year Buggy took over Orange Town. All I know is that when the Straw Hat pirates passed by here, the Buggy pirates had already occupied this town for many years. It seems now. It was probably at this time that Buggy took over. Thick smoke was billowing from many houses in the town. I guess he had just fought a fierce battle. It seems. Buggy has completely taken over this place. Momosaji was a little surprised. Commissar Ron, do you want to see the workability and work attitude of the G-12 branch? I will call anonymously. Then, Momosaji pretended to be a reporter and gave a brief report of what happened in Orange Town to the G-12 branch, and asked them to send warships to support quickly. They said they'd be here soon. Momosaji hung up the phone and reported to Ron. Half an hour later, 2 warships slowly approached the shore. A Marine who looks as ugly as a rat, staggering down from the warship. Commissar Ron, that's Colonel Mouse. Afraid that Ron didn't know him, Tiaodu introduced him. Because it is a U-shaped port, the view is blocked. It was obvious that the 2 warships did not discover the warships of Ron and others. This Mouse colonel didn't even make any preparations for a fight. Instead, after getting off the boat, we went straight to Buggy the Clown's lair. The 2 people seemed to be very familiar with each other. Colonel Mouse said sinisterly, "You guys have been going a bit too far recently. I've received several calls to the police. You're making it very difficult for me to do my job." Buggy laughed nonchalantly. "Is there anything that you, Colonel Mouse, can't solve? Don't worry. You will definitely get some benefits." Then, Buggy took out a bag of money and threw it into Colonel Mouse's hand. The 2 people smiled at each other knowingly. Then, Colonel Mouse actually returned to the warship and went home. See this scene. Akainu was already very angry. Even more angry. Damn it, they're colluding with the pirates. Marines like them should be killed. He could never have imagined that after calling the police, these Marines came here without even putting on a show and just took the money and left. Original Sengoku. I never thought that the G-12 branch has become so chaotic. The Marines openly demanded bribes from the pirates. This is outrageous. I never thought that under my Marines' rule, there would be such a dark place. Original Whitebeard. There are too many places like this, Sengoku. Sometimes you Marines do things that are even more excessive and disgusting than us pirates. I don't know who will mention the real sea between the 10. Ara, Sengoku humph. These G-12 guys must be investigated thoroughly. Commissar Ron, please order them to be executed on the spot. Akainu asked, "Go ahead. Just arrest the leader. Don't make things difficult for the Marines. Some of them are just following orders. Their crimes don't deserve the death penalty, so don't go too far." Ron waved casually. Akainu took the order and took a speedboat to chase the 2 warships in front. I guess this rat colonel could never have imagined in his dreams that his grand appearance would alert the Marine Admiral to come and capture him. "Let's go. We'll land over there too," Ron ordered. Then, the warship arrived at the place where the previous 2 warships were docked. Ron led a group of people and slowly walked off the boat. And at the same time, Buggy the Clown also got the news that the warship had arrived. The trainer just finished his report. Buggy's face became a little impatient. Damn it, these Marines have bigger appetites than us pirates. Are they not full just now and come back for another portion? Buggy said, frowning. The acrobat said with a gloomy face, "Why don't we just kill them directly on 5.1? It's just a warship. It doesn't have much combat power." Buggy said, shaking his head. "No, the Marine just wants some money. There's no need to conflict with them. Besides, with the protection of the Marine here, we can sleep more peacefully, ha ha ha. Let these idiots in Orange Town keep calling the police. They don't know that Marine is in league with us. They think Marine will come to rescue them. They are so naive and ridiculous. Little do they know that half of the money we robbed from them will be given to Marine. These words from Buggy the Clown. This really made the Marines from both worlds very angry. Sengoku didn't expect that while the headquarters was in the decisive battle with the pirates at Marineford, these branches were discrediting Marine in every corner. Marine's reputation was ruined by them. The trainer flattered him. "Boss, you are wise." Of course, Buggy the Clown accepted the flattery without hesitation. "Come on, let me see which officer is coming to ask for money this time. Just give him some money and send him away." Orange Town. Pier. The warship docked at the port. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, the three brothers, couldn't wait to jump off the deck. Just climbed up the fence. However, at this time, Wado Ikemonji suddenly stood in front of them. Kuina frowned and spoke coldly to the three people. "Walk behind the master." Luffy twisted his mouth and muttered unconvincedly, "Humph, just walk behind me." So, the three little ones came down from the fence together. Then he ran around behind Ron. "Follow behind. This little girl. He knows the rules well." Ron smiled. He didn't care who walked in front and who walked behind. But it was obvious that the little girl didn't think so. She just felt that the master must be in front and everyone else must follow obediently behind. "Get out of the way. What are you looking at? Do you think the Marine is here to arrest us? If you keep watching for a while, I will accuse you of a crime and let the Marine arrest you. Do you believe me? And you? Are you laughing at my red nose? Come, catch him and feed him to the lions later." I didn't laugh at your red nose." "Oh, don't catch me." "What? You mentioned my red nose again. I hate it most when people mention my red nose. No one is bringing it up. It's obviously you who's bringing it up." An innocent passerby was tied up and captured by the pirates. Buggy the Clown and his group were very arrogant on the street, just passing by. Everyone even lowered their heads and dare not look at them, because he doesn't need a reason to arrest people. Just like the person just now, he clearly did nothing and said nothing. Buggy insisted that he was mocked for his red nose and was arrested just like that. How can he seek justice? Original Sengoku. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Even the four emperors are not so arrogant. Where's this guy now? Get someone to arrest this clown called Buggy immediately. How can there be such an arrogant person under my Marine's rule? Sengoku of the original world was very angry. The pirates actually walked out of the tyranny of the four emperors in the town. It's so abominable. Staff Officer Tsuru ordered his men to check, and then immediately spoke to Sengoku. This person is called Buggy the Clown. He has been captured by our world and is now imprisoned in an underwater prison. 18 when I heard this. Sengoku was very satisfied. I just can't get used to such arrogant pirates. They should be arrested. At the same time, it also allowed Sengoku to regain a little face. Such arrogant pirates were captured in their own world. I don't know what the ending will be in the other world, but at least I can turn the tables this time, so as not to be outdone by the other world. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but send a barrage. Original Sengoku. This pirate named Buggy has been locked up in the underwater prison. Sengoku on the other side, you have to deal with this dangerous person quickly, otherwise I don't know how many people will be in trouble. Current Sengoku. Hey, don't be so confident. Besides, is such a small person worthy of being locked up in an underwater prison? He is not even famous in our world. If I hadn't watched this comparison video, I wouldn't have remembered that there is such a person. Original Sengoku. You just keep talking tough. I understand. Ha ha, but don't feel bad. After all, our world is also better than yours. What we emphasize here is that all violations must be investigated. The law is vast and nothing can escape. This clown Buggy has committed so many evil crimes. From now on, he will be locked up in the underwater prison and will never be allowed to come out. Sengoku was in a much better mood at this point. After all, the characters that appeared in the previous comparison videos always had much better ways of dealing with the other world than themselves. And this time, I finally did not lose out. Maybe we will even surpass them. Sengoku thought so. Original, Roger O? Isn't this Buggy? I didn't expect it to have grown so big. I really miss it. Original, Whitebeard. I remember him, the red-nosed kid who followed you back then. Isn't he? Haha. I didn't expect he's still a pirate in East Blue. Why doesn't he go to New World? Original, Shanks. Haha. Buggy still hates people saying he has a red nose. Now, Buggy from the original world, hiding in a corner, secretly broadcasting the Battle of Summit War. He doesn't dare to speak carelessly on the public screen now. After all, the position he is in now is very dangerous. Plus, just now, all of his previous arrogance was played out on the big screen. Sengoku's anger was already very strong. If he just showed up at this time, that's easy to die. After all, he is now in Marineford, the Marine base. There are Marines everywhere around. Once his whereabouts are exposed, then you will definitely die. So he decided to just hide himself here secretly. Try to reduce your presence as much as possible. When Roger and Shanks were talking in the barrage, Buggy tried hard not to expose himself. I just hope this video will pass me by quickly. Don't let go of anything more. I managed to escape from prison with great difficulty, and I don't want to be caught back so soon. Buggy walked arrogantly all the way to the side of the warship. Oh, I wonder which Marine officer has come from afar. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Buggy walked over slowly, with a nonchalant look and a swaying step. Meet Ron. Very enthusiastic and outgoing, he came up to me and put his arm around my shoulders. Although I don't know who this Marine is, but I guess he also came here to seek benefits. Buggy was just 3 meters away from Ron. The tip of Wado Ikamanji's sword was already against Buggy's throat. This gave Buggy a fright. Then I saw it was a little girl. I couldn't help but grin. Haha, it seems you don't know my ability yet. I'm the Chop Chop Fruit, the nemesis of all swordsmen. You can't kill me with a knife. However, Buggy did not make any further progress. After all, he wasn't here to fight with Marine. Isn't it good for everyone to make money together? What's this officer's name? Someone must have called the police again. You've come all the way here. It's all a misunderstanding. We're all law-abiding citizens. Colonel Mouse of G12 can testify to that. It's just that some people in this town just love to make trouble. They can't stand us getting along, so they always spread rumors that we're pirates and always trouble you, the Marines, to make a wasted trip. It is obvious that Buggy came up with this rhetoric very skillfully. It seems that he deals with Marine quite often. How about this, the Buggy Pirates? No, the Buggy Circus will help you catch the person who called the police and caused you trouble. How about that? Little Luffy is more honest. Muttered in the back. Was he going to mention the Buggy Pirates? Kid, you heard it wrong. Buggy waved his hand and said, Come here, prepare some small gifts for this official. Buggy ordered his men. Horse, Sengoku. This guy obviously wants to know from the Marine who called the police. He will definitely not give up. Humph. It seems that the rat colonel has leaked the information of the person who called the police. Damn it. The pirates and the Marines are colluding together, which is really harmful. Hawkeye-O, Chop Chop Fruit, the nemesis of swordsmen? Interesting. That's because he didn't touch me. Otherwise, he would have chopped me to pieces in a few seconds. Are you bribing me? Ron didn't expect that he would be bribed. Interesting. Do you know who this is? He's from the headquarters. Momosagi's expression froze. The pirates in front of him was really weird. Don't even look at who the other person is. Marine commissar. He even dared to bribe. I understand. What Momosagi didn't expect was that the clown Buggy suddenly clapped his hands, interrupting Momosagi's words and showing an expression that said, I understand you. Since he's from the headquarters, it seems he has a big appetite, so I have to give him more. Then, he gave orders to the subordinates behind him. How can you prepare such a small gift for this officer? Go back and prepare 5 times as many gifts. Captain Buggy, there aren't that many left. That rat colonel took away a lot of them before. Idiot. Buggy directly gave the other party a big slap. Then he angrily said, Wouldn't you go and rob me if you didn't? Why else would we occupy this town? There are so many people here, just rob every house, and you'll have everything. What kind of pirates are you if you can't rob? Buggy paid no attention to Marine. Say it directly. Momosaji had several black lines on his face. The pirates in front of me are hopeless. It took a long time. It turns out that I understand what he said. I actually mistakenly thought that I said this because I disliked the other party's gift for being too little, and he was so arrogant in front of Marine. He openly ordered his men to rob. It can be seen that this guy often shares the spoils with Marine. No, compared to this pirate's abomination. What is even more abominable is the Marine who indulges them. Momosaji thought with gritted teeth. 10 minutes ago, in the sea, a few kilometers away, Colonel Mouse from G12 was sitting on a big bag of gold coins, smiling smugly. You can earn more than 10 million Baileys in one trip. So wonderful. Oh, why would you still want to be a pirate in this day and age? Being a pirate is not as profitable as being a Marine. Ha ha. Colonel Mouse proudly grabbed a handful of gold coins, thinking about where to find some girls to have some fun with after get off work. But at this moment, suddenly, a person appeared on the deck out of nowhere. Oh, I made a lot of money this time. Akainu's expression was very ugly. This is the scum of the Marine, far more harmful than pirates. Akainu's sudden appearance. This really scared the mouse colonel who was immersed in his sweet dream. Jump up immediately. Referring to Akainu yelled, "Who are you? Someone, come and catch him quickly. Someone come." After shouting for a long time, I found that no one was moving around. A Marine soldier reminded this. Colonel Mouse, put on your glasses and see who he is. Colonel Mouse, who already looked wretched, looked even wretched after he put on glasses. But when you put on the glasses and see the person in front of you clearly, plop, he was so scared that he fell to his knees. Nima? Marine Admiral Akainu. How come he is here? As a colonel, he could act arrogantly in the area ruled by the G12 branch. But, faced with a Marine Admiral at the headquarters, let's not talk about the difference in strength for now. There's a gap of several levels in military rank. As a colonel in the branch, he dared not say a word. Colonel Mouse was completely panicked. Why did the Admiral suddenly appear on his ship? Did you discover what you did? This shouldn't happen. How could Ade, a mere colonel in a small branch, attract the attention of the Admiral? Admiral Sakazuki, I wonder what you want from such a long distance. Akainu ignored the mouse. Instead, he spoke to the Marine soldiers around him. Reporting is meritorious, and the merit can be used to offset the faults as appropriate. Ron taught him this. Rewards and punishments are clearly defined, and merits and demerits are measured. Akainu always kept this in mind. If Akainu's previous personality was taken into account, he would have probably gone on a killing spree by now. However, after being taught a few lessons by political commissar Ron, Akainu has become much calmer than before. Who among you dares to say anything nonsense? Colonel Mouse's expression changed, and he said with a hint of threat. Most of these ordinary Marine soldiers were dominated by the colonel's power and just followed his orders. The reason why they didn't dare to resist before was because the colonel's rank was too high. What can they ordinary soldiers do? But now, Marine Admiral is here. Is there a higher position on the ship than Marine Admiral at this time? Obviously not. A little colonel means nothing. So what are you afraid of at this time? So these Marine soldiers defected en masse. One by one, they came up and exposed all the crimes of Colonel Mouse. Akainu grabbed Colonel Mouse. The other party didn't even dare to resist. 10 minutes later, Akainu returned to the port and threw the mole vice admiral directly in front of the clown Buggy. This clown Buggy was terrified. Isn't this the Colonel Mouse who just took the money from me and left? How come he was beaten and thrown here with blood all over his face? What's going on? Wait, why does this person look so familiar? Isn't this Admiral of Headquarters Akainu? Buggy the clown was confused. He had just bribed Captain Mouse, but the captain was beaten by the Admiral and thrown in front of him with a bloody head. What does it mean? Even Buggy, no matter how dumb he is, understands this. Confess everything. You are Marine Admiral Akainu, the most senior officer here. Even the commander of the branch base can't save you. Captain Mouse had several teeth knocked out. Everything he said leaked. He didn't dare to struggle now. Buggy was also dumbfounded. What sin had he committed? He was actually being targeted by Admiral. But Buggy had an idea. immediately dump the blame. No, I was blackmailed by Marine. They insisted that I give them money, so I had no choice but to rob. Look, I have evidence. Buggy immediately pointed at Ron, who was standing beside him. This guy is the one from the Marine headquarters who came to me to ask for a bribe. He said if I didn't give him the money, he would arrest me. Since you are the Marine Admiral, capture him first. And this Colonel Mouse, too. Buggy intends to take this opportunity to portray himself as an innocent character coerced by Marine. Colonel Mouse, plus. But the next scene, Buggy was dumbfounded. Akainu ignored him. He walked up to Ron. But it's not about arresting. Instead, he reported respectfully. Commissar Ron, the G12 issue has been dealt with. What about these pirates? Colonel Mouse, what? Political commissar? Is he the political commissar who is said to be superior to the Marshal? Colonel Mouse was extremely shocked. He thought that the Admiral who came this time was already the highest-ranking official. I never expected this. There's actually someone here who even the Admiral treats with respect. Is East Blue about to change? It's over. This time, the G12 branch is completely finished. Such a shabby place. But the top commander of the Marine came? Well, G12 should handle it well. Don't miss anything. Encourage soldiers to report more. Ron held the thermos cup and Momosaji put the cloak on Ron's shoulders. Yes, Akainu accepted the order. Shit, political commissar? An existence that even the Admiral has to obey? This made Buggy the Clown dumbfounded. What a strong aura. What did you just do? Not only did he bribe the Marine commissar, but he also asked the Admiral to arrest the commissar. As a result, the Admiral had to be respectful and obedient to the political commissar. Think back to what you just did. Buggy the Clown thinks. He really looks like a clown. The fifth round of random questions begins. Original, smoker. I feel like the political commissar on the other side is so cool. The kind of person who is in control of everything. Hara, Tashiji. Yes, that's the feeling. Holding a thermos cup and half covered with clothes, he looks like a leader. Former, Tsuru. I have to say, the aura is indeed strong. This kind of temperament can only be cultivated by being in the officialdom for 30 to 50 years. But Ron looks only in his 20s. How can he give people such a strong aura? The original Pirates world. Everyone watched the scenes in the video. The thermos cup that Ron was holding casually, and the cape that Momosaji put on Ron at the right time. Plus what Ron said to Akainu. His tone was calm, as if he was just chatting, but it left no room for doubt. All this seems ordinary, but it was a huge shock to the people in the original world, because the one standing respectfully aside waiting for orders was the Marine Admiral. The one who handed Ron the cloak was Momosaji, the Admiral candidate of the Marine headquarters. In the original Pirates world, these two guys were unruly and resolute big shots. But with Ron, he stood like a minion. In such a contrast, Ron's ordinary action, it seems at this moment, extra charisma. Even Sengoku had to admit it. He seems more like a Marshal than himself. Thinking about myself, Akainu always talks back to me, and Momosaji, he never understands what I mean. It makes me angry just thinking about it. In contrast, as a Marshal, I have absolutely no prestige. Damn it, I wish Akainu on my side could be so obedient. I wish Momosaji here could be as discerning in pricing. Sengoku couldn't help but wonder. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Sengoku could even believe it. If it were your own world, even if I was almost frozen to death by the wind there, Momosaji would not put his cloak on me. If I give orders to Akainu, there's a high possibility that Akainu will not listen and may even argue with me. Take the scene in the video, for example. If I let Akainu reward and punish clearly and sentence according to the crime, I guess Akainu would say something to me on the spot and embarrass me. Just as Sengoku was thinking this, and an opportune voice suddenly appeared. Garp grinned and said, Sengoku, where did you get the thermos from? I don't think you had one before. Ahem, stop talking. Idiot. Sengoku coughed twice. Oops. Just now I couldn't help but imitate Ron. It's really embarrassing. It's mainly because I was too absorbed in watching the video. I was affected by Ron's old-fashioned aura. As a result, I couldn't help but take out the thermos cup and imitate in my hand. This damn Garp. He actually exposed himself at such a critical moment. Can't you just pretend you don't see it? Are you afraid that others won't see me making a fool of myself? It's so embarrassing. I really want to punch him hard in the face. Sengoku glared at Garp unhappily. Ah, I understand. Sengoku, you're imitating Ron, right? Garp added. Bang! Sengoku threw the thermos directly at Garp. Right at this moment, the picture suddenly paused. A familiar line of words scrolled out again. Round 5 of random questions begins. When comparing Luffy's life, a random question and answer mode will be activated when someone related to Luffy appears. The content of the question and answer is, the two worlds speculate on the future identity of this person in the other world. The question and answer format is multiple choice questions using a quick response mode. The first person to answer correctly will receive a first answer reward, and the rest of the people who answer correctly will receive a 1% increase in physical attributes as a reward. This time the character is Buggy the Clown. The answering process has reached the 5th round. Everyone present now is no longer the newbie they were back then. After going through the first 4 rounds of answering questions, they have become very cautious and can be considered veterans in answering questions. After all, the mistakes made before cannot be made again. So, every time before a new question appears, they will read it rigorously, because the rules for the first 4 random questions are different. This leads to many people not reading the questions carefully and using the same answering rules from the previous time, resulting in the wrong choice right away. For example, is clearly a multiple choice question, but you choose single choice, or is clearly a single choice question, but you choose multiple choice. So, this time with the rules rolling, everybody perked up. Study the rules carefully and don't miss a single word. I was afraid that I would make mistakes when answering the questions because I didn't understand the rules. After all, even if you can't grab the first answer reward, the 1% increase in physical attributes is also very tempting. According to those who managed to answer correctly in the previous rounds, 1% can also clearly feel the improvement in strength. In this sea, especially the battlefield of Summit War, every bit of strength may determine victory or defeat, so we must fight for it. This is true for Marines and pirates as well. Original, Whitebeard, everyone, please pay attention this time. This is a multiple choice question. Don't guess a single answer right at the beginning. Do you hear me? Original Jack, boss, this time it's a multiple choice question. The guessing method you taught us won't work anymore. Hara, Sengoku, cheer up. This time it's Buggy the Clown. Go collect all the information about Buggy. Compared to the tense atmosphere of the original world, the world now seems a lot easier. Marines have had their attributes improved by 5%, which is a huge improvement. And this time it's all thanks to Ron. Political Commissar Ron always gets the right answer, so Marine is not panicking at all. Basically, a further increase of 1% is a foregone conclusion. Sengoku from the original world could only look at him with an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Looking at the other side of the world, still eating and drinking without any hurry, I look at my side, which is already busy. Damn, they're both Marines. Why is there such a big difference? The more I compare, the more frustrated I become. People in both worlds can choose where the topic takes place. I looked at the 2 lines of subtitles that suddenly scrolled by. Both worlds were plunged into confusion. What does it mean? Is this a new rule? What does it mean to be able to choose the location of the topic by yourself? Because no one quite understood what it meant, no one spoke up yet. Really, the following subtitles begin to explain the title. Please both worlds start making your choices. 1. Buggy. 2. All the identities that Buggy the Clown has in the real world. Original. Garp. I see. It seems that this round of questions is easier than the previous 4 rounds, and we can choose the world where the characters live. Former. Kizaru Staff Officer. That's right. Previously, we could only answer Buggy's identity in another world, which was actually very disadvantageous to us, because we didn't know what that person in the other world had experienced. So we couldn't judge his identity at all. However, if we asked about that person's identity in our world, the question would be much simpler. After all, this person really exists in our world and can be found, so his identity is not difficult to guess or investigate. Chief of Staff, his analysis makes a lot of sense. Everyone has thought of this. It seems that the questions this time are indeed a lot simpler for them. After all, what they had guessed before was the target's identity in another world. Basically, they can only rely on blind guessing, or comparing with the identities in the current world, resulting in very few people guessing correctly. But now, you can choose. Please choose between 1 and 2. After 1 minute, the direction of the question will be determined based on the number of people who choose the answer in your world. The majority will prevail. Hana, Sengoku. The majority obeys the minority? We have no idea what identity Buggy has in the other world, but if it is in our world, it would be much better, so let's choose option 1. Hara. Akainu. Yes, this is indeed the safest method. Besides, we have a large number of Marines. If we all choose option 1, we will basically have a majority advantage. Original. Roger. Of course I have to choose the first one. After all, I know Buggy very well and can roughly guess what identity he can get. Original. Shanks. Ah, yes, Captain, it seems that this topic is very favorable to us. No one knows Buggy better than the two of us. The original world has basically achieved unity. The original world has made its choice. 96% of people chose 1, and 4% chose 2. The majority obeys the minority. Buggy, please prepare to answer the questions in your original world. This is a multiple-choice question. No points will be awarded for incorrect or omitted selections. 1 minute to answer. Please answer. In the original world, what are all the identities that Buggy the Clown has? Deadline. 2 years after the Summit War. A. Roger C. Group Internship. Captain of the B. Buggy Pirates. C.7 Warlords of the Sea. The boss of D. Pirates Dispatch Company Buggy Express. E. President of the Cross Guild. F. Grand Line 4 Emperors. Please start answering in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Garp. Multiple choice with 6 options? Looks like it's going to be hard to guess this time. Staff Officer Crane, it's okay. Don't forget, we are answering Buggy's identity in our own world. We just need to investigate it. We can't infer it. Garp, but didn't you notice? The deadline is 2 years after the Summit War. That means there are still 2 years between now and the future, and we don't know what will happen. Everyone started a heated discussion. Sengoku couldn't help but frown as well. Unexpectedly, it also includes the next 2 years. This adds a lot of uncertainty. But it's not too outrageous. After all, it only added 2 years. Very little can happen in 2 years. How much can a person's identity change in 2 years? There shouldn't be much change. It is impossible to be promoted from Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral in 2 years. So, increasing this time may be a confusing option. This time answer the question, because there are special rules. So, the barrage between the 2 worlds is blocked. So, everyone can only see the barrage of their own world. I have to say that Marine collects information very quickly. The topic has just been announced. Buggy the Clown's life information is already in Sengoku's hands. Sengoku flipped through it quickly. Actually, there is nothing to see because it is very simple. His voice was too ordinary. At least that's the case so far. Duh. Sengoku, please analyze it and at least eliminate a few wrong answers so that we can choose. Said Chief of Staff Crane. After all, in the last round of questions, Sengoku led everyone to analyze the correct answers. The overall strength of Marine has increased by 1%. So everyone still believes in Sengoku's analytical ability. Sengoku looked at the options carefully and said, "At this point, we are very sure that option A is correct. According to the information, this clown Buggy did intern in the Roger Pirates group. As for option B, the leader of the Buggy Pirates, there is no doubt about that, and it is also stated in the information. So you can choose these 2 answers with confidence." Garp asked impatiently, "Then what about the remaining 4? Which one should I choose? Which one should I not choose?" Sengoku looked at the 5 answers left, lost in deep thought. These 4 answers are a bit too outrageous. Answer C, 7 Warlords of the Sea. I think this is really unlikely. Judging from his ability, he should not be able to reach the level of Shichibukai. Only someone with a mental disorder would invite him to be a Shichibukai. Sengoku said with great certainty. That makes sense. Staff Officer Crane looked at the current Shichibukai, Hawkeye, Empress Doflamingo Bear. With Buggy the Clown's strength, it always feels a bit awkward to stand next to them. Sengoku feels that so far, there is nothing wrong with my analysis. So we don't choose option C. Next, it's option D, the boss of Buggy Express, the Pirates Dispatch Company. This option is debatable. There are many hidden secrets involved. Did you notice that the information shows that, based on Buggy's current experience, he does not have this status? But don't forget the little detail hidden in this question, which is the identity 2 years from now. During these 2 years, Buggy is likely to set up a courier company. So I guess that the conditions 2 years later were specially prepared for this answer. Smart, Sengoku. That means we have to choose ABD now, right? Garp praised. Sengoku was still upset about Garp exposing his use of a thermos bottle. So naturally, I don't bother to pay attention to him. Then he continued to analyze. Option E, what is the Cross Guild? We don't know, so half of the people will choose this answer, and the other half will not choose this answer. As for option F, for emperors, this is ridiculous. No one with a normal brain would choose this answer. Do you really think 4 emperors are cheap? Anyone can become a 4 emperor? This answer is as ridiculous as Shichibukai. If it were in another world, maybe it would be possible. After all, the 4 emperors like Kaido and Big Mom in another world have all turned over a new leaf, which makes it possible that the entry threshold for 4 emperors is lower. But in our world, it's absolutely impossible, Sengoku said confidently. Through his analysis just now, Staff Officer, he concluded, that means half of us choose ABD and most choose ABD. This way we can guarantee 50% of the people, right? Sengoku nodded confidently. Marine, selection complete. Original, Shanks. Boy, if all these answers are correct, then Buggy's life is more exciting than mine. Original, Ben Beckman. How is that possible, Shanks? These answers can't all be correct. I don't think Buggy has the ability to be a 4 emperor. No matter how you analyze it, there is no possibility. And original, Roger. Ha ha ha. Don't we have the next 2 years? 2 years is full of infinite possibilities. I plan to select all 6 answers. Original, Shanks. Don't be impulsive, Captain Roger. It's only 2 years. Buggy's strength can't be raised to the level of becoming a 4 emperor. Moreover, for emperors require not only personal strength, but also influence and a group of strong partners. This can't be achieved in 2 years. Look at the people in the Buggy Pirates. One is a tamer, and the other is an acrobat. Which of them can be the deputy? So you can't choose F, Captain. Original, Roger. What you said makes sense. Then I will choose the first 5, A, B, C, D. Former, Shanks. You'll be right if you listen to me, Captain. I know Buggy too well. Even if you ask him to be a 4 emperor, he wouldn't have the guts to do it. Now, in a ruined corner of the top battlefield, a man in full disguise, quietly showing his head. He never expected that the protagonist of this quiz would be himself. This caught him off guard. But Buggy also felt a little secretly happy in his heart. Isn't this an opportunity sent by God? He had seen before how generous the reward for the first answer was. But he didn't choose any of the questions he answered. And this time, the person I was answering the question for was actually myself. Is there anyone who knows yourself better than yourself? That's impossible. Buggy thinks. His time has come. This time, he was going to get the first answer reward unexpectedly and surprise everyone. Thinking of this, Buggy couldn't help but smile proudly. It seems that I'm really lucky. He thought that among the first answer rewards of the previous 4 rounds, except for the ones chosen by Kizaru from another world, any other reward was priceless to him. Hey, this time it's Lousy's turn. Everyone in this world, watch out, the era of Lousy is coming. Buggy accidentally spoke out what was in his heart. After saying this, he immediately looked around furtively. He was afraid that other people around him would discover his identity. After all, he hasn't received the first answer reward yet. With his current strength, he is basically cannon fodder in the entire battlefield. So, at this time, the most important thing is to develop slowly. Buggy resisted the urge. I read the question carefully to make sure I didn't miss any rules. Now I feel relieved. This question was too easy for him. I was actually asked to choose which identities I have. Who can know this better than yourself? Although the time limit he gave was 2 years after the Summit War. But these 2 years, what can be changed? Buggy knows himself too well. Doesn't he know what he is like? Look at the options. What is Shichibukai? What is starting a company? What is the cross society? And even the option of 4 emperors has come out. These are forced answers. Only a fool would choose, right? Sengoku and his gang are still analyzing Lousy seriously. That guy Shanks thinks he knows me. But they are all thinking too much. Lousy's identity is not as complicated as you think. Buggy couldn't help but look down on everyone. Then, he chose the answer he believed in most. A. Roger Pirates Group Intern. B. Captain of the Buggy Pirates. A and B. This is the answer Buggy chose. Haha, you never expected that? Lousy's identity is as simple as 233. Huh. Buggy made his choice without hesitation. Now he is waiting for the correct answer to be announced. Then claim the first answer reward. Become a CEO, reach the pinnacle of life, marry a beautiful, rich woman. Bah, it's to grab more treasures. This time, Buggy is determined to win. The original world selection has been completed. The answering of questions has stopped. Those who fail to answer the questions on time will be disqualified from answering the questions. Start answering questions in the present world. After both worlds have answered the questions, the answers will be announced. Now, unlock the World Interactive Barrage Blocking Tool. As a few lines of text scroll by, announce that the original world quiz is officially over. Answer the question this time. Everyone in the original world is still relatively confident. No matter what, you should choose the ba from your own world to answer the questions. At least the chance of getting the answer right is higher than choosing the same person in another world. Right? Hana, Sengoku. This time, our world gets to choose first. Now let's see what the other world will choose. Former Tsuru staff officer. Don't even think about it. Since we can think of choosing our own world, they will think of it too. After all, everyone will do what they are most confident in. Everything in another world is unfamiliar to everyone, so no one will choose another world to answer. Hara, Sengoku. Yes, you are right. After all, our 2 worlds are completely different. Who can guarantee that they can guess the life in the other world correctly? Just like me, I can never guess what will happen to the 2 of us in the other world. Former Tsuru staff officer. Shut up. This is a public screen. Don't talk nonsense here. Original Sengoku. I was so excited that I forgot this was a public screen. Can you take it back? Garp. Original Whitebeard. It's too late. We all saw it. Original Roger. I saw it +1. Begin answering questions in the current world. Please choose the world in which Buggy is located. 1.Buggy, 2.Buggy. If the audience of 2 worlds choose the same world to answer the questions, then the winner will take all the rewards. That is, the person who answers correctly will get a 2% increase in physical attributes, and the first person to answer will get double the reward. Please make your choice within 1 minute. If you exceed the time limit, another world will be selected by default. Buggy himself was amused by the scene. Present world. Everyone started discussing it. I didn't expect the answering to be so humane this time. It actually gave the players the opportunity to choose. Then you must seize this opportunity. This can not only reduce the difficulty, but also increase the accuracy. In fact, people in both worlds have similar ideas. After all, who would choose a strange world to answer questions? It is better to choose your own world, so that you can understand it better and have a greater chance of answering correctly. Present Sengoku. Hey, my other self, did you choose Buggy from the original world? Hara. Sengoku. Of course. Is there any need to think about it? I advise you to be more cautious and not take risks to get double the reward and choose the same world as us. If you make a mistake, it will not be worth it. Present world. Sengoku said to the senior executives. Let's just choose Buggy from our own world. We all know it well anyway. The other one I said is right. If we choose the same world as them to answer the questions, we can get double the prize if we answer correctly. But this is too risky after all. After all, it is an unfamiliar world. Who knows what Buggy in that world does? Staff officer he, with a big belly, echoed. That's right. It's best not to take risks. Buggy in our world was killed that day, so his identity is clear once we check it out. There won't be 2 more years of uncertainty like in the other world. Garp, that makes sense. I guess Commissar Ron thinks the same thing. Let's go talk to him about this idea. If he agrees, we can just order all Marines to choose option 2. Commissar Ron, the above is our idea. Do you think it is feasible? If it is feasible, please give us your approval and we will take action. Sengoku asked. Ron picked up his teacup. He lifted the lid of the cup and fiddled with it twice. Then he spoke slowly. No, we'll take double the reward. Choose the same world as them to answer the questions. Okay, I'll give the order right away. Wait, what? You said we should choose the same world as them? They chose their own world, right? Sengoku never expected Ron to choose this, so I agreed subconsciously and only reacted after a few seconds. This made him feel a little unbelievable. What happened to Commissar Ron? Although this can get double the reward, it is a bit too risky. After all, how can a person know so accurately what life is like in the other world? Even if you guessed it right the first few times, you can't guess it right every time. It's too risky. Actually, Ron was also thoughtful. He won't do anything without confidence. For Ron, he understands another world far better than he understands his own. After all, he is a veteran fan of One Piece. He knows everything that anyone has experienced in the original Pirates world. After all, in that world, there was no one else to mess around, and everything was going completely according to the script. Unlike the world he is in now, his appearance has caused many variables and changed the lives of some people. Although Buggy was killed by Kuina at that time, but if this guy had some strange identity before, it would be hard to guess. After all, we have to get 6 options. There are too many variables in this world. Ron had seen the answer options for the other world before, so if he answered the same question as them, Ron was 100% confident that he would get it right. And you can get double rewards. Why not? That's why Ron was so sure to choose to answer the same question as the other party. Only, to others, this decision was completely incomprehensible. The others were confused. They had no idea that Ron knew about the other world. In their cognition, the other world is so different from their own world, Bia, that they can almost be regarded as 2 completely different worlds. How can we know the life trajectory of another world? Isn't this just a blind guess? Sengoku thought about it, decided to remind. Commissar Ron, isn't this too risky? It's not worth it for the double reward. If this goes wrong, then everything will be lost. Ron knew. When I explained the reason to Sengoku, Garp, and the others, they didn't understand. So, it would be better to just put on airs. Ron's expression suddenly became very serious. Well, are you willing to gamble with me? As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's expression immediately became serious. Certainly, the entire Marine is willing to follow political Commissar Ron. At this point, it doesn't matter whether he answered right or wrong. Now that Ron said so, Marine would definitely do it. This is Ron's majesty among the Marines in the real world. This scene, Sengoku from another world was stunned. Oh shit, what a cohesive force this is. It's so scary. Sengoku from the original world had no doubt that even if Ron from the other world chose to jump into the sea, these guys would follow suit. Such a bold choice, and the other self just agreed to it? Sengoku is well aware of his character. It's not easy for Ron to make another self follow him like this. Original Sengoku, you guys should think carefully. Now is not the time to act blindly. Although we have answered the questions first, we have not announced the correct answers. Even if we did, we would not be able to tell you the answers. You are well aware of how quickly this system can silence people, so don't even think about getting answers from us. Even so, do you still want to make this choice? Present Sengoku. That's right, Commissar Ron said he wanted to take a gamble. No matter what, all of us Marines will go all in. Hara, Sengoku. Then, Sengoku in the present world chose 1 without hesitation. Current world selection completed. 99.9% of people chose 1, and 0.01% chose 2. The minority obeys the majority. The title is Choose all the identities of Buggy the Clown in the original world, up to 2 years after the Summit War. This is a multiple-choice question. No points will be awarded for missing or incorrect answers. Choosing the same question in both worlds will trigger the winner-takes-all effect, and the reward effect will be doubled. Please select A. Roger C. Group Internship, Captain of the B. Buggy Pirates. C. 7 Warlords of the Sea. D. The Boss of the Pirates Dispatch Company, Buggy Express. E. President of the Cross Guild. F. Grand Line, 4 Emperors. Please start answering in 3 seconds. Hara, Sengoku, what do you think? Are you confused by this question? You don't know how to choose. Without the detailed information I have, you can't make an accurate elimination. After the original worlds, Sengoku finished speaking. He waved the introduction about Buggy in his hand. However, Sengoku from the original world didn't really want them to choose the same theme as him, because this also activates the winner-takes-all buff for them. Both worlds are choices with the same problem, but I have more confidence on my side. You could get double rewards then. Isn't it wonderful? Original Sengoku, you really burn yourselves to illuminate others. We have received double the reward and will thank you for your selfless contribution. Current Sengoku, humph. Don't jump to conclusions too soon. Hara, Sengoku, let's wait and see what answers you can come up with. Present world. Sengoku said to Ron, Commissar Ron, what should we choose? We will collectively choose whatever you say. Sengoku said without hesitation. Since political commissar Ron wants to gamble, then he will lead Marine to go all in unconditionally. Ron said with a smile, don't be so nervous. Choose ABCDF, go ahead. Although he was ready to go all in with Ron. But you bet on the leopard right from the start. Isn't this a bit hasty? There are 6 options in total, all selected, and the last option is 4 emperors. Just like Buggy, this idiot. Only if you tell me he is the 4 emperors will I believe it. He didn't know whether the first 5 answers were right or wrong, but the 6th one was definitely wrong. Commissar Ron, I didn't hear you clearly just now. You meant ABCD, right? Sengoku asked, omitting the last option. I said select all. Do you understand me now? Ron shook his head helplessly. It is understandable that normal people who don't know about another world don't understand his options. Ron has made it very clear. Select all. Sengoku stopped wasting time. Then let's have the excitement of a game of all in to win. Then, Sengoku ordered down. All the Marines looked confused, but they still chose to select all without hesitation. This made Sengoku in another world dumbfounded. Hara, Sengoku, you guys, are you serious? Just choose like this. That's outrageous. Is this a welfare offer? It's really just to get double the reward for myself. Whitebeard was confused. Shank was confused. Aunt Kaido was confused. Crocodile was confused. Mihawk was stunned. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. When it comes to willfulness, Ron is the one who got 0 points for the entire Marine team. Even they think so. This wave is bound to lose. It's impossible to choose the right one. Buggy. For Emperors? Shichibukai? What a joke. Everyone sighed. Ron got the answer right 4 times in a row. He is really amazing. I still don't understand Buggy in their world. I made a mistake this time. Time to answer questions. Those who fail to answer by the time limit will be disqualified. The current world has completed the questions. The original world has completed the questions. The correct answer is ABCDF. The first person to answer the question correctly is current Kizaru. A total of 110,000 people answered correctly this time, including 110,000 people in the current world and 11 people in the original world. The number of people who answered correctly in the current world exceeds the number of people who answered correctly in the original world. Trigger the winner-takes-all effect. Current world rewards doubled. Look at the correct answers that are posted. Everyone in both worlds was stunned. This is unacceptable. Even Sengoku in the real world couldn't accept it. Before they choose, they don't think they can make the right choice. Such a bullshit answer. How is it possible to select all? Current Sengoku. No way, this is the right choice. Commissar Ron is amazing. How does he know about the other world? Current Garp. I didn't even think I could make the right choice. Current Kizu. This is why you didn't get the first answer reward, because you don't believe the answer given by Commissar on at all. But I am different. I believe it very much. I will choose whatever the Commissar said at the first time. Ha ha ha. Present, Akainu. Damn it, you got there first again. The Marine in the current world was extremely excited when he thought about getting double the reward. Everyone in the original world was dumbfounded. They didn't think about it at all. A character in his own world, people in his own world didn't guess it correctly, but people in another world guessed it correctly. This is absolutely ridiculous. Original, Sengoku. I don't understand why the answer is all of them. Two of them are obviously not in line with common sense and logic. Why did Buggy become a Shichibukai? Such pirates have no strength and no power. Why would the Marine or the world government approve him to join the Shichibukai? What's the reason? Because he doesn't take a bath at his age? Original, Garp. Yes, his Buggy pirates are also weak. How can such a force be qualified to become Shichibukai? Hina. Sengoku. Okay. Even if Marine is blind, even if I was confused and let him become one of the 7 warlords, but can anyone tell me how he became one of the 4 emperors? Could it be that he became one of the 4 emperors in just these 2 years? I absolutely don't believe that. It wasn't just Sengoku who was in a state of confusion. Now, even Buggy himself looked confused. I hope I can be so awesome in the next 2 years. This happiness comes too suddenly. Buggy thought he would be mediocre all his life. Who would have thought? Suddenly he knew that he would become a Shichibukai in the future and even start a company and establish the Cross Guild. Although he didn't know what the Cross Guild did now, it sounded very cool. That's not all. The most incredible thing for him. He will even become the overlord of this sea. The 4 emperors of the Grand Line. Just thinking about it, Buggy was so happy that he almost fainted. 4 emperors. Like Shanks. What on earth did I go through in the next 2 years? I actually became so powerful. Now, the prisoners around Buggy who escaped from prison with him. Immediately, his eyes sparkled with stars, and he looked at Buggy with admiration. I never thought that Boss Buggy has been hiding your strength. In fact, you have the strength of 4 emperors. Yes, we are willing to follow you. So cool. Happiness comes too suddenly. What kind of first answer reward do I need in this case? I am the man who wants to become 4 emperors. If you answer wrong, just answer wrong. I don't care. The clown said excitedly. And at the same time, Roger's face darkened, because the answer he was about to choose at the beginning was correct. This guy Roger answers questions based on his feeling. He originally wanted to select all 6 of them, A, B, C, D, E, F. But that guy Shanks had to come up and get involved, persuading me not to choose F.4 emperors. And what he said is well-founded. I forced myself to change the originally correct answer into a wrong one. This damn guy, Roger Shanks. Shanks instantly recalled the time when he was taught a lesson by Roger on Roger Pirate's ship. Even though Shanks is now one of the 4th emperors, he still has a natural sense of being suppressed by Roger. Just like a son will still be afraid of his father, no matter how old he grows. Original, Shanks, Captain Roger, I didn't mean it. I couldn't imagine that Buggy could become a 4 emperor. Who could have thought of that? Original, Roger, but why did Ron think of that? This guy is really amazing. All those who answer correctly will receive a 2% increase in physical attributes. 1 question is equivalent to 2 questions, and the price does not increase with the increase in quantity. Everyone was happy. The winner-takes-all buff is still very attractive. Please, now, Kizaru, choose the first answer reward. 1. A magical pill that can turn a mermaid's tail into legs. 2. A weather device that can make it rain in the desert. 3. When working overtime, work efficiency doubles. 4. Historical encyclopedia. Everyone no longer had any hope for Kizaru. This guy is always so tricky when choosing rewards. It turned out to be just as everyone expected. Kizaru happily chose option 3. My God, overtime work efficiency is doubled. Who is willing to work overtime? This guy Kizaru got the first answer 4 times in total. They chose to recover by sleeping 2 hours a day, increase their work efficiency by 30%, be able to do 2 jobs at the same time, and double their overtime work efficiency. He has now become a true working emperor. But what everyone didn't know at this time was how terrifying is Kizaru's buff. Because at this moment, no one would think that, for Marine, catching pirates is actually their job. In other words, with this buff that improves workability, if you go to catch pirates, Roger can't escape. Some people seem to choose the worst rewards, but in fact they have very awesome effects. But Kizaru didn't think about this now. But this time, no one felt it was too bad, because the other three options aren't that great either. For example, things like making mermaids grow legs, making it rain in the desert, and historical encyclopedias, these are all useless. In contrast to these three useless options, no one thought Kizaru's choice was so outrageous. Now, Ron looked at the things that suddenly appeared in his hands, all of which were double. I was also stunned. This thing is useless to others, but Ron just happened to be able to use it. It's great to make a merman grow legs. I can use it when I get back. Original, Sengoku. It turns out that Kizaru from the opposite side got the first answer reward again. Borsellino, look at him, it's the same Kizaru. Why didn't you choose him once? Hara, Kizaru, twisted mouth, eh? This is not my fault. It's Marshal Sengoku. You made the wrong analysis every time. If you could analyze it correctly, I will be the first to answer. The reason why I was able to get the first answer is because Ron always gave the correct answer. So the other one, I just need to compete with speed. Sengoku's face darkened after being scolded by Kizaru. Can you blame me for making the wrong choice? Who could have thought the answer would be so outrageous? Sengoku suddenly woke up. He wanted to take a look. What kind of weird future can give this answer? Hara, Sengoku. I question option F, and I request that the video be played as evidence. Sengoku immediately sent a barrage. Comparing the random questions in the video, you can question the answers. Sengoku has used this rule before. Sure enough, the system gave feedback immediately. Now speed up the playback of Buggy's identity nodes. A red-nosed imp appeared on a random screen. Roger is on his pirate's ship and is arguing with Shanks because he was scared by Shanks and swallowed Chop Chop fruit by mistake. The intern's identity was confirmed. Then the scene changed. After Roger's death, Buggy and Shanks went out to sea separately and then gathered a group of friends to form the Buggy Pirates. The identity of the captain of the Buggy Pirates has been confirmed. Then the scene changed again. Before the Summit War, he was caught and thrown into an underwater prison because he accidentally entered the Marine base, but he later escaped successfully. After the Summit War began, he gained a group of followers through a series of strange operations, forming a huge force. He also broadcast the Summit War footage live through the video Den Den Mushi. Shortly after the Summit War ended, because there were many vacancies in Shichibukai, Buggy was summoned to become a Shichibukai. Shichibukai's identity was confirmed. Then the scene changed again. Buggy took advantage of Shichibukai to gather a large number of pirates and establish the Pirates Dispatch Company Buggy Express. He became its boss, and his business grew bigger and bigger, and he even had giants under him. The identity of the boss of Pirates Dispatch Company Buggy Express has been confirmed. Then the scene changed again. Marine canceled Shichibukai. Buggy lost the legal plundering qualification brought by Shichibukai. The original Shichibukai was hunted by Marine. Buggy established the Cross Guild. The existence of the guild has only one function: reverse bounty for Marine. Issued a high bounty to attract bounty hunters and pirates to hunt Marine. The Cross Guild will cause an uproar. The identity of the president of the Cross Union was confirmed. Then the scene changed again. Mihawk and Crocodile joined the Cross Guild, and Buggy's power became unprecedentedly strong. He was hailed as one of the new emperors of the sea. The identities of the 4 emperors were confirmed. Do you have any objections to the answer? Hara, Sengoku. No objection. Because the images are played in accelerated form. Only play the key points. So within 5 minutes, the clown Buggy's magnificent life came to an end. Everyone who saw this scene, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. This sound is so wonderful, although most of it is due to luck. But people who can control their luck to this extent are also very powerful. Although in the end, everyone didn't understand why Mihawk and Crocodile joined the Cross Guild and elected Buggy the Clown as their boss. This is a little hard to understand. After all, those two are also Shichibukai, and neither of them would be inferior to others. This point is a bit strange, but it doesn't matter anymore. After all, they saw for real that Buggy really became the four emperors. Weird, and at the same time, Sengoku's face had darkened. I never thought that this Buggy would cause so many troubles in his own world, especially the current affairs guild that offered a reverse bounty to Marine. It's so abominable. Asterisk, isn't this a blatant slap in Marine's face? It has always been the Marine who offers bounties to others, so when will it be the Marine's turn to offer bounties to others? It was a major blow to the Marine's authority. Damn it, where's that guy named Buggy now? When I watched the video just now, it said that he was at the Summit War, and he actually live-streamed the scene here. Get out. Damn it. Marine did not fight this battle beautifully. So Sengoku didn't want the battle situation here to be leaked. This will have a negative impact on Marine's reputation. It will also cause ordinary people to lose confidence in the Marine. But this damn Buggy was leaked, since he is here now. So Sengoku decided to find him out. This person must be eliminated. Otherwise, Marine will be in bigger trouble in the future. He didn't want to be put on a bounty list by the pirates one day. That would be so embarrassing. Present, Sengoku. I remember someone said that Buggy in your world has been imprisoned in the underwater prison and Young can't get out. It seems that not only has he come out, but he has also. They even offered a bounty on the Marine. How dare a Marine suffer such a great humiliation? Sengoku from the original world is now very embarrassed. I was so speechless that I was scolded. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have shown off so much. Now I've been slapped in the face. Now, as the protagonist of this topic, Buggy God tier, looking at his eventful life. It can only be described in one word. Bullnose. Have I really become the four emperors? And Crocodile and Mihawk were actually his subordinates. Think of this. Buggy was so excited that he was a little too proud of himself. Mihawk the Hawkeye is the world's greatest swordsman. Have him as your subordinate. Then he can also secure his position as one of the fourth emperor. Ooh, just at this moment. Suddenly, someone shouted towards where Buggy was hiding. Buggy's expression changed involuntarily. He was a little too complacent just now. It's causing to laugh out loud accidentally. Then, a sword energy broke through the air. The wall where the clown was hiding was cut in half in an instant. This person, it's Hawkeye. Buggy the Clown makes his official appearance. Sengoku couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect you to be here. You even dared to set up a cross-union to offer a bounty for Marine in the future. I will kill you in advance. Buggy the Clown's face turned green. That was clearly something that my future self did. So why should my present self bear the consequences? Mihawk, you have to protect me. Buggy shouted immediately in panic. He was still immersed in the previous video, where Mihawk was his subordinate. It makes it a bit difficult to distinguish reality. After he finished shouting, Mihawk's usually calm face couldn't help but twitch. Become his subordinate. How is this possible? I will never be anyone's subordinate, and I won't cooperate with anyone. This is why Hawkeye keeps to himself. Oh, I heard that you are the user of the split fruit and the nemesis of creation, right? That's what I from another world said. Buggy had a bad feeling. As expected, Hawkeye pulled out the world's strongest black sword from behind him with one hand knight. Then, without hesitation, he slashed at Buggy. Buggy was so startled that he had no time to dodge. Cut in half. Certainly, nothing happened except the upper and lower parts of the body separated. Huh? Are you not afraid of even the world's best slash? Buggy suddenly became proud. Kindness? Mihawk felt a little unbelievable. I just use hockey. Logically speaking, there is no problem in dealing with people with fruit abilities. How come the other person was fine after being chopped down by a knife? Did he use his observation hockey to predict the future? So he changed his body shape in advance to avoid it? Hawkeye attached himself to hockey again and slashed Buggy hundreds of times in an instant. Then he was surprised. Buggy is turned into very thin sheets. It recovered instantly. Still nothing happened. What on earth is going on? After chopping for a long time, Hawkeye finally admitted a fact. Chop Chop Fruit is indeed the nemesis of all swordsmen. Everyone who saw this scene also had a new understanding of chop chop fruit. Even the world's #1 swordsman couldn't do anything to it. It was indeed the nemesis of swordsmen. With this fruit, not afraid of any swordsman. Just at this moment, the previously paused scene continues to play. Ron, Kuina, I leave it to you. Yes, master. Kuina held the hilt of the sword with one hand and took a step forward. Buggy suddenly laughed. Swordsman? A swordsman can't do anything to me. I'm torn into pieces. At the same time, there was a little orange-haired female thief who sneaked into the cabin while no one was on the warship, preparing to steal something. Just you two fight each other? Haha. I won't be polite to you. Buggy the Clown's performance. It really shocked many big shots at the scene. Hawkeye is the world's greatest swordsman. There's no doubt about how strong he is. Many people present have fought against Hawkeye. No one doubts Hawkeye's strength. No one at the scene dared to underestimate this world's #1 swordsman, holding the world's #1 black sword and wielding the world's #1 slash. That's how I understand Hawkeye my Hawk. Only then would you be shocked by this scene just now. Such a powerful attack was unable to hurt Buggy the Clown at all. Original Sengoku. Could it be that Buggy the Clown is hiding his strength and is actually extremely powerful? This had to make Sengoku start to doubt. After all, as we saw in the previous video, Buggy the Clown not only became a Shichibukai, but even became one of the 4 emperors. Even the former Shichibukai Crocodile and the current Shichibukai Hawkeye Mihawk became his subordinates. This is an objective fact. There's no doubt about it. A person who will be able to subdue these 2 masters and ascend to the throne of emperor in the future. Are they really just ordinary people? Is it really weak? Sengoku was unconvinced. After all, the sea is cruel. The pirate's world only believes in strength. How could someone without the ability possibly sit on the position of the 4th emperor? How could someone without power openly offer a bounty for a marine in the sea? All that, all explained. Buggy the Clown is definitely not your average guy. In the next 2 years, Buggy the Clown's impact on the world may exceed one's imagination. Actually, it's not Sengoku's fault. After all, he doesn't have a god's perspective. From his perspective, that is indeed the case. Original, Garp. It's a bit strange indeed. Even if the chop chop fruit is not afraid of any slashing attacks, why is there no effect after attaching it to hockey? Could it be that this guy used his top observation hockey to predict all of Hawkeye's attacks in advance, and then avoided them in advance by changing the shape of his body? In fact, this is also a commonly used method of seeing and hearing, especially for those who can change their body shape. When facing attacks from sea stone or armed hockey, you can use your observation hockey to predict them in advance and then change your body shape in advance. This can be seen when Akiji was attacked by Whitebeard, and during the battle between Katakuri and Luffy. So this made Garp have to wonder, did Buggy use this method? But no matter whether it is the bug and effect of the fruit or the advanced prediction of observation hockey, either one will be the nemesis of all swordsmen. At this point, this has been confirmed by Hawkeye's performance just now, fighting throughout the entire top battlefield. Not many people can survive Hawkeye's blow, but he is the only one who can survive the 70, 80, 90, or even hundreds of consecutive cuts from Hawkeye. After all, even Diamond George didn't try to withstand Hawkeye's slash, but let it bounce back to 10 show. Original, Roger. I can't believe Buggy is so strong now. Isn't he afraid of any slash? He is really amazing. It seems that I still underestimated Chop Chop Fruit. Even Roger's opinion of Buggy has changed. This is not the weak Buggy that Shanks mentioned. Whitebeard also laughed. Original, Whitebeard. It seems that there's a little kid with hidden strength on your ship, Jay. Whitebeard remembered Blackbeard Teach, who was on his ship before. Before his identity was exposed, no one knew how powerful he was. They thought he was just an ordinary pirate. After all, he had been at sea for so many years, and his bounty was 0. It can be seen how low the sense of presence is. Until the moment he exploded, can even defeat Ace. Everyone knew that he had hidden his strength. It seems now, how similar is this clown Buggy to Blackbeard? After all, they're all so ambitious. This can be seen from the fact that Buggy later became one of the 4 emperors. This guy has been hiding his strength, probably waiting for an opportunity. What an incredible guy. Original. Shanks. Is it that I don't understand Buggy? Is this guy really hiding his strength? Shanks also began to doubt himself. He has the best relationship with Buggy, and I know this guy best. But now, after hearing what several big shots said, he was not sure whether he really understood Buggy. The discussion among the crowd was also interrupted by Hawkeye's words. Former, Hawkeye, I admit that all slashes are ineffective against you. You are indeed the nemesis of all swordsmen. Hawkeye knew that he was not holding back at all, and no matter what kind of attack he used, the opponent would not be seriously injured. It seems that there is no way to defeat this man by just slashing. However, various abilities are inherently mutually exclusive. This is the romance of the sea. Hawkeye stopped hesitating and admitted it generously. Since my swordsmanship can't defeat this person, then all the swordsmen in the world will not be able to defeat him. He is responsible for this sentence, recognized by the world's #1 swordsman. Even the world's #1 swordsman said so. It seems that the identity of the swordsman's nemesis has been confirmed. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Buggy God tier, we'll always follow you. Please let us swear allegiance to you until death. Buggy's image among the prisoners became even more prominent. In short, after Hawkeye's attack just now, Buggy has become an indispensable presence in everyone's eyes. Even Buggy himself was a little overwhelmed. And at this moment, the previously paused scene starts playing. Orange Town. Buggy the Clown looked at the man in front of him who was holding a thermos cup and made the Admiral respectful. His expression changed involuntarily. I never thought that I would actually bribe the political commissar. Little ones, Buggy knew that he might not be able to escape today. After all, now, even the rats who were also Marines were beaten up and arrested. This is how they treat Marines themselves. Treat him like a pirate. I'm afraid they will not let it go. The Marine that came this time was different from the Marines he had met before. Now, a little girl with orange hair quietly climbed onto the warship from the other side. Ron frowned slightly at this time, but he didn't look back. The little thief thought she wasn't discovered by anyone. First, I observed on the deck for a while. Marines are all the same. This guy probably did this just to get more money. The little female thief thought with disdain. She has seen this kind of scene too many times. In her hometown of Cocoyasi village, she had seen Marine and Arlong's men colluding more than once. At first, when Cocoyasi village was first occupied by Arlong, it's not like no one has tried calling the police. But everyone gradually discovered, every time Marine comes here, he never actually fights with Arlong and his gang. Instead, they came with empty hands but returned with full loads. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. It's like this every time. So, the little thief no longer trusts any Marine. In her eyes, there is no difference between Marines and pirates, and they're even more hateful than pirates. So she didn't plan to count on Marine to save Cocoyasi village. Fortunately, I reached an agreement with Arlong. As long as I spend 100 million Baileys, I can buy Cocoyasi village. Arlong promised not to go to Cocoyasi village again. To achieve this goal, the little girl has been working very hard. Now all we have left is 91 million Baileys. The little girl calculated in her mind. It's more important to do the right thing. I think we'll catch a big fish this time. Even if they really fight, it would just be dog bite dog. The orange-haired little female thief looked around and quietly entered a room. This is the largest one. It looks like it should be where the leader lives. I guess the most treasures must be hidden here. These Marine bigwigs are richer than each other. The little girl muttered in her heart. According to her previous experience, the most valuable things are usually in the room of the person with the highest rank. Although she is young, she is very experienced. Then, she sneaked into Ron's office quietly. Why so simple? After entering the house, the little female thief was a little confused. Isn't he a higher-ranking official than the Admiral? How come the office is so simple? What is this? A map. The little thief saw various versions of East Bloom maps scattered on Ron's desk. He just took a quick glance and shook his head in disgust. This map is not accurate. Even such a high-ranking official was deceived by someone selling low-quality maps. Hey, this is too plain. There's nothing worth stealing. The little female thief sat on the chair, shaking her little feet with a melancholy look. He's a really high-ranking official, but there are only a few outdated maps in his garden. Hey, this is also wrong. This is also wrong. The more the little female thief looked at these tattered maps, the more upset she became. She picked up a pen and started scribbling on them. This scene, of course, it was also played through video. People from both worlds can see. This made people all over the world speechless. Original Sengoku. This is ridiculous, this political commissar. What kind of charm is that? Even a female thief passing by has to work for him. Sengoku was stunned. Before, he couldn't understand why Kizaru in that world loved work so much. But now, when you see a female thief going in to steal something, you have to work for a while. It directly broke Sengoku's 3 views. What is happening? Is there a kind of charm about him that makes people forced to work? What a damn charm. So envious. Sengoku gasped. Think of this. Sengoku had to glare at Kizaru again. I really want to throw this guy into that world and let political commissar Ron give him some good training. Kizaru twisted his mouth and noticed that Sengoku was kicking him. Hana, Kizaru, why are you looking at me again? I'm already fighting seriously. Kizaru said this at the edge of the battlefield, with his hands in his pockets. Former Teru staff officer, but this political commissar's office is indeed very simple, not wasteful at all. This is something we can learn from. This was the first time that staff officer, he paid so much attention to Ron's office. And his office. In comparison, I and others are really too extravagant and wasteful. Thinking about it now, I feel a little ashamed. He is worthy of being the Marine political commissar. Staff officer, he felt like he was being taught a lesson. She decided that after the war was over, she would learn from the political commissar and keep everything in the office simple. Well, Lousy is doomed today. I surrender. Buggy unexpectedly raised his hands. Kuina was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this pirates was so aware of the current situation. Surrender is also better. It saves trouble. However, Kuina did not expect this. Buggy didn't really surrender. He did it, just to make everyone let down their guard, so that your ultimate move can be unexpected. I saw Buggy bending down at that moment. An evil smile appeared at the extremely hidden corner of his mouth. At the same time, a specially made Buggy bullet was fired from the launcher on the back with a whoosh. Shot towards Ron. Go to hell. No one can escape from this distance. Buggy couldn't help but laugh. As long as we kill this guy with the highest official position, we can create chaos and escape. But at this moment, little Luffy stretched out his rubber-like arms and grabbed Shoba just as the shell came out. Buggy was dumbfounded. Is this guy a fool? Catching a Buggy bullet with his hands? Idiot, it seems he doesn't know the power of Buggy Road. Bang! The Buggy bullet exploded directly in little Luffy's hand. However, Luffy was fine. Buggy's eyes popped out. Little Luffy grinned and said, "Leave this guy to me. Brother Ron, get out of the way. I'll do it." Before Ron could reply, Kuina said angrily, it was obviously me who attacked first. Little Luffy was a little unwilling. He dared to attack Master. I will not forgive him. He must die today. Kuina's expression was colder than ever before. Little Luffy was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth. Buggy was still worried about this weird kid, but suddenly saw a female swordsman walking up to him. I couldn't help but sneer. You again. Lousy told you before that he is the nemesis of all swordsmen. Have you forgotten? Change to a swordsman to fight against himself. Buggy is not afraid at all. Oh, really? Kuina said in a cold tone. This guy did something that I can't forgive. Kuina walked forward. The other hand also grasped the hilt of the sword. Now, the people in the original world also saw this scene. They had just experienced the battle between Hawkeye and Buggy. I understand very well how terrifying this guy Buggy is. With that bug-level fruit, even Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Not to mention, what about this 10-year-old girl in front of me? Hara, Sengoku. I'm afraid that Kuina will learn a lesson this time. Former Hawkeye. the future swordsman of that world? It's useless. As long as you also use a sword, you can't win. Hawkeye believed this point very much. After all, he had tried it himself. Almost everyone in the original world holds this view. Even Buggy himself is like this. Original Buggy, another swordsman. Lousy is not even afraid of Hawkeye. So why would he be afraid of a little female swordsman like you? Boss Buggy is so powerful. We will follow you till death. I guess in another world, Boss Buggy must be the biggest pirate that gives Marines the most headaches. That's right, Buggy God tier from another world. There's no need to hide your true strength. Teach Marine a lesson. Buggy's fans immediately cheered. Everyone is ready to see how the Buggy God tier from another world beats up a girl who is known as the future #1 female swordsman. In the video, then come over here and let me open your eyes. Buggy raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Kuina opened her mouth slightly, half bent her left knee, and chanted, "You are unforgivable." Sword banks. Hockey poured in, becoming fuel for the flames. Brush. Kuina passed through the Buggy in an instant. The flaming blade is unsheathed. Huge waves. Instantly, 10 extremely hot pillars of fire rose up along the path. Like a flaming tornado, tearing the earth apart. Buggy stood in the middle, looking grim. What the hell is this swordsman? Don't! He hadn't finished begging for mercy. The next moment, 10 tornado-like pillars of fire instantly gathered towards the center. The temperature of the flame, plus the tearing force of the rotation. Buggy didn't even have time to scream. Directly reduced to ashes. And Kuina had her back turned. Swordsman nemesis? Nothing more than that. Fire into the blade. The sword returns to its scabbard. The whole set of movements is smooth and flowing. The battle is over. Kill the swordsman's nemesis in one move. It just stunned everyone in the original world. Especially Hawkeye. Original Sengoku. No way. Isn't Buggy the Clown qualified to be a 4 Emperor? He was defeated so easily. Sengoku from the original world. My heart is still very happy at this moment. Because just now, they watched the turbulent life of Buggy the Clown through the screen of the real world. That guy. Soon he will become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And 2 years later, he was one of the 4 emperors who ruled the world. Just ask such a person, how could I be defeated by a little girl? Sengoku expressed great incomprehension. How could a huge demon who turned his world upside down, even founded the Cross Guild and put a bounty on Marine, die before achieving anything in another world? The gap between these 2 worlds is too big. I was still having a headache about the trouble that the clown would bring 2 years later and didn't know how to solve it. The other side of the world. Such a big trouble was chopped off by a little girl? This. Sengoku didn't know how to describe his feelings for a moment. There is no harm without comparison. I was showing off to Sengoku from another world before. No wonder Sengoku said he didn't even remember Buggy the Clown. Now it seems normal that the other party doesn't remember. After all, there was only one character that was killed instantly by Marine. If it were me, I wouldn't take the time to remember it. Why? Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. Why does the other world always compare itself to itself? When will this world of mine rise up? Original Garp. It looks like he has been defeated. I'm afraid not even a trace of him will be left. What a powerful firepower. Garp couldn't help but frown. To be honest, without the powerful Hockey to defend himself, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of fire attack. Original Akainu. This shouldn't be the temperature that the Maramara fruit can emit. From the video of Ace's death that was played earlier, it can be seen that the temperature of my flame is higher than Ace's Maramara fruit. However, judging from the performance of this little girl, her temperature at that moment was extremely close to mine. This does not conform to the temperature rules of the Maramara fruit. Akainu frowned. Generally speaking, it is impossible to change the quality of the fruit when developing it. That is to say, when developing the burning 18 fruit, it is usually not to increase its temperature, but to change the shape or scale of the flame. At this point, Ace has a lot to say. Original Ace, yes, my flame cannot reach this temperature. Ace had to admit this. It's the same Maramara fruit, But why is the effect completely different when I eat it and when the opponent's weapon eats it? Is it my own problem? Are you not as good as a knife? This is because Ace has not mastered the use of haki as fuel. Normal people consume physical energy when using their fruit abilities. But it's just like lighting a fire. If you keep adding more wood, how strong can the fire burn? But it's different if you add gasoline. Stamina is like wood. Haki is like gasoline. That's probably the relationship. I can't say he's an ace. There's no one like him in the entire Pirates King world, and no one who uses haki like this. This is a method of use that Ron came up with on a whim. In another world, I only taught it to Kuina. Only her haki learning method is in this direction. As for the three Luffy brothers, they are still in the conventional flow direction. Original. Shanks, my hawk, this guy is not as strong against swordsmen as you said. Is he? Has your strength declined? Faced with his friend's diss, Hawkeye suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You know, my hawk the Hawkeye just gave Buggy the clown the identity of the swordsman's nemesis. And he said that with great confidence. No one with a sword could defeat Buggy the clown. He also said that he was responsible for this statement. But who could have thought? The reversal came so quickly. The slap in the face was unexpected. In that world, a 10-year-old female swordsman actually defeated the so-called swordsman nemesis with just one move. One move. I just swung the knife hundreds of times in a row. Nothing happened to Buggy the clown. The opponent only has one move. And this move is extremely strange. It's totally unreasonable. And it is extremely destructive, even though it's through the screen. But this can be clearly seen through reference objects on the ground. Originally, flatland. It was swept by 10 flaming tornadoes that reached the sky, turning it into a scorched wasteland covered with gullies. Such power. It was actually done by a young girl who had only learned sword for a few years. Hawkeye was shocked by this. Now, Hawkeye is standing on the battlefield of Summit War. Looking up at the screen in the sky, he fell into a daze. I couldn't help but ask questions. Can a sword art be practiced this way? Ultimate attack power does not require any swordsmanship. This road is something that Eagle Eye has never imagined. This is obviously contrary to the traditional swordsman. But, even so, one has to admit his strength. Yes, that man taught me. Hawkeye suddenly saw through the essence of the matter. The problem of being able to inflict this kind of damage is not with a female swordsman. And the master behind her. That's right. Hawkeye looked at the man on the screen, holding a thermos cup, looking humble and approachable. This man, he founded a kendo school. Hawkeye couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's easy to reach the top if you have talent, hard work, and opportunity. But it is extremely difficult to create a path, a different way to the top. Over the centuries, the path to the top of kendo has been established. How many swordsmen have been striving to reach the top along this path since childhood? Even Hawkeye, who has become the world's greatest swordsman, has been at the top for many years. But even so, nor did he find another way to the summit. And now, but I saw it in another world. Nothing could excite a swordsman more than this. This feeling is no different from when Hawkeye first picked up the black knife at night. Hawkeye was extremely excited. Now, he was not upset that the woman in another world surpassed him and became the world's #1. On the contrary, he is excited and looking forward to it. Some even envy themselves in another world. I was lucky enough to have a decisive battle with another sword path. How lucky it is. Unfortunately, there is no such person in my world. He would never be able to fight a decisive battle with such a person in his life. This will be his eternal regret. He could not see what the scenery was like on the other side of the mountain. At this moment, Hawkeye can't wait to go to another world and compete with that woman. No, I want to compete with the man behind him. Thinking of this, Hawkeye's heart was filled with emotion. A man who founded a school and discovered another way to reach the top of kendo. Think back to before. He found out that he was wrong. So wrong. When I was answering the questions before, I learned that the #1 swordsman in the other world was not me, but that woman. He admitted it. He is narrow-minded. At that time, I naively thought that it was impossible for a woman to become the world's #1 swordsman. Thinking back to here, Hawkeye's expression was shocked. No, it's not that I'm narrow-minded. My thoughts at that time were not wrong. On the sword path she was on, there was really no way for her to reach the top. But change the route. Who says it's impossible to reach the summit? Hawkeye had never thought about this question before, because he didn't know that there was another way to reach the top of the sword path. There can be no other way. There is only one way up the mountain. But women cannot reach the top of this road. But now, a genius has discovered another way. On this road, women can also climb up with swords and overlook the mountains. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe there was another way to the summit. Boss Buggy, how come you were killed so early? Yep, Boss Buggy. Why don't you use your hidden abilities? Yeah, Boss Buggy, you've been hiding your strength all along. Why didn't you come out and kill all those Marines at that time? Boss Buggy, could it be that you are not hiding your strength? Is your strength just an illusion? Buggy's followers used to worship Buggy as a godlike figure, but when they saw Buggy from another world being defeated so easily, they suddenly felt that their idol had collapsed. Buggy from the original world. Are you also confused at this moment? What happened? Did the other world just die like that? This is too miserable. It's obviously chop fruit, and it's obviously not afraid of being chopped. Hawkeye has just proved this. Wrong. Is that a slashing blow? Why doesn't it look like one at all? You said you were a swordsman, but you can play magic, right? Buggy was indignant on behalf of his other self. Oops. Why do I feel like these guys around me don't trust me anymore? Buggy suddenly realized that the jailbreak prisoners around him were looking at him with suspicion. Damn it. Did they realize that I couldn't even beat them? In the video, the little thief originally came to steal things. Later, I started to develop obsessive-compulsive disorder because of this messy map. So I sat there and started to correct the errors marked on the map. Damn it, he even got the shape of the island wrong. Also, the relative positions of the two islands are not accurate. I really don't understand how these people draw maps. Boom. Just at this moment, there was a sudden loud noise outside, followed by raging flames. The fiery red light shone through the glass of the warship and came in from the west. It gave her a fright. The little female thief immediately ran to the window, covered her mouth, and looked at the scene outside in disbelief. Did they actually kill Buggy the Clown? The little female thief said in disbelief. Buggy the Clown is also a very famous pirate in this area, of course, a notorious one. Just like the fishmen who ruled their village, they committed all kinds of crimes, including murder, robbery, and torture. How could that little sister who is not much older than me be so amazing? Such a small creature can defeat such powerful pirates. How'd he do it? If only I had this ability. The little female thief stared with her big round eyes and thought with envy. No wonder this chief's office is so simple. It looks really different from other Marines. For Marine, you can fight pirates. The little female thief felt very surprised. I thought this officer was just like other Marine officers, just coming here to go through the motions and ask for some benefits from the pirates. I never expected this. Marine actually took action. If you're a Marine who can kill the pirates, I will let you go and I won't steal your things this time. As for these maps, consider them as my reward for you capturing the pirates. The little female thief placed the map, which had been almost modified, neatly on Ron's desk. Then he stood up and patted his clothes. Restore the things in the house that you have messed up to their original state. Then he left quietly. Actually, at that moment, the little thief was confused since this Marine leader was able to catch pirates. Should I ask him for help? Perhaps we can ask them to rescue Cocoyasi village from Arlong. In capturing the villain Arlong, there are more than 30 villages in this area, all of which are threatened by the Murloc pirates. If this Marine can capture the Murloc pirates, that's great. But what if this Marine leader is in cahoots with Arlong? The little thief thought very cautiously. Because of all the evil deeds Marine had done here, he had no trust in Marine at all. What's more, this is only the first time I've met this Marine leader. Who knows who he is? It's possible that he just has a personal vendetta against Buggy the Clown. Or maybe they divided the spoils unequally. This led to a fight between them. If I were to ask this Marine to help her because of this matter, what if this Marine leader has a private relationship with Arlong? Then wouldn't it be like walking into a trap for myself? The little female thief dare not gamble now. After all, this isn't just about her. This also concerns all the residents of the entire Kokoja village behind her. After all, she is not at the point of desperation yet. She has signed an agreement with Arlong. Arlong also promised her that she could buy the village for 100 million belly. If I call the police and the matter gets out, it would be fine if Marine kills Arlong, but if they are in the same group, or if Marine fails, then their village of Kokoja will face Arlong's brutal revenge. This is why the little thief doesn't dare to call the police at the moment. This was also the reason why she couldn't fully trust the Marine in front of her. When the little thief left, didn't notice at all. I didn't know when a small din-din mushy appeared on my body. A din-din mushy that can directly contact Ron's warship, and there's a note on it. Now, Akainu whispered to Ron, "Political commissar, the thief is trapped." "Yeah, I know." Ron nodded. "Why don't you let me catch her?" Akainu was puzzled. "Don't worry, we'll see each other again," Ron said with a smile. Akainu was confused. Political commissar Ron is saying something abstruse again. "Go ahead and clear out all the other pirates in this town." Ron waved. The three Luffy brothers rushed out excitedly. A team of Marine soldiers followed closely behind. Ron didn't bring many people with him this time. Ron only brought about 500. Today is Orange Town. It's definitely a day worth celebrating. This remote town. Pirates come here every now and then to wreak havoc. And this time, it was taken over by Buggy the Clown. In just 3 days, protection fees were collected 10 times. Ron returned to the ship. I saw the maps neatly laid out on my desk. There's a line of beautiful and lovely small words at the top. "This modified map is your reward for catching pirates." "You're welcome, Nami." Ron couldn't help but smile knowingly. Now, Nami, who had returned to Arlong headquarters, went back to her room and closed the door. Looking at the mountain of hand-drawn maps piled up in the room, I couldn't help but sigh. Nothing gained today. Huh. Nami suddenly felt like there was something in her arms. "Take it out and take a look." Din Mushy? Where did the Din Mushy come from? There's also a note. Little Nami unfolded the rolled-up note. There was only one sentence written on it. "This SOS Din Mushy is my reward for changing the map for me." "You're welcome, Ron." Nami's heart skipped a beat. Ron, Hara, Hina. Wow, this Ron is romantic. Hina, this is too good. I thought the political commissar over there was a nice guy, but it turns out he is also so romantic. Which girl can stand this? Original, Momosaji. Ha, indeed, this Ron is really good at controlling little girls. Hara, Tashiji, I suddenly felt something sweet. What's going on? Original, Boa Hancock. I'm also moved. Original, Robin. Nami, I didn't expect you to meet Commissar Ron in that world, but your encounter is quite interesting. Hannah, this. Although I often steal things from warships, but with my personality, I didn't steal anything and even helped them organize the map. It's really incredible. When Nami from the original world saw herself in the video and returned to the small house full of painful memories, her heart trembled. I couldn't even help but clench my fists. I once worked in a room like that, drawing nautical charts day and night, and even the pen was soaked with blood from my rubbed fingers. Mamala? Original, Kaido. Shut up, old woman. It's understandable that those girls were moved, but why are you, an old woman, following them? Kaido and Big Mom, ever since they saw how loving they were in another world, couldn't help but feel disgusted at each other. As a result, they easily quarreled with each other whenever they talked. Former, Tsuru. I have to say, this move is really powerful. Although I don't know if they will have a follow-up plot, but after doing this, I guess a shadow will be lingering in this little girl's heart. Current, through staff officer. Well, Sengoku. Did you learn all those moves that caught my attention from Commissar Ron? Current, Sengoku. Ahem, this is a public screen. Don't talk nonsense on it, Crane. I just went there to ask for some advice, and Commissar Ron just gave me some pointers. Current staff officer Tsuru, I don't believe you. I was wondering how you suddenly became so smart during that period. You used to be so stupid. I was confused at the time and didn't realize anything was wrong. Now that I think about it, this is not something you can do. You really learned it from Commissar Ron. Original, Garp. Hail I see. I was wondering, based on my understanding of Sengoku, how could this guy who doesn't understand romance be with Tsuru? It turns out that there is a political commissar behind the scenes to guide you. Sengoku, it seems that in this world, it's not your fault that you are not with Tsuru. It's because there is no political commissar like Ron who teaches you step by step from behind. Original, Sengoku. Shut up, Garp, and understand the situation. Is now the time to talk about this? Garp. Former, Tsuru. Stop laughing, Garp. Everyone was touched by this small act of leaving messages to each other. But after calming down, he suddenly figured out a problem. When did Ron put the phone into little Nami's arms? They were watching the live broadcast the entire time. Ron just stood there without moving. How'd he do it? Hissed. When thinking about this problem, everyone couldn't help but gasp at the same time. Hara, Sengoku. Did anyone see clearly when this Den Mushi appeared in Nami's arms just now? Original, Whitebeard. I can't see clearly at all. What on earth is going on? Original, Roger. I didn't see it clearly. It seemed to appear out of thin air. Original, Shanks. Could it be that? Ron's movement speed is so fast. He completed this action right under our noses. Those who were watching the battle were all top-notch experts. It is really incredible if I could hide so many actions from their eyes. Hara, Sengoku. Impossible. Don't forget that Akainu was standing next to Ron. If Ron showed any signs of moving, Akainu would not have failed to notice it. Judging from Akainu's subsequent performance, Ron did not move at all. Horse, Akainu. That's right, the other me should be as strong as me. If someone disappears next to me and reappears, even if it's only for less than 1/10 of a second, I can't fail to notice it. Even if Kizaru disappears next to me quickly, I will feel it. Original, Garp. So, what exactly happened just now? Can we rewind the video and play it in slow motion? Garp this sentence. It actually woke Sengoku up. Original, Sengoku. Garp, this is the most correct thing you have ever said since you were born. Garp. Original, Sengoku. Request video replay. Video playback requires the consent of the majority of people in both worlds. This line of text is a response to Sengoku. Sengoku couldn't help but frown. It's so troublesome to think about it. Original, Sengoku. Another world, can you please cooperate? We want to rewind the video and see what happened at that time. Current Sengoku. To be honest, I'm also quite curious. The communication was very smooth. Then, the video rewinds to 1 minute before little Nami leaves the house. Now, everyone could see little Nami writing a line of small words on the repaired map, stroke by stroke. Just finished signing. It can be seen at this time that she still has no Den Mushi. Everyone held their breath. Don't dare to miss any frame. However, the moment Xiaonao walked out of the room, you can clearly see that there is a Den Mushi on your body. Huh. The moment you open the door, the phone rang. This is too weird. Sengoku. Sengoku. The two said in unison. The video continues to play. Sengoku. 5. The video is already slow. Before little Nami went out, he had nothing on him. As a result, the moment I opened the door and went out, there was a Den Mushi on my body. And there is nothing around. There is no one else at all. What's going on? Who put the Den Mushi in there? Sengoku. I don't know how many times I've replayed it. The video can only be slowed down 5 times. 2 worlds. Thousands of eyes were watching closely. No clues were found. Ron in the video was indeed standing on the dock, not moving. We studied it for a long time. Didn't understand what happened. After replaying it hundreds of times, everyone finally gave up. Sengoku. Original. Roger. No, it's too tiring and it doesn't seem like a fruit ability. Whitebeard. This is a hassle for everyone. Present world. Sengoku was actually curious. I couldn't help but ask Ron, how did you do that? Ron said with a smile, nothing special. It's just that I have the ability to put Den Mushi anywhere. Actually, it's the super time-space Den Mushi. This was just a reward Ron received when he changed Kuina's life. The first stage of Ron's system is to earn rewards by changing your life. Sometimes competence is rewarded. Sometimes special items are awarded. Of course, The properties of these special items are varied. For example, the Din Din Mushi can appear wherever Ron wants it to appear. This resulted in Ron having a special ability on the sea. That means you can talk to anyone at any time. That's all. So Ron didn't bother to explain. Even if I explained it, Sengoku and the others wouldn't understand. So Ron just said it directly. After Sengoku listened, I was shocked. The ability to place the phone from anywhere. It was indeed political commissar Ron. Such strange skills. But this also solved Sengoku's doubts. Otherwise, he would have thought there was a supernatural event after watching the video for a long time. Original Sengoku. Other me. Did you just ask Ron how he did it? You should already know the answer. Tell me now. Current Sengoku. Can I tell you? This is a secret of our world's commissar Ron, so I won't tell you about that world. Phew. Sengoku from the original world was so angry that he almost vomited blood. That's too much. Hateful. Now, the video also resumed normal playback. Arlong Paradise. Little Nami locked herself in her room, holding this special Din Din Mushi in my hand. The mind is also thinking. When did this man called Ron put Din Din Mushi into his arms? Logically speaking, such a private area. There's no way I didn't notice it. How strange. Xiao Name sat on a chair that was taller than herself, shaking her little feet. One hand rests on the chin, the note that the other hand was fiddling with. Reads silently over and over again. This SOS Din Din Mushi is my reward for changing the map for me. You're welcome, Ron. Lost in deep thought. Is that Ron from behind? Little Nami has seen Ron's face. After all, when he sneaked onto the warship, Ron and Akainu had their backs to the warship. So Nami only saw the back of a person holding a thermos cup. The reason why I'm sure it is the back figure holding the thermos cup. Mainly because. So I hold the phone in my hand every day with a thermos cup hanging on it. Everyone knows. The phones in the pirates' world are very similar to their owners. At least in some features they are the same. And this Din Din Mushi. I also hung a super mini thermos cup around my neck. That's because of seeing this feature. That's why little Nami knew who was Ron among the two figures standing on the dock. How did he know that I changed the map for him? Little Nami couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Obviously no one noticed me. It seems that they have discovered me a long time ago, but they haven't exposed me yet. Little Nami's heart trembled. But then I thought again. This is a distress call to Din Din Mushi. What does it mean? Am I in danger and need to ask him for help? Oh, is this useful? Nami doesn't understand. She wanted to call the phone bug many times. But after thinking about it, I finally gave up. Since it's a distress call, you should use it when you're really in danger, just in case it works. Nami thought so. Then he put the Din Din Mushi back in his arms. Just then, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Nami's face, which had a hint of smile just now, suddenly became cloudy. After making sure again and again that the Din Din Mushi was hidden, then he walked over and opened the door. A very tall fishman walked in from outside. This person is Captain Arlong of the Arlong Pirates. It's a sawtooth shark man. A mouthful of teeth is like saw teeth, sharp and pointed. It makes people feel chilling just looking at it. Nami, I heard you went out to steal again today. What did you get? Ha ha ha, Arlong said condescendingly. Don't worry about it. I will save up enough Baileys to buy the Cocoyasi village. You will keep your word, right? Little Nami said stubbornly. Arlong laughed. There was a hint of teasing hidden in this smile. Don't worry. I, Arlong, am a man of my word. As long as you have 1 Bailey, you can buy the Cocoyasi village. I promise that I will never go there to collect protection money again. Ha ha ha. Okay, keep your word. No one is allowed to go back on their word. Don't worry, I won't regret it. But you have to work hard. 100 million Baileys is not a small amount. By the way, have you finished drawing the sea charts I asked you to draw? Arlong said. Nami snorted. No words. Arlong walked over to the table and grabbed the nautical chart. He said with a slightly unhappy tone, why are there more and more problems with the nautical charts recently? Many times, I have been unable to reach my destination accurately after sailing according to your charts. You even failed to mark out a dozen inhabited islands. You know, this has caused us to lose a lot of income. If you don't mark the inhabited islands next time, don't blame me for being rude. If this means we can collect less money, then I will collect the extra money from the village of Kokoja. Do you understand? The entire East Blue belongs to me, Arlong. I want to know the exact location of every inhabited island. If they live on my ocean, they must pay me. Do you understand? By the way, tomorrow it's Kokoja Village's turn to pay the money. And you haven't been back for a long time. So come with me to Kokoja Village to collect the money tomorrow. After Arlong finished speaking, he left without looking back. Arlong is not only bad, but also extremely sinister. In order to make Nami work hard for him, tell her not to have any evil intentions and not to deliberately hide those islands with people and villages. Warnings alone are of no use. I must let him, Nord, see how I collect protection money in Kokoja Village. Only in this way can we completely control Nami. Whenever she thought of Kokoja Village, she would not dare to betray herself. Little Nami was so angry that he just stood there in a daze, biting lips pale. Original, Sengoku. Damn it, these fisherman pirates are really lawless and bullying. They even dare to say that the entire East Blue belongs to them. Where does this put us Marines? Current, Sengoku. Instead of complaining, why not take care of your Marines? In the original world, Sengoku's face darkened. I want to make a few rebuttals, but based on the experience of these rounds of comparison, we can summarize. Whether comparing people or events, the situation on our side seems to be much worse than that on the other side. If the video on the other side is so lawless, then wouldn't the situation on my side be even more serious? Orange Town. Because Buggy the Clown and the cadres were killed, the other pirates scattered. It took Marine a full hour to catch them all. The three brothers began to compete with each other again. Hey, I caught 34. Little Luffy grinned, holding out 3 fingers on one hand and 4 fingers on the other. He looked very proud. Humph, they just caught 40 of them casually. Ace said with disdain. I wasn't in good shape today, and I only caught 41. Little Sabo looked like I deserve a beating because I won without much effort. That's because you took one of mine. Ace cursed. The villagers of Orange Town felt that their lives suddenly became brighter. These Marines are like sunshine that helps them dispel the darkness. This was the first time they felt so safe. Thank you. I will erect a statue of you in the village. The villagers gathered together spontaneously. I was very excited to send the Marine onto the warship. After a while, Momosaji said, pointing to a small island ahead, Commissar Ron, that's the village of Kokoja. Just when Ron and others arrived at the port of Kokoja Village, suddenly, the picture paused. The comparison screen of the original world began to light up gradually, and the location shown. It is also the village of Kokoja. Original, Garp. Are we going to answer the questions so soon? Hara, Sengoku. No, it's us who started playing the screen. There are 2 screens in total. One shows the images of the real world. One plays the picture of the original world. Whenever there is a clear divergence between the 2 worlds, they will start playing separately, thus making a comparison. Hara. True. It seems that what happened in Kokoja Village will have different endings in our 2 worlds. Original world screen. Kokoja Village. 10 years ago. This was originally a harmonious town with beautiful scenery and simple folk customs. There is one restaurant in the small town that is particularly special. An unmarried woman raised 2 girls. The woman's name was Belmere. Was a Marine before. A few years ago, I found 2 orphans on the battlefield. I have been raising them up. Suddenly one day, Arlong came to East Blue, led the group of fishermen pirates, and occupied this place. The body of a Murloc is 10 times that of an ordinary human. At the beginning, the Marine had no way to resist the attack of the fishermen. So many villages fell, and Kokoja Village is one of them. Listen carefully. From now on, this village will be under the jurisdiction of me, Arlong. If you want to survive in this village, each of you must pay 100,000 Baileys per month. Each child has to pay 50,000 Baileys. This is your life-saving money. Do you understand? Arrogant, especially arrogant. But due to the fighting power of the fishmen, the villagers had no choice but to pay the money. When received at the Belmere home, Belmere only had 100,000 Baileys on him. At this time, Nami and Nochiko were not at home. Belmir only needs to hand over 100,000 Baileys on him to buy his life, because she registered as single. So no one knew she had 2 more daughters. Arlong had no doubts either. But Belmir said, this 100,000 Baileys is the money for my 2 daughters. Oh, where's your money? Arlong said coldly. I didn't, Belmir laughed. You Nami, stepmother. Suddenly I saw my past through the video again. Nami burst into tears. Hara, Sengoku, why is this guy so stupid? He could just lie and say he doesn't have a daughter. What? Former Tsuru's staff officer. As a mother, this is the only lie that she won't tell. No mother will deny her own child. Bang! A gunshot is heard in the video. Arlong shot Belmir in the chest. This is the cruelty of pirates. If you can't pay the money to buy your life, you will be killed on the spot. See? If you can't pay the money, you will still end up like this. Arlong said viciously to everyone in the village. Nami and Nojiko saw this scene with their own eyes and burst into tears. Later, Arlong saw a drawn sea chart in the house. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although the painting of this nautical chart is a bit immature, the terrain proportions and spatial relationships are exactly the same. Arlong was overjoyed when he learned that this was drawn by a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. Bring Nami back to headquarters. Arlong was impressed by Nami's unique talent for drawing. I prepared a painting studio for Nami and forced her to draw every day. Time continues to fast forward. A few days later, when Nami returned to the village, the tattoo on his arm confirmed that he had joined the Arlong pirates. The villagers were all indignant. Treat Nami coldly. Don't even talk to her. Actually, little Nami has been hiding something from everyone. That is, the reason why she joined the Arlong pirates was to reach an agreement with Arlong. Bayab, as long as you save up 100 million berries, you can buy back the Cocoyasi village and stop Arlong from plundering here. But what little Nami didn't know was, everyone in the village knew about this. Only, in order not to give little Nami too much pressure and burden, everyone in the village decided to distance themselves from Nami and act as if they were not friendly towards her. In that case, what if one day Nami wants to abandon the village and run away alone? You will also be more determined. There won't be such a heavy psychological burden. Everyone in the village knew that with Nami's ability, she would be better off if she abandoned them and ran away alone. No one wants to be a burden to Nami. Former Tsuru's staff officer. What a strong little girl. She took on everything on her own to save the village. Horse, Sengoku. The villagers are also very kind. They are all deliberately distancing themselves from Nami so that she can escape without any psychological burden. Original. Garp. The most hateful thing is the pirates. Without them, what a happy village this would be. Time continues to fast forward. Nami is trying to raise 100 million Baileys. Starts stealing money everywhere. Regardless of his own safety, he ran to the pirates' ship alone and stole from the pirates. Pretending to be an ordinary person who fell into the water, he cheated the passing marine out of their money. There is also a man who led the 2 pirates groups into a fight and reaped the benefits. After 10 years of accumulation, Nami finally saved up 100 million Baileys. Today is the happiest day in Nami's entire life, because this way we can buy the Cocoyasi village. She can then leave the Arlong pirates. Nokigao family. Orange Orchard. Nami and Nojiko dug out all the treasures buried here. This is what Nami has saved up bit by bit over the years. The box is opened. There is cash, gold coins, and jewelry inside. A total of 100 million Baileys. See, so much money. Even a lot of the money on it is stained with bloodline. Even Sengoku and others who are Marines. There is always a trace of pity in my heart. Such a little girl has been dealing with various pirates since she was so young, even though the money was all stolen. But even Sengoku didn't think she did anything wrong, because the ones who were really wrong were the Arlong pirates. Original. Garp. It seems that he has finally saved up enough money, but will Arlong agree to a travel agreement so easily? Hara. Sengoku. How is that possible? He is a pirate after all. I just don't know how he will break this agreement. In fact, the Marine of the original world had already anticipated this. and Arlong would definitely not admit it. But no one can yet imagine how Arlong will default on his debts. After all, if I refuse to pay the debt directly, Nami will definitely turn the table and refuse to do anything. And now Arlong also needs Nami's drawing talent. So it is obviously impossible to adopt this method. Just when everyone was wondering what Arlong would do, an answer that they could never have imagined happened. In the video, Colonel Mouse brought a group of Marines with him, came to Nachigo's house. Nami and the others hurriedly buried the treasure again. Dig up the whole orange grove for me. I receive a report. Here lies the stolen money. When Colonel Mouse said so, Nami's face turned pale. This was 100 million Baileys that she had saved for a long time. If it is taken away by a Marine, then all her efforts over the years would be in vain. We found the Colonel. Almost 100 million Baileys are here. A soldier said. Colonel Mouse gave an evil smile. Humph. It's indeed stolen money. Take it all away. Confiscate it. Nami collapsed. Raise your weapons. He rushed towards a Marine. Why don't you go catch the pirates? This village has been plundered by Arlong for so many years, and you've never been seen. Why did you come to search me now? Nami's current strength. Where is Marine's opponent? He was subdued in just a few moves. The picture then continued to fast forward. Colonel Mouse unexpectedly appeared in Arlong Paradise. Not only did they not arrest Arlong, but they also chatted and laughed with him. Through the conversation, the audience only found out at this time. It turned out that Arlong teamed up with Marine to snatch Nami's 100 million Baileys. The money will be shared with Marine 55. It's absolutely amazing. Former Kizaru staff officer. How abominable. It's that rat colonel again. I didn't expect that he has been able to survive in our world until now without being discovered. But in another world, he was caught by Ron long ago. This is the difference. Historical. Sengoku. This Marine is a disaster. He didn't catch the pirates, but instead joined forces with the pirates to share the spoils. This Arlong really has some tricks. He took Nami's 100 million berries in this way, and he didn't break his promise with Nami. He is really insidious. The picture then continued to fast forward. Little Nami didn't know at this time that Arlong and Marine had teamed up to trick him. She thought she was just unlucky and was discovered by the Marine. It's okay. Just give me some more time, and I'll be able to save up another 100 million Baileys. I'm much more skilled now, so it should be faster this time. Nami said to Arlong, Haha, don't worry, my agreement is always valid. When you can come up with 100 million Baileys, I will return Cocoyasi village to you. Arlong said very generously. Hara, Kizaru staff officer, this villain. The video time continues to fast forward. When Arlong and Colonel Mouse were dividing the money, they were discovered by Nami. Only then did Nami realize that she had been fooled. This Arlong never had any intention of letting himself go. He had no intention of returning Cocoyasi village to himself. He also wouldn't allow himself to save up 100 million Baileys. Even if he is about to save enough next time, he will still team up with the Marine to confiscate it. This moment, Nami completely broke down. More than 10 years of persistence. All came to nothing. That's exactly why Nami, who originally hated pirates the most, chose to become a pirate and boarded the ship of Straw Hat Luffy and his crew. Present, Nami. Arlong really didn't intend to fulfill his promise to me. Fortunately, I met Godfather Ron, otherwise my life would be so miserable. Current world. Nami, wearing an OL outfit and a ponytail, runs the pirates' world's largest logistics company, weather company, and map company. Almost every ship that sails uses this company. The company's map navigation and weather forecast, especially the navigation phone Bug newly launched by this company, is a must-have for all seafarers. From now on, Grandma no longer has to worry about getting lost. There is even a real-time weather forecast. Features, but you need to pay to unlock them. All navigators have to admit that this company's products are useful, but they are too shady. After becoming a member, you have to become a super member. There are also advertisements during the weather forecast. You have to pay more to remove ads. I don't know who came up with this idea. It's really a ripoff. But you have to use it, because it is really too good. It is equivalent to owning a perfect navigator. At this moment, Nami from the present world adjusted the frame of his glasses and saw what happened to him in the other world, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. If the me in this world hadn't met Godfather Ron, so it will be the same as myself in another world. When I think of this place, she felt a little scared. Former Kizaru staff officer, this is a very violent move. A young girl is forced to become a pirate. Such a good talent is wasted. A talent who can draw such an accurate map. I've never seen it. Original Sengoku. It seems that in our world, Marine can no longer keep this talent. I don't know what the ending of such a genius will be in another world. Former who. There's a big difference between the two Nami. That is, in another world, Nami now has a distress call Mushy in his hand, which can directly connect to Luo. While I think if there's a difference in their lives, it should be because of this Den Mushy. Now, the picture pauses. The current world screen starts playing. Also frozen in Cocoyasi village. Arlong's various evil deeds are shown in the picture. Shameless act of collusion between Marine and pirates. This is the main reason why Xiaona has not been fooled for more than 10 years. A good person, someone who could have excelled in other fields. The pirates and Marines joined forces to force me to become pirates. Eventually embarked on the path of pirates. Can you say Nami is wrong? Sengoku from the original world has entered a state of reflection. Busy these years with destroying pirates. But he found that he had overlooked the problems within the Marine. It turns out that the base Marine has been rotten into this state. Hateful. Why did I not notice this phenomenon, even though it happened more than a decade ago? Sengoku felt it for the first time. I am really unqualified to be a marshal. This feeling, it was more severe than the failure in Summit War and the attack by Whitebeard at the doorstep. Maybe I should learn from political commissar Ron. Do more field research. Go to those remote islands and those less important waters and truly feel the voices of ordinary people there. Sengoku decided. Wait until the battle here is over. He also wants to go on a secret visit. Travel to every sea area. Investigate the Marine there, what's going on. Did Colonel Mouse and Arlong collude? Sengoku also wants to take a look. In a world with Ron, could this tragedy be avoided? The warship docked at the Cocoyasi village pier. Little Luffy, Little Sabo, Little Ace, and Kuina are listening to Akainu's lecture. Akainu's temper has been almost smoothed out now. After all, nothing can change a person's character more than raising children. He is like a kindergarten teacher now. Tian teaches them various fighting techniques and how to use hockey, as well as some physical techniques. Teach us observation hockey. Brother Ron said that it can predict the future. Little Luffy said excitedly, baring his teeth. Hey, I want to predict what kind of big shot I'm going to be in the future. Ace also said, Ahem, you can't foresee the future that far, idiot. Akainu said helplessly, but you guys should really learn about observation hockey. Akainu thought about it. It was decided to start teaching the knowledge of seeing and hearing. It's boring. Not as good as what the master taught. After listening for a while, little Kuina got up and left. Original to Shiji, you actually complained that Admiral Akainu's teaching was not good enough. What a joke. It is a great honor to have the Admiral personally teach me. How many people want this opportunity but can't get it? Hawkeye, but this is understandable. From what I know about Sakazuki, he is definitely not as strong as Ron, who was able to create a kendo school. Hara, Akainu, it's obviously that kid who doesn't understand anything. How could the content I teach be bad? It must be that Kuina didn't understand, so she said that. Akainu is very confident in himself. Although he has never taught students, he is very strong. There are many people who want him to teach them, but they don't have the opportunity. Current Akainu, another me, you are still a little too arrogant and self-righteous. Original Akainu, it's just some basic hockey knowledge for kids. How difficult can it be? In the screen, Akainu was left standing there in bewilderment. This is so G insulting. I was in the middle of a lecture when you stood up and left those words. Although what you said was true. But please give me some face. Akainu's temper is much better now. If it had happened before, it would have exploded long ago. But he had to admit that Kuina was right. Ron's understanding of hockey is indeed stronger than him, and much stronger. Speaking of these kids, even I want to listen to Ron's lectures, and I can gain a lot every time I listen. Yeah, then we should go too. We can't let Kuina become stronger alone, or he will bully us again. Little Luffy said very wisely. When did you become so smart? Ace knocked Luffy on the head. Luffy grinned and said, He also said that I'm the smartest among the three of us. Sabo said speechlessly, I was just being sarcastic, you idiot. The three of them walked towards Ron while talking. Akainu's face turned black. Stop, he called out to the three brothers. The three brothers thought Akainu was going to scold them. Unexpectedly, Akainu said next, I'll go to Hara. Akainu, this is so embarrassing. You don't look like an admiral at all. Current, Akainu, I can beat two of you by myself now. Present, Kizaru. Haha, I thought I was going to call the three brothers and scold them, but it turns out you want to go too. Haha, Akainu, you're planning to study with the kids. Oh, you want to learn observation hockey. It's a little too early for you. One, Ron said while drinking tea there. Master, please teach us. Little Kuina showed a completely different attitude from the one she showed to Akainu. Some hint of coquettishness. This was a stab in the heart for Akainu who had just arrived here. Akainu was speechless. Why do you talk to me as if I owe you 8 million? Talking to political commissar Ron was so gentle. Okay then. Ron stretched. Then Ron used the principle of radar. I explained to a few guys the principles of using ordinary observation hockey. Akainu did it respectfully there and even took out a notebook to write it down. This is the first time I've heard of this principle. Is it a method where the energy emitted by the body hits an object and is then returned to the body? Akainu felt as if he had suddenly realized something. When he practiced hockey before, he didn't care about the principles at all. Someone just told him to practice it that way, so he practiced according to that method. Now think about it. This is the principle behind it. This is the basic principle of hockey. As for the more advanced usage methods, most of them are also evolved based on this principle. After, Ron took out 3 candies, put on the deck. Then he spoke to the 4 people. The 4 of you close your eyes. Try to feel the hockey radiating from your body. When hockey hits an object, it will bounce back. Your body receives the returned hockey and uses it to infer the quality of the object it touched, and then figure out which one is the candy. For little ones, they all closed their eyes obediently. Little Kuina was the first one to stand up. I have to say, her sensitivity to hockey is indeed very strong. After Ron's teaching on the principles of radar, Kuina closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then reached out and hit a candy accurately. Put in your mouth. Soon after, the remaining 3 brothers came over together. Because there are only 2 candies left, these 3 guys have been competing with each other, so no one would give in at this time. The 3 guys were blindfolded. At first, he reached out and scratched around on the deck. Can you 3 pay more attention? Have you forgotten what Master taught you just now? Kuina hit the 3 brothers on the head with the back of the knife. This allowed the 3 of them to calm down and feel it. About 20 minutes passed. Little Ace caught a candy accurately. Also put it in my mouth. Later, Sabo also caught it and put it in his mouth. But Luffy also caught a black thing. Put it in your mouth as well. The 3 brothers took off their blindfolds. I ate it, Little Ace said excitedly. I ate it too, Little Sabo said excitedly. This was the first time they used hockey to sense things in the outside world. So exciting. However, what they didn't expect was that Little Luffy also said next. I ate it too, Bullshit, there are only 2 candies in total. Where can you get them after we 2 finish them? Sabo said doubtfully. I really ate it, Little Luffy said stubbornly. He had just grabbed a black object and put it in his mouth. That's impossible. There are only 2 in total. Did you not eat any? Sabo turned and said to Ace, How is that possible? Look at my mouth. It's obviously you who didn't get any. Ace retorted to Sabo. It's just a little salty and not sweet at all, Luffy said puzzledly. Ahem, that's the poop left by the seabirds that flew over just now, Kuina said, covering her forehead. Ace and Sabo heard this and rolled on the ground, holding their stomachs and laughing. Little Luffy's face turned green, and he lay on the deck and vomited. Original. Ace. Haha. Luffy is still so impulsive. I just look at what it is and stuff it directly into my mouth. Original. Luffy. Huh. That must be too disgusting. Original. Sabo. This is very consistent with Luffy's personality, but then again, I really miss the time when the three of us were together. Original. Ace. It's a pity that in this world, the three of us don't have such a happy childhood. To be honest, I envy us in the other world. Original. Sabo. Yes, it's a pity that in this world, the three of us are separated in different places. I'm afraid it will be difficult to have the opportunity to get together like this again. The three brothers felt sadder the more they commented. Current. Ace. That's because you guys are not on the right path. Look at us. We get together almost every weekend when we have a break. Present. Sabo. Right? So you should stop being pirates. Think about it and do something serious. Being a pirate has no future. You're always worried and exhausted. Present. Luffy. Hey, you guys are really pitiful now. It's all your fault for not meeting Brother Ron. After being killed by the three brothers from the present world, the three brothers from the original world became even more sad. There were no comparison videos before, and the three people didn't think their lives were so miserable. On the contrary, I think this is what adventure should be like. But now it's the Summit War environment. The time has really come when we must say goodbye between life and death. Right. Only then did I realize that the most precious thing is to get together with good brothers frequently. If everyone is alive, if we can still sit together and laugh and play, it's no better than being a pirate at sea. Look at the world across the way and realize how wonderful your life is. The three brothers sighed secretly. Now, in the village of Cocoyasi, Arlong was leading a group of fishermen pirates, openly collecting protection fees. Arlong also brought little Nami with him. This time I also came to warn Nami not to have any bad thoughts towards me, not to think about escaping, and not to try to be clever in making maps. Let her know that the villagers of Cocoyasi are firmly in her hands. If they dare to escape, if they dare to continue hiding the inhabited islands on the map, then the entire Cocoyasi village will have to pay the price for it. In order to help Nami learn a lesson, Arlong decided, this time the protection fees for all Cocoyasi villages will be doubled. Arlong forced everyone to gather together. A group of sturdy fishmen surrounded the villagers tightly. From today on, the protection fee for all residents of Cocoyasi village will be increased to 200,000 times the amount of belly for adults and 100,000 times the amount of belly for children. You are required to prepare it as soon as possible. Otherwise die. Arlong gave an evil smile. Little Nami was confused. It's hard enough for everyone to pay 100,000 baileys. Why did it suddenly double? Instantly, all the villagers were in an uproar. Barry alone earns 100,000 yuan a month, which has drained all their money. I really can't afford to pay double the price. Why? Why the sudden promotion? We simply don't have that much money. Yeah, where do we get so much money to pay? You might as well just kill us. No, Jigo said angrily. Oh, you want to die? That's easy. Arlong slowly walked in front of Nachigo and looked down at him with the eyes of a lower creature. Why raise the price? Give us a reason. The villagers said loudly. The reason is, if you want to blame someone, blame Nami. The map this guy drew for me recently always deliberately hides many small islands with villages, which has caused the collection of our Arlong Pirates group. My income has dropped drastically, so I can only make up for it from you. At this moment, Arlong was like the devil incarnate. The only thing missing is having evil and meanness written all over his face. Arlong, this is not what we agreed on. Nami was anxious. She is well aware of the situation in the village. Not many people can afford to pay double the protection fee. To do so would be tantamount to taking their lives. Nami, this is not my fault. You didn't work hard enough. You should blame yourself. It's you who has added burden to all the villagers. Arlong said deliberately. You. Little Nami clenched his fists. Seeing this, the villagers wanted to protest for a few points. But seeing little Nami's white fingertips and the blood-stained bandage on them, everyone felt so distressed. This child has taken on too much for their village. They absolutely could not allow this child to continue to be in trouble. Just double it. If we all pool our money together and sell some of our household items, we should be able to get the money together. Okay, let's do it. Yes, if we pay, isn't it just double the amount? All the villagers said in unison. Tears kept welling up in little Nami's eyes. When I heard the villagers say this, can't control it anymore. It dripped down his cheeks. He knew that the villagers didn't want to embarrass him, and no one blamed him for this incident. Nami said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I promise you that I will never draw a wrong map again. I will never hide information on it, and I will not charge you double the protection fee." In order to protect his own village, Nami can only say sorry to other villages. "Oh, you can recognize your mistakes. I'm glad, but you have to pay for the mistakes you made. This is also to teach you a lesson. So this time, everyone must pay double the protection fee. If someone dies because they can't pay, it's like you killed him." Arlong's hateful face. It directly broke the defense of all the Marines in the original world. It's really hateful. How could they threaten a child like this? Retreat. Arlong ordered all his men. Some villagers even emptied their homes to raise the money. Some people simply can't come up with that much money. Nami looked at the miserable state of the village. It's all my own fault. If I hadn't been a little more hard-hearted and hadn't hidden the fact that there were inhabited islands, these villagers will not be implicated by themselves. But it's too late to regret now. It seemed that many villagers were about to be killed. Nami's hands began to tremble in anxiety. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the phone in her arms. Will what that person says count? Nami can't care less now. While crying, she dialed the Den Den Mushi. "Please save us." "Who are you talking to?" Arlong frowned. The audience of the original world, looking at little Nami feeling wronged. All extremely angry. This damn Arlong. I really want to beat him up right now. Original to Shiji. "Nami-chan, quickly get out your phone and contact Lingun. Don't let these pirates threaten you anymore. Let Ron arrest him right away. Hina, please don't let Nami become like our world. I think back to how miserable Nami was in my own world. Obviously Xiaona is not that cute, because she is so strong. This time, all the Marines in the original world have the same idea in their minds. They don't care that the other world is better than their own. Now the only thing they think about is, let Nami quickly take out the Den Den Mushi and ask Ron for help." Then he beat up the fishman Arlong severely. This guy's face is so hateful. They actually use such despicable means to coerce a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Is it something humans do? Now, original Nami. I remember this time, Arlong killed nearly 100 people in the village because of this incident. Many people couldn't afford the double protection fee. It was all my fault. If I hadn't been kind at the time, I would have hidden those villages from the map. Nami from the original world. Suddenly I recalled what happened at that time. What the person in the video is experiencing at this moment has also happened in his world. Only, at that time, he had to bear everything by himself and had no way to ask for help from others. There was no one who could help him. She paid a heavy price for her kindness in hiding the details of other villages on the map. That day, Nami still remembers it vividly. He brought harm to the people of Cocoyasi village, even after more than 10 years. This guilt is still deeply buried in my heart. When thinking of this, Nami burst into tears. Former 587 Robin, Nami, that incident is not your fault. The only one to blame is that fishman Arlong. Original Princess Vivi, yes, Nami, don't worry, you may not experience this again in another world. Yes, the past of this world cannot be changed now, but in another world, maybe I won't experience such painful things again. Maybe the man named Ron can change his own destiny, able to save the village of Cocoyasi. Nami didn't want another version of herself to go through such a painful experience again. She knows. This incident shut me down for 10 years. It also made her afraid to show kindness casually and afraid to trust anyone anymore. Even many Marines started posting comments to comfort Nami. After fully understanding Nami's life, it can be said that Nami's misery is inseparable from Marine. Now, The Marines of the original world all hope that Nami of the other world can be saved. That damn Arlong can be punished too. They also thought about the phone that Ron had placed in Nami's arms earlier. Then, all of them are recited silently in my heart. Call now. They were really afraid that little Nami would forget about the phone call. Like that. The tragedy will happen again in another world. In the video, little Nami was extremely scared, angry, and helpless. At this time, I also thought of the Den Den Mushi in my arms. I also remember that note. Took out quickly. SOS Den Den Mushi. If you are in danger, you can call me Tenron. Look at this note. Looking at the little Den Den Mushi with a thermos hanging around its neck. Nami's lips trembled slightly. She didn't know whether this Den Den Mushi was real. She didn't know whether the person on the other end would answer the phone if she called. She didn't know if the other party would come to help her even if she got through. But now, this is indeed her only support. Drowning person. Grab at even a straw. Will he help me? Little Nami wiped the tears from her eyes with her little hands. Then he looked viciously at the arrogant Arlong in front of him. Then he glanced at the ordinary villagers who had been arrested and could not pay. When I saw those vicious fishmen, I beat them up. They even went into their houses and smashed and looted. See here. Little Nami finally gritted her teeth. I dialed the Den Den Mushi decisively. Beep, beep, beep. Now, at the port of Kokoja village. Ron is teaching the 4 kids how to use observation hockey. Little Luffy was still vomiting crazily. Little Ace and Little Sabo were also rolling on the ground, holding their stomachs and laughing. Little Kuina was there silently reviewing Professor Ron's method. Kuina was taking notes seriously. The scene was filled with a joyful and warm atmosphere. But at this moment, the Den Den Mushi in Ron's chest suddenly started ringing. No jerk, no jerk, no jerk. I heard the phone ring. The evil laughter just now suddenly stopped. Everyone stopped sensibly for fear of disturbing Ron's phone call. The moment Ron heard the phone ring, he knew what was going on. But I didn't expect Nami to call me so early. That little girl must have a strong personality and likes to handle everything by herself. It seems that she encountered something that made her collapse this time. Hello. Ron picked up the Den Den Mushi. On the phone, Nami's heart was in her throat. She didn't know if she could get through. She was afraid of getting through, but also afraid of not being able to get through. Very conflicted. But when the word hello came from the other side, Nami couldn't hold it. I cried even more and broke down. Please, save us. Save Kokoja village. So I was crying and talking at the same time, which made it a little unclear. You could hear the sound of her lips trembling. Okay. Ron just replied calmly. Then the phone hung up. Hannah, Sengoku. Ron's answer is too easy. Why don't you ask what happened? At least ask where it is. Former Tsuru's staff officer. Doesn't anyone go over and help? How did he get over there without asking all these questions clearly? Little Nami was also stunned. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what Ron meant. Just replied with one sentence. Okay? This also. Is this coming or not? He didn't even ask where he was. Even if I want to come, I don't know where I am. How can I get here? Is it just to please himself? In fact, he doesn't want to come at all? That makes sense. After all, the other party just said hello perfunctorily and didn't ask where he was or even what happened and why he needed help. Yes, after all, it was just a chance encounter. Why should others help you? It seems that I was overthinking it. The only lifeline is gone. Is it still not possible after all? Little Nami muttered. It seemed that Ron would not come. After all, the other party's answer was too simple. Little Nami collapsed directly on the ground. However, Arlong heard her call. She actually dared to ask for help. It seems that she hasn't been taught a lesson enough. This time, Arlong was very angry and the consequences were serious. A big lesson must be taught. Arlong was seen frowning. He came over aggressively. He leaned down and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you talking to?" Arlong snatched the Den Den Mushi away. But suddenly at this time, a voice came from behind Arlong. "It's talking to me." Arlong was startled by the sudden sound and quickly distanced himself, then suddenly turned back. I found a handsome Marine wearing a white military uniform and holding a thermos cup in his hand. There were 4 little kids following behind him. who looked to be around 10 years old. Who is this? There was no one here just now. When did this appear? Who are you? When you see clearly that the other person is just a human being, Arlong gradually calmed down his fear. After all, the bodies of the fishmen are inherently stronger than those of humans. What's more, the other party is just one adult and 4 children. There can be no threat to myself. I just made an appointment with this kid, so I came here to help. Ron walked past Arlong without paying any attention to anyone. Came in front of Nami. Nami couldn't believe her eyes. Look at the thermos cup in the man's hand. That's right. Exactly the same phone that was hanging from his neck. It's him, Ron. But it had been less than 2 seconds since I finished the call. The other party just appeared in front of him. This is too fast. Where did he come from? Ron snapped his fingers. The phone that was firmly held in Arlong's hand instantly appeared in Ron's hand again. This is the ability of Ron's hyperspace Den Mushi. It could be where Ron wanted it to be. Then Ron can also instantly appear at the place where the call is, but this ability can only be used once a day. That was why Ron didn't even have to ask where Nami was. As long as she has the Den Mushi on her, then Ron could come here right away. Ron took the receiver and put it back in Nami's hands. Take it. Don't let anyone else take it next time. When little Nami caught the Den Mushi, he burst into tears again. He is so gentle. At this time, Nami seemed to have taken a reassurance pill and was no longer afraid. This man gave her a great sense of security. This feeling, it has never appeared before. Little Nami can be said to be fatherless and motherless. She has lacked this sense of security since she was a child. Therefore, whenever she encountered any difficulties or troubles, she would habitually choose to handle them on her own instead of asking for help. And this time, it was the first time she chose to rely on someone. And this person did show up. Think of this. Nami burst into tears, then stood up and jumped into Ron's arms, buried her head in Ron's chest, and burst into tears. Original, Sengoku. What the hell? What kind of speed is this? Teleportation? How can it be so fast? Even Kizaru isn't that fast. Kizaru, eh? It's indeed much faster than old Toby. He can be said to have arrived in an instant. What kind of ability is this? There is actually an ability that is faster than my sparkling fruit. Former Tsuru. And how did he locate it so accurately? Didn't he just say okay when he called just now? He didn't even ask about the location. Even if he has such speed, how could he find the location? Original Sengoku. This man has too many secrets. It's really hard to figure him out. As the comparison videos play, I find that I can understand him more and more. Oh, by the way, the other me, what kind of ability does this political commissar have? Current Sengoku. Don't ask me. I don't know either, but the commissar gives people the impression that he knows how to do 1 billion points on everything. Hana, Sengoku. Hey, did you make a typo? You know a little bit, right? Why did you type it as 100 million points? Current Sengoku. There is no typo. It is 100 million points. Hara, Sengoku. Arlong was very unhappy. The consequences are serious. Someone actually dared to ignore me. This person doesn't take the Murloc pirates seriously at all. Hateful. Just a lowly human being. How dare you look down on fishmen like this? The hundreds of fishmen, led by Arlong, slowly surrounded Ron. This human actually dared to look down on the merman in front of so many people. Where does this leave the fishmen with dignity? How can it work if everyone dares to do this? So today, I must brutally kill the person in front of me. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It also lets all the villagers present see what the consequences will be if they resist the fishmen. Arlong's teeth were chattering. Are you the helper that little Nami found? Yeah. Ron hugged Nami and nodded. Humph. A thief found a marine and 4 stupid kids as helpers. You're almost making me laugh to death, haha. Then the entire group of fishmen started laughing together. It seems that you don't know the strength of us fishmen yet. Today, I will let you see how terrifying fishmen are, whose physical fitness is 10 times that of humans. If you want to be a hero, come on. Arlong naturally thought that it was Ron who was going to take action. After all, there are only 4 other children here besides Ron, and we can't let the children go. No matter how stupid this man is, He wouldn't bring a bunch of kids to challenge us. I'm not your opponent. Let's get through these 4 kids first. Ron didn't even look back at Arlong. Arlong was stunned by this statement. What? Are these 4 kids thugs? Are you kidding me? The physical strength of a Murloc is 10 times that of an adult, but not 10 times that of a child. Moreover, the attitude of the person in front of him was really bad. He even dared to talk to him with his back turned. Hey, turn around and look at me when I talk. Arlong drew his weapon. However, at this time, the 3 stupid brothers in Kuina, they stood in a row between Arlong and Ron. Looking at this little gadget that was not even as high as his knees, Arlong laughed. It was not worth his effort. Someone come and arrest them. At the command, several of his officers rushed up immediately. Mechanica, fist cannon, bang, bang, bang. Little Luffy single-handedly knocked down 2 fishman cadres who were rushing towards him. This time, Arlong then felt something was wrong. He just swung his sword and chopped it down. Unexpectedly, little Luffy grabbed my hand, and his hands were already covered with armament hockey. Click! Just break the serrated knife. Hey, too slow. Little Luffy said without even looking up. What a powerful force. Is this guy 8 years old? The fishman Arlong was completely dumbfounded. I didn't dare to waste any time at the moment. Directly order all the fishmen to attack together. Then let's see who can kill more. Ace rushed forward first. I'm already ahead of you 3. Luffy grinned and followed. There are only 3, even if it's yours. Sable laughed and rushed out. Less than 3 minutes. More than 100 fishmen at the scene were killed. Arlong was completely stunned. How can a human body beat a fishman? What's more, you 4 are just children. This is even more impossible. I thought it was just an adult bringing 4 children to die. But I never expected it. As soon as the fight started, these 4 kids killed all their own people. Little Luffy rubbed his fists. Now you're the only one left. Don't underestimate the Murlocs. You be asterisk, 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 D. Arlong rushed over angrily. Bump. The battle is over. Arlong's teeth were all beaten out. Little Luffy, yeah? I haven't finished exercising yet. Luffy? Little Nami finally came out of Ron's arms. This is the place where she has felt the safest in all these years. Little Nami blushed and said, Can I call you Godfather? Ron, huh? No. Original. Luffy. I was able to defeat Arlong when I was 8 years old. You know, when I was fighting Arlong, I almost killed myself. At that time, I really tried my best to defeat Arlong. I didn't expect that I in another world would defeat him so easily without even getting hurt. I remember that when I fought Arlong before, my whole body was covered in blood. Original. Arlong what? In that world, I was defeated by an 8-year-old Luffy. How abominable. Original. Nami. Godfather? Is this something I can say? It's too unbelievable. But if you think about it carefully in combination with the previous scene, it's not difficult to understand. Nami has been a particularly insecure person since childhood. Not having parents also led to her lack of care. So I have never had anyone to rely on. You have to take care of everything yourself. However, Nami in the original world had to admit that at that time, at that age, when she was most helpless and in need of protection, such a man suddenly appeared. Who can really understand a girl's heart? But this also made Nami finally feel relieved. It seems that Nami in another world will not experience such a miserable childhood like himself. If I could really recognize this Marine as my godfather, he will definitely lead Nami from that world to live a better life. At this point, then it is relatively certain, because he has seen the lives of the 3 Luffy brothers and Kuina in that world, and they all have a bright future. That is to say, if in another world Nami also followed Ron, I believe her future life will be very exciting. Nami wanted to know, does the other world know how I am doing? Hara, Sengoku. This Ron is really popular with children, not just the 3 Luffy brothers. In addition, the 2 little girls Kuina and Nami seem to have an innate trust in Ron. Original. Garp. Haha, this is somewhat similar to me. I'm also very popular among children. Original. Sengoku. Wake up, Garp. There is no child who likes you. Also, look at how good Luffy is now under his education. Look at the Luffy you educated. It's totally different. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Such a good seedling, but you cultivated it into such a thing. Luffy? 18. Staff Officer Crane? Godfather? It's really amazing that even the kids call Commissar differently. Not just the original world. At this moment, even the people in the real world were in a state of confusion. They didn't know it before. It turns out that the boss behind the world's #1 logistics company, the world's #1 map company, the world's #1 navigation company, and the world's #1 weather company is actually the daughter of the prison commissar. This woman is a business tycoon. I would like to ask, which person going out to sea would not have a ship equipped with maps and navigation telephone bug produced by their company? Moreover, cargo transportation to various countries all goes through their company's shipping routes. As long as this woman gave the order, shipping between countries would collapse. Sengoku never dreamed that this woman was actually Ron's concubine. This is really explosive news. Current Sengoku, Commissar Ron, the boss of the big company that monopolizes all shipping routes, is actually your goddaughter. Why didn't you tell us about this? Current Ron, there's no need to say this. Present Garp, Commissar Ron, I never thought that when you were out on patrol, you actually adopted such a great goddaughter. My damn grandson must have known about this, but he didn't even tell me. Present Luffy, haha, we have to keep the matter about Ron-sama a secret even from you, Grandpa. Current Sengoku, of course I have to say that the navigation telephone mushy used on our warships is produced by Nami Corporation. We have to pay a high fee for each telephone every month, and we also need to apply for membership or even super membership. However, before each weather forecast, we have to listen to a 30-second advertisement. If we want to skip the advertisement, we have to pay another fee. This results in our Marine paying nearly 20 million Baileys for each navigation telephone of each warship every year. This is just the price of one Den Mushi. Current Ron, I don't interfere with business matters. Current Sengoku, she's your goddaughter anyway. Why don't you talk to him and ask if the fee can be reduced? Or, can you help us cancel the advertisement? Sengoku said helplessly. Current Ron, this involves management issues. You should contact her directly. I can't make the decision. Sengoku was speechless. Don't think I can't guess that you're the real boss behind these companies. She even asked me to go and discuss it with her. Isn't that a clear rejection of me? Hateful. But Sengoku had no choice. This navigation Den Mushi was just too good to be true. After being equipped with this, they never made any mistakes when sailing on the sea, and the weather would be reported accurately no matter what the weather was, allowing them to avoid many troubles caused by extremely bad weather at sea. So even if you pay a high fee, can't leave either. The main reason is that the marketing method of this thing is really powerful. At first, it was free to use. After all users have become dependent, then suddenly announced to collect money. It is obviously impossible to ask everyone to give up such a useful thing at this time. So you have to pay this money no matter how expensive it is. Sengoku now seriously suspected that these detrimental business practices were taught to his goddaughter by Ron. Current 5 elders. Ron, your goddaughter controls most of the world's shipping routes, and your disciples have formed a peace alliance. Do you have anything to do with this? What are you trying to do? Why do I feel like you are targeting the world government? Current Nami, don't get me wrong. I'm just a simple businessman. How could I threaten you? Current 5 elders, I don't believe you. Why is it that when other people use navigation phones, there are no errors, but when our world government ships use them, there are frequent errors? Not only do they often navigate to the wrong place, but the weather forecast is also often wrong. Current Nami, this may be due to technical reasons. We will correct it. Current 5 elders, bullshit. We have complained so many times, and you always say the same thing, and you have never corrected it once. Current is, of course, it's not against the world government. We're just a group of peace-loving countries gathered together. There is no other intention. Current 5 elders, I don't believe you. You have already poached several countries from our world government's member states, and you have been laughing all the time without stopping. Present Ace. And I just thought of something happy. Nami from the original world saw that herself from another world had so many identities, and he dared to argue with 5 elders. Don't even give them any face. This is so cool. The self in another world lives the life he wants. I founded a map company and a weather company. Isn't that what I'm best at and what I like most? Especially the terrifying income of the navigation Den Den Mushi. Every year there are 20 million Baileys. With so many ships in the world, how many navigation Den Den Mushi would be needed? Every year I can do nothing but count money for a long time. This made Nami envious. In the video, little Nami blushed a little and waited for Ron's response. Godfather? You can't do that. You can't do that. Ron waved his hands. What is this? I became someone's godfather when I was only in my 20s. However, it seems that having such a lovely daughter is not bad. Ron thought so. No, this is out of place. Godfather and goddaughter. Is this serious? Godfather, I can help you draw a map. Take me with you. Little Nami said while the iron was hot. She knew Ron needed someone to help him map the world, because when she broke into Ron's office to steal things, she saw a lot of maps. Drawing maps is really what Nami is best at, so she thought she could help Ron. That's fine too. Ron was persuaded. Most maps of this world are very incomplete. Not only are the shapes of the islands incorrect, but the relative relationships between the islands are also incorrect. All in all, it was a mess. This is extremely unfavorable for ruling the entire sea area. In order to completely rule a place, you must first have a complete map of this place and be extremely familiar with every island and sea area here. Anyway, Ron came here to take Nami away. At most, I now have the identity of a goddaughter. Okay, then you can come with me. Ron touched little Nami's head and said, Okay. Nami excitedly wiped her tear-stained face. Until this time, Akainu finally managed to get here from the warship. It made him very tired. Commissar Ron, why didn't you bring me along? Forgot about you, Ron laughed. Is it all over? Akainu was stunned when he saw the fishmen lying on the ground. This was resolved too quickly. As soon as I ran over here, everything was already done. By the way, why did Commissar Ron suddenly disappear just now? Caught off guard. Chiquan was taking notes there, but who knew that after Ron hung up the phone? He disappeared along with the 4 little ghosts. This made Akainu look confused. It was not easy for him to get here first. Finally, it's over here. Until Akainu showed up. Only then did the people of Cocoyasi village react. These people turned out to be Marines. Marines came to rescue them. Thank you. The villagers began to express their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. After so many years, the Marine finally rescued them. Now, I don't have to pay protection fees like that hateful Arlong. Akainu would never dare to take the credit for this. I clearly didn't do anything, and it was all over when I ran over. So he waved his hands and said, Don't thank me. You should thank Political Commissar Ron for this. This is our Marine Commissar Ron. Red? The dog directed everyone's attention to Ron and said, Is he a Marine too? Because Ron was wearing all white, and his cape was also white, and there was no word justice behind it. So no one recognized him as Marine at first. Erect a statue. Everyone, please remember what Commissar Ron looked like. We're going to erect a statue for him to express our gratitude. The old village chief said excitedly. Original, Sengoku. I'm so jealous. I've never been so popular, and no one has built a statue for me. Current, Sengoku. Haha, there are statues of Ron in almost every country. Pirates dare not stay at the place where there are statues of Ron. If your statue has this kind of power, then why would you worry that no one would erect one for you? Original, Sengoku. Hey, I'm really jealous. My statue is definitely not as intimidating, and even if it is erected, it will probably be torn down by the pirates the next day. With a warm farewell of the villagers of Cocoyasi village, the warship left the port. Godfather, Little Nami hugged Ron's arm, looking like a spoiled child. This made Kuina, who was standing aside, very unhappy. Said somewhat unhappily, Don't bother Master all the time. Master is very busy. I know. That's why I'm just here to help Daddy. Little Nami didn't let go. The atmosphere here is very tense. Even little Luffy felt it. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with the atmosphere over there? Ace smiled and said, "How about you go and ask?" Little Luffy's head shook like a wave drum. "I'm not going to 383. Last time you asked me to ask Kuina what she was doing, but she beat me up and said I was affecting their time as master and disciple. Sabo, I always feel that this Nami is not simple. Our life will be difficult from now on. If the two of them fight, we will stand on both sides." Ace stroked his chin and said, "It's not safe to fight anywhere. Let's go further away." "Godfather, there are too many errors in East Blue's map. They are obviously unreasonable." Nami complained unhappily while flipping through the official Marine map. "Yes, it is true that the Marine's control over East Blue is insufficient, in large part because they are not clear about the terrain here. This is the most complete map the Marine can find. Don't worry, Godfather, I'll finish drawing it for you. I guarantee it will be the most complete and accurate map," Nami said with a giggle. Then, he took out a pair of glasses from his pocket and put them on his head. She tied her hair into a ponytail. "Pretend to work hard. The orange hair looks very beautiful under the sunlight." "Oh, right, glasses. When I saw the glasses last night, I suddenly remembered something." So he took it out from his pocket. "I remember getting a devil fruit before, but I always thought it was useless and I couldn't use it. But this devil fruit is a perfect match for Nami." Ron searched his pockets for a long time. That's right. The pocket of Ron's white coat is also a treasure. Like a storage bag, you can put unlimited things in it. This is a reward Ron received when he changed Kizaru's life. A pocket that is not full. It took me a long time to find it. Finally found it. Stare at the fruit. "Hara, Sengoku, where did you get this from?" "Former Tsuru's staff officer." "Where did Ron hide the devil fruit?" "The same thing happened with the Maramara fruit before. He took it out for no apparent reason." "Horse, Sengoku. I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Is this the stare fruit?" "This fruit has an extremely buggy effect. Clairvoyance can extend one's vision to within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. You can even connect your vision to the eyes of a seagull. I can see wherever the seagulls fly. This is equivalent to looking down from above with a drone all the time. This ability isn't very useful in combat, though. But that's a magical skill when it comes to drawing maps. Just ask, if a person could look down from a high altitude and his field of vision could reach an incredible 4,000 kilometers, wouldn't he be able to draw maps easily? Especially with someone like Nami who can accurately draw the proportions and outlines of objects. It is not a dream to complete the East Blue map within 10 days. Think of this. "Nami, come here and take this devil fruit." "Okay, Godfather. Don't you want to know what kind of fruit it is?" "I'll eat whatever my Godfather lets me eat," Nami said with a smile. "Think carefully after eating the devil fruit. You won't be able to swim anymore." Ron reminded. "It's okay, I won't swim then," Nami said, looking into Ron's eyes. "Okay, this is called the staring fruit. After eating it, you will have clairvoyance and can also see through the eyes of animals." Nami is also very smart. When Ron introduced this, she understood what he meant. "Wow, that's great. I can use the seagull's vision to look down from above. This way, many islands will be easier to draw. This is the perfect devil fruit for me. With it, I can help my Godfather finish drawing the map of East Blue as soon as possible." Nami jumped up excitedly. Ron placed the fruit in Nami's hand. "Thank you, Godfather. It tastes so bad." Nami frowned, but I still gritted my teeth and ate all the devil fruit. After all, Ron said that food should not be wasted. After eating, Nami's eyes flashed a pink light. Then, everything within the surrounding 4,000 kilometers appeared in my mind. It really is a clairvoyance. Very clear. This is the first time Nami has such a broad vision. The shapes of the surrounding islands and the various buildings come into view. Nami even believed that if she picked up a pen now, she could draw the entire picture of the island in just a few minutes, without missing any river, any mountain, or even any house. "How is it? Can you adapt?" Ron said very gently. "Yes, Godfather, this fruit is really useful. Although the map I drew before was very close to the real one in proportion, it seems that there are still many places that need to be modified. Don't worry, Godfather. with this devil fruit. I promise that the classes I draw will be the most accurate in the world. Nami is very happy. She thought she could help Ron this time, too. Ron patted Nami's head. Horse, Sengoku. Ron is really generous. He gave devil fruit without hesitation. In just a few days, he has already given away 2 devil fruits in a row. Present, Sengoku. Didn't I tell you? These devil fruits are not worthy of Ron's attention. He has collected countless strange devil fruits. Historical, Sengoku. This stare fruit is a perfect match with little Nami's drawing ability. I envy you guys for having a perfect map soon, while our Marine's current map is still a mess. There are a lot of errors. Alas, may the world be, and Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he now envied Ron's goddaughter. Current, Sengoku. To be honest, I'm afraid you'll be hurt, but in fact, in our world, there's already a perfect map that basically covers all the places in the 4 seas. And all of this was done by Nami's company. Hara, Sengoku, stop talking, it's too heartbreaking. Would you like to consider selling us your map as well? Current, Sengoku, you'll have to discuss this with Ron or his goddaughter. After all, it's someone else's copyright. Even if you want to buy it, you probably can't afford it. It's very expensive. You should save the money and repair your Marine headquarters later. Original, Sengoku. Who are you trying to scare? How much can a map cost? Do you really think we Marines have no money? The complete map of current, Sengoku. East Blue will cost 10 billion berries, not to mention the other larger sea areas. Hara, Sengoku. Sorry to bother you. I'm leaving now. Current, Sengoku. I told you a long time ago that you can't afford it. This company opened by Nami is good in every way, but it's a little too expensive and too shady. But there's nothing you can do about it. Their products are monopolized. If you want to use them, you can only buy them from her. Hara, Sengoku. It's better to save the money and move. The video is sped up again. In the next few days, in order to complete the East Blue map, the warship came all the way from Cocoyasi village, the northernmost part of East Blue, to the entrance of Grand Line. It took almost 10 days. Nami drew a clear map of the entire route. She hasn't had much rest these days. Night. Godfather, can I sleep in this room? Little Nami yawned and said. Early the next morning, Kuina looked at Nami with a very unfriendly look. So in the next few days, Kuina stood at Ron's door every night. The excuse is to protect Ron. In fact, it was just to prevent Nami from going in late at night. This action made the tension between the 2 girls even stronger. This leads to the 3 Luffy brothers were very well behaved over the next few days. They didn't dare to fight with each other on the boat anymore. I was afraid of making these 2 unhappy. During this period, Ron also went to the sea restaurant and had a meal. I have to say, it is indeed delicious. Then, Ron directly recruited everyone in the sea restaurant. Let them stay on the warship and cook, including little Sanji. Hara, Sengoku. Is this possible? We just went out to eat and packed up the restaurant with us. Original, Sanji. I actually became a cook in the Marine in another world. This is really unbelievable. I hate pirates the most. Former, Kizaru staff officer. I have to admire Ron's ability to do ideological work. It's really strong. Just by eating a meal, he made these ruffian chefs want to join the army. These few weeks, Ron ran almost all over East Blue just to get Nami to draw pictures. During this period, also met a lot of pirates. For example, East Blue Overlord Creek. This guy has 5,000 pirates under his command. Be king in East Blue. It's just some bad luck. Just happened to come across the Ron warship, which was carrying Nami's drawn maps everywhere. I saw that the other side only had 1 warship. On our side, we have 5,000 pirates and 10 warships. Go and surround this warship. How dare you be in the same sea with me? Creek arrogantly ordered his subordinates. As expected, these 5,000 people plus Creek himself, they were all beaten up by the 4 naughty kids. East Blue's strongest pirates group consists of 5,000 people. Just got killed like that. When Creek was caught, he realized what kind of horrible character he had offended, especially when he saw Admiral Akainu. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, the Admiral didn't take action. Otherwise, they would have been burned to charcoal and sunk to the bottom of the sea. But the Admiral was very respectful to the man in the white cloak holding the thermos cup. It was an eye-opener for Crick. It was the first time he knew that besides the Marshal, there was someone higher than the Admiral, and that position was called the political commissar. Is I sick? I could pick on anyone else, but I had to pick on such a scary guy. Are those 4 bear kids monsters? I'm a big pirate with 5,000 subordinates. They were all killed by 4 naughty kids. Are you kidding me? I'm the strongest in East Blue. How would I survive if this got out? It seems that it would be best to sentence him to life imprisonment this time, so as not to embarrass himself. Crick thought so. By the way, I also met a pink-haired kid named Kirby in East Blue. The guy kept clamoring to be a Marine. Only, political commissar Ron did not agree to him directly. Instead, he was recruited to the cleaning department of the warship, responsible for cleaning the warship. After nearly a month of hard work, East Blue has basically been visited. A complete map was placed in front of Ron. Little Nami wears glasses. This little girl looks very cute with glasses and a ponytail. Godfather, it's done. There is absolutely no error. This is the most complete map of East Blue today. Ron looked at the thick stack of maps on the table. This is a lot of work. This little girl hasn't slept for many days in this month. There are dark circles under the eyes. Ron went down and touched her head and said, "Go get some good sleep. I need to be held while sleeping. Go back to your room." Kuina's unhappy voice came from outside the door. "Let's go to Alabasta first, then go back to the headquarters." Ron instructed Momosaji. Because he wanted Nami to draw maps of various places, Ron tried to travel as much as possible in East Blue during the past few days, so he did not enter the Grand Line. Momosaji also didn't know why he went to Alabasta. Maybe I could just stop by and take a look. Alabasta has always been a relatively peaceful desert country, and there are the 7 warlords of the sea and the hero crocodile there, and no pirates dare to harass it. So why go there? After a few more days of sailing, the warship has successfully entered the Grand Line, came to the country of Alabasta. This is a desert country. Water is the most scarce resource in this country. During the low water period, water price is comparable to gold. Now, Alabasta is facing its worst drought in 50 years. It has not rained in the whole country for a month. All the people are longing for a heavy rain. This is exactly the opportunity that the great conspirator crocodile has been waiting for. Today is also the day that Robin officially joins the Baroque studio. As the only scholar who can understand historical texts today, Kruktal also had a hard time finding Robin and getting her to join the gang. Robin reported to Crocodile, "Mr. Zero, an hour ago, a warship flying a red marine flag entered Alabasta. This warship has been causing a lot of trouble in East Blue recently and has captured many pirates. It seems that they came to Alabasta for some special mission this time. Do you want me to pay attention to it?" Crocodile turned in his chair. A scar across the bridge of his nose made him look extremely fierce. "Oh, what is Marine doing here? I hope it won't affect my plan. You go meet them first, Robin." Original, Robin, Nami, I never thought that you in the other world would act so cute and disgusting. Haha, and even crawl into my bed and let me hold you while sleeping. Original, Nami, stop talking. I can't imagine I would do such a thing. It's so embarrassing. I wish I could find a place to hide. Original, Robin, this Ron is too scary. Even someone like you could be bewitched by him. I hope that I will never meet him in another world. I don't want to become as spoiled as you. Commissar Ron, why are you here? Momosaji said with some confusion. This was also her first time in Alabasta. I feel that the wind and sand here are too strong and the climate is extremely dry. This made Momosaji very uncomfortable. Even when I took a breath, I could feel a lot of sand entering my nose and mouth. Can humans really survive in such a place? You have a reason to come here. You are a Marine, and it is your duty to patrol everywhere. You cannot come here just because the climate and environment are too bad. If you don't come here to see for yourself, how do you know what the security environment is like? Do you have to listen to your subordinates report everything to you? Yes. Momosaji nodded somewhat ashamedly. The political commissar is right. It's my fault for not thinking in the right way. Momosaji suddenly thought of those useless guys at the bottom of the Marine Corps, especially the working style of G-12 scene in Cocoyasi Village and Orangetown. They are in collusion with the Marines, deceiving their superiors and subordinates. If we only listen to their reports, the world will probably be peaceful. But that is the reality. Sengoku, Ron, original Garp. Hey, you old man, why do you look like you're being taught a lesson? Hara, Sengoku. The reason why those surrounding branches dare to deceive their superiors and subordinates is because we only stay at the headquarters every day, do not care about the affairs of other branches, and do not go to the places they are responsible for field inspections. That is why they dare to deceive us, collude with local pirates, and oppress the local ordinary people, right? Sengoku from the original world. I feel like I learned a lot from the video. In such a comparison, I really haven't done enough on my part. Original, Garp. I didn't expect you to be so good at self-reflection. Original, Sengoku. Humph, who is like you? You still don't think there is anything wrong with your education method. Former, Tsuru's staff officer. By the way, why did this commissar suddenly go to Alabasta? Could it be that he knew in advance that a coup would happen there? Staff Officer Crane thought of what Crockwall had done in Alabasta in his own world. It almost overthrew the regime of a country. It almost rubbed the Marines' face on the ground. As a result, the country of Alabasta was saved by the 100 pirates of the sea. I'm embarrassed to tell anyone about this. In order to save Marine's face, he even let Smoker take the credit. These are all Marine's dark histories. Original, Sengoku. Ahem, that's impossible, right? There are still more than 10 years before Crocodile launches a coup, and his ambitions and plans are being implemented step by step. Crocodile should not be exposed yet, right? He is still a hero in Alabasta and is very popular among the local people there. At this time, no one would suspect that there is something wrong with Crocodile, right? So I think Ron is really wronged. It should not be for rebellion, because even he can't predict what will happen in the future. Hara, Tsuru, what you said makes sense. So why did he go to Alabasta? Was he going to capture Robin? It was only after the Alabasta incident that Chief of Staff Crane and his colleagues learned that Robin, who had been wanted by the world government for 79 million belly, had been hiding in Alabasta all these years and joined Crocodile's work agency under the alias Mississippi all Sunday. This was a reason why the world government had not found Robin all these years. So, it's very likely that Ron was going after Robin this time. Hara, Sengoku. That's not quite right. Robin has been hiding very well. Logically, she wouldn't have been discovered when she was at Crocodile Works. Everyone was very curious. Robin in the original world couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart at this moment. After all, the fate of those targeted by Ron took a 180-degree turn. Even the little thief cat Nami has become a good daughter. If that Ron was really coming for him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Robin's face turned serious. She didn't want to be like Nami, acting like a good girl and pestering Ron to call her godfather every day. I shuddered just thinking about it. How could a human being do such a thing? I definitely won't do that anyway. And little Nami is still a child after all, so this is not too inappropriate. But I was already 18 years old at that time. I really don't dare to imagine it any further. Now I just hope that Ron's purpose in going there is not to attack me. Let yourself keep your original destiny. Don't change it into anything messy. Robin thought so. In the video, as soon as everyone got off the warship, little Luffy was stretched out long by the hot tongue. Oh, it's too hot. I'm melting. Hey, Kuina, why aren't you hot? Little Luffy looked at Ace and Sabo, both of whom stuck out their tongues, but Kuina was the only one who still had a stern face, and his expression looked very cold. Except when I looked at Kuina's face, I actually felt a little cooler. Kuina said nonsense in annoyance. Don't you know that hockey can keep out the heat? You just need to cover your whole body with hockey, and you will feel much cooler. Huh. Little Luffy seemed to have opened the door to a new world. That makes sense. Hockey can even defend against attacks, even atomic bombs. Then it shouldn't be difficult to protect against sunlight. Little Luffy slapped his forehead. You are still smart. Then, just cover your entire body with armament hockey. That's all, right? Little Luffy's entire body turned black. I thought this would be cool. I didn't expect it to get hotter and hotter. The clothes on the body gave off a faint burnt smell, as if they were about to burn. Ah! Luffy curiously tapped his shoulder and ended up burning himself. It's so hot. Fool. Little Nami walked over and glared at Luffy and said, Why is it getting hotter? Little Luffy still hasn't figured it out. Because she is lying to you, idiot. After you turn your body black, won't it absorb more heat? Of course it will get hotter and hotter, idiot. Nami was speechless. How could there be people who believe this? If you use hockey to turn your whole body black and put it in the sun, wouldn't it be like a mobile heat sink? If you're not hot, who will be hot? I was wondering why it was getting hotter and hotter. Fortunately, no one discovered it. Sabo and Ace secretly removed armament hockey. Then he said with a laugh, Ace, Luffy is just too stupid. How could he believe such words? Sabo, yeah, who says it's not? If you're young, you're immature. Little Nami pointed in a direction ahead and said, Godfather, there is a small town there. Where is it? I can't see it. I'm starving to death. Little Luffy actually circled around 1,000 circles visibly with the naked eye. You don't have clairvoyance, of course you can't see it. Little Nami was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. Okay, let's go there and fill our stomachs, said Ron. 20 minutes later, a small town near Alabasta Pier. Although this place is not very prosperous, there's a very large tavern in the middle. And the people here are extremely enthusiastic. As soon as we saw Ron and the others coming and what they were wearing, we became even more enthusiastic. Excuse me, is there any place to eat nearby? Little Ace asked very politely. Yes, of course. We welcome guests the most here. Come with us. The leader was a strong woman who led the way very enthusiastically. Took them to a very large tavern. The pub owner was also very welcoming. All the dishes were laid out before anyone had even ordered. This made Little Nami and the others dumbfounded. It's a bit weird here. They are too enthusiastic. Be careful, Kuina said. However, Luffy and the other two couldn't care less about so many things at this time. Just rush up and eat it. Come on, don't just eat, have a drink. The tavern owner enthusiastically brought over a large amount of wine. Seeing that Ron and others were not eating, he put the wine in front of them and said, Try it now. This is the cactus wine produced in Alabasta. I guarantee you won't be able to drink it outside of Bic. The pub owner had intended to get Ron and the others drunk. However, Nami, who was always vigilant, suddenly said, Here, let me drink it for my godfather. After saying, he directly intercepted the wine that the tavern owner was handing to Ron. Ron smiled, though. I didn't expect that this goddaughter was so considerate and could even block the wine for me. But he also knew Nami's alcohol tolerance, so he didn't say anything. Ha, you little girl. How much can you drink? Said the tavern owner with a big laugh. Nami held up a finger. Oh, just 1 cup. Ha ha. That's quite impressive for a little girl. Nami shook her head. The tavern owner was stunned. Oh, you mean 10 cups? That's incredible. I've never seen such a young girl drink so much. Drink as much as you want a day. Everything here is free. However, Nami shook her finger and said, Yes, I drink all the time. Ha ha. You little girl. You're quite good at bragging even though you were young. Well, you said you can drink all the time, so I will drink with you. The tavern owner smiled wickedly. He took this opportunity to get all the children drunk, then the adult drunk, then sold the children, killed the adult, and took all the money they had. This is what they often do here. Otherwise, how can there be a free dinner? No matter if they were pirates, marines, or traveling caravans, once they entered this tavern, they would not be able to leave safely. Half an hour later, the tavern owner was already drunk and unconscious. Little Nami. He pinched his waist and drank another glass. Now, on a high wall outside the tavern, a girl with tan skin wearing white jeans and black boots. Stand on it with your arms folded across your chest, watching what's going on in the tavern. Mississippi all Sunday, we have successfully lured them in. Once they are drunk, we can figure out what they are doing here. Mr. 11 said respectfully to Robin. Okay, well done. Robin nodded. This black shop actually belongs to their Baroque studio. You can gather intelligence or you can rob others. But this time, The members of the Baroque Works Society who worked as staff in the tavern were already feeling the pressure. Oh no, these three monsters are such big eaters. They have eaten up all our meat and vegetables, leaving nothing for us. This is going to happen. I have enough for a week. Oh no, the boss has been drunk. That little girl is such a drinker. We can't go on like this. They've eaten everything. We're going to starve to death. Let's do it now. No, didn't Miss All Sunday say that we should first ask about their motives? She didn't let us do anything. Why should we care about this now? If we don't take action now, we will be exposed sooner or later. Damn it, they ate us all. Besides, there are only 3 adults on the other side. I'm afraid we will be caught. What? If we kill them all, we can easily deal with the 3 children. Mississippi All Sunday is just too cautious. These guys just wanted to open a black shop. Who would have thought? All the original capital has been eaten up. So he drew out his knife and revealed his true face. Little Luffy was dumbfounded. Are you going to help us cut the barbecue? Idiot, I'm going to cut you. Pirates said angrily. I've been waiting for you for so long, and now your true colors are finally revealed. Shao Gai said. Brush, brush, brush. There was chaos inside, and a fight broke out. In less than a minute, they were all knocked down by the 3 little monsters and Kuina. Catch them all. By the way, don't forget to pay for the meal. You have to pay for other people's food. We can't do anything like cheating on others. Yes, I understand. Ace thought he could finally have a free meal. In the end, I had no choice but to put the money on the stage. Although no one is collecting money anymore. Original, Sengoku. Elegant, so elegant. Even eating the pirates' food, didn't you forget to pay before arresting them? Original, Ace. It seems that I in the other world will not have the habit of eating and drinking for free. Current, Momosaji. By the way, I was always curious at that time. Nami, where did you put all the alcohol you drank? Your waist is so thin. Robin looked through the window and saw the chaos inside and felt something was wrong. What's going on? Has he been exposed? I'll go check it out. It's not like this place hasn't hosted Marines before, and it's never been exposed before. It seems that these guys are unreliable, and I have to do it myself. In fact, Robin was unwilling to have any contact with Marine. After all, she is still hiding her identity. If Marine finds out that she is the only survivor of O'Hara wanted by the world government, then it will be over. That's why I wanted to ask the people in this tavern to find out the news. Unexpectedly, it was finally exposed, just when Robin was about to jump down from the high white wall. Suddenly, a pair of big hands pressed Robin's shoulders from behind. If you want to know something, can't you just ask me? Ron's voice was still so gentle. Little Robin couldn't help but shudder all over. When? She didn't even notice when there was someone behind her. However, the person who is most worried at this moment is not little Robin. Instead, it is the big Robin from another world. When she saw Ron standing behind herself in another world, my face turned green, especially when I think about the drastic change in Nami's fate after she met Ron. I just laughed at Nami. What if I become like that? When I think of myself being a spoiled child at 18. Robin, you don't come over here. It's over. I have a bad feeling. The me in the other world. Run away. Don't listen to him. After Robin was controlled, the first thought was to run away. Just wanted to break free from Ron and jump down. And then the next sentence. But it just made Robin stand there in a daze. Are you looking for the historical text? Original. Robin, it's over. You found my weak spot, Nami. Why do I feel like I want it too? Let's be honest. Robin is panicking now. She was even more panicked than when she was caught by Marine in Eni's lobby. The most important thing is to see Nami's look. Then Robin felt very uncomfortable. How can a human being be like that? She's really good at acting like a spoiled child. It gives me goosebumps just looking at it. As a mature lady, she could not accept that this kind of thing happened to her at all, so she had to prevent her other self from being brainwashed by Ron. After all, this guy's brainwashing skills are too strong. Robin didn't think so before, but now looking at the little kids around Ron, and then looking at the future of these people in his original world, it forms a sharp contrast. Then there's Luffy, who acts recklessly. In another world, he became a Marine Admiral. The son of the Pirates King actually became a diplomat in that world. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, unexpectedly became the king. Let's not talk about Kuina for now. After all, Kuina is already dead in this world. There is no way to compare. But Nami is totally unacceptable. After all, I spend every day with Nami. It is very clear what kind of personality this Nami is. This guy's like a bully on the boat. That person has a bad temper. He treats Captain Luffy with his fists. And if anyone makes her unhappy, she will immediately start cursing. This led to most of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original world not daring to mess with Nami. They were all very scared when they saw Nami. It is because I have seen this kind of Nami. That's why Robin felt a little bit unacceptable towards Nami from another world. This is a huge change. They are completely different people. Who would have thought that little Nami, who usually has such a bad temper, could actually act like a spoiled child? Watching her swaying while hugging Ron's thighs, Robin found it very eye-catching. It's so shameful. As human beings, this shouldn't be the case. That's why she was so afraid that Ron would find her in another world. Paul is brainwashing himself. Then, what if I become like Nami? How can I practice? It's really unimaginable. She is such a mature lady, yet she would act so coquettishly. Original, Robin, it's over, it's over. He finally found me. I don't even dare to read on. Original, Nami. Robin, you laughed at me just now, but now you're going to fall into the clutches of the devil too? But you were so stubborn before, and you have irreconcilable conflicts with Marine, so I don't think you will be like me. Original, Robin, as expected of Nami, you have some truth in what you said. After all, the me in the other world is already 18 years old, and I have been on the run. I am very closed and don't trust people. It is impossible for me to trust a Marine. Unlike you who were still young at that time, it is easier for you to become dependent on the Marine or the person who saved you. But I am different. I know very well what I thought at that age, so I should not be brainwashed by that guy like you. Just at this moment, the picture suddenly paused. Another world scene begins to play. Robin's life in the original world and the present world begins to be compared. Hannah, Sengoku, are you going to start comparing again? I'm also curious about how Robin managed to survive Buster Call in our world. Generally, comparison videos will tell the whole story of a person's life. This is also something Sengoku is very curious about. Back then, Buster Call almost destroyed the entire Hara, so why did some people survive? When Akiji heard Sengoku say this, he couldn't help scratching his head. Oops. He remembered that he was the one who let Robin go, but he didn't tell anyone about it. If this were to be exposed, Sengoku might as well beat himself to death. Even though Akiji didn't want to see it, the video continued to play. The scene returns to a small island with a towering tree. It's O'Hara. This huge book is O'Hara's library. It contains all of O'Hara's historical research. It can be said to be the most comprehensive history book in the entire Pirates continent. And this day, it was the day when Little Robin received his doctorate. All the professors were celebrating for Little Robin. Hara, Sengoku. This Robin is also a genius. He has obtained such a high degree at the age of 8. Former, Tsuru. Her appearance is a great threat to the world government. Now I'm afraid that only Robin can unravel the 800-year history. After all, she's the only one who can understand that kind of literature. Fast forward. On this day, a woman who looked very similar to Robin, but with white hair, appeared in O'Hara. Robin knows. This woman must be his mother, even though she had never seen it. But from the look in this woman's eyes, one could tell that it was the look of a mother looking at her daughter with full of guilt. Little Robin was very excited at the moment, because she had never seen her parents since she was born, and other children in the village bullied her. She also wanted to have parents. However, just when they were about to recognize each other, suddenly, the entire O'Hara was surrounded by more than 10 warships. All the warships' guns were pointed at O'Hara. This is the Buster Call that all pirates fear. One order can destroy a country. Buster Call consists of 10 warships and 5 vice admirals and Marines' elite combat forces. The one who initiated this Buster Call was Admiral Sengoku. The vice admirals participating in this Buster Call include Akiji, who is now an admiral, and Akainu. This configuration, not to mention a small O'Hara, any country would find it difficult to resist. Marine accused O'Hara scholar of being anti-government on trumped-up charges. The purpose is to destroy O'Hara. Let no one in this world be able to unravel that history. Marine said nothing. A continuous bombardment was launched directly at O'Hara, round after round of bombing, instantly turning O'Hara into a sea of fire. Those scholars who regarded historical knowledge as their life desperately threw the precious books into the sea to protect them from artillery fire. Little Robin was frightened at this time. Helplessness and fear surround me. She didn't expect to encounter this scene, just as she was about to meet her mother. The white-haired woman looked at the Marine who came to catch her. I could only bear the pain and pretend that I didn't know Little Robin. Little Robin was there calling for his mother. But what he got in return was just the white-haired woman saying, "You've got the wrong person." Little Robin at this age doesn't understand why his mother doesn't recognize him and why Marine attacks O'Hara. They obviously did nothing wrong. Why do I want to do this? That's exactly why. Little Robin's eyes were full of resentment towards the Marines who attacked them. Present, Sengoku. Hey, my other self, you're too cruel. You actually launched a buster call on O'Hara. How could you have the heart to do that? Hara, Sengoku, what are you talking about? Don't say you didn't use buster call on O'Hara. That's impossible. In your world, Robin has already escaped. If she didn't use buster call on O'Hara, why would she come out and become a pirate? Sengoku in the original world actually knew in his heart that his decision was wrong, but he had no choice, because that was an order personally given by the world government 5 elders. He is just an executor. Present, Sengoku. I did have this idea at the time, but Commissar Ron rejected it and criticized me severely, which made me realize my mistake. Now I think, thanks to Commissar Ron's timely intervention, otherwise I would have been as stupid as you and destroyed all the treasures of mankind with a buster call. When I heard this, in the original world, Sengoku was really stupid. How is this possible? Even if I was really bewitched at that time and listened to Ron's advice. But, can buster call be stopped by itself? I'm just a puppet. The real manipulators behind this are the 5 elders. If they don't want to hear it, even if they don't send out a buster call, someone else will. So the key to the problem is not yourself at all. Current, Sengoku. I know what you want to say. You mean the 5 elders, right? Hara, Sengoku. That's right. You and I both know who the real initiator of this order is. We also know that the role we played in it was just a puppet. So how can we not issue it if we want to? Former 5 elders, that's right. As long as there is a world with us 5 elders, O'Hara must be destroyed. No one can stop this, unless there is no world government and 5 elders in your world. Current, Sengoku. To be honest, you guys were really arrogant back then, but Commissar Ron gave me a clever plan to cover up the truth. Hara, Sengoku, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by hiding something from the world? Present, Sengoku. That is, we launched Buster Call and attacked an empty shell of O'Hara. It was a sky island with nothing inside. All the scholars and books of O'Hara were transported out by us in advance. Only a few people knew about this. The 5 elders still don't know the truth. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku from the original world was completely dumbfounded. It can still be operated this way. This is simply an unimaginable path. Because the most important thing about O'Hara is not the small island called O'Hara, but all the scholars mentioned above, plus the historical books that have been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. These are the foundation of O'Hara. Wherever these things are, that place is called O'Hara. And Ron from another world actually dared to deceive the world government and transported all these people out, letting Marines Buster Call attack a sky island. It was really a good plan. In that case, if it is done well and arranged properly, it will not be discovered. It's really smart. But doing so would plant a time bomb between you and the 5 elders. If this matter were to explode, please give me flour, then the 5 elders will definitely not forgive the mastermind behind this incident, etc. At this time, Sengoku from the original world suddenly realized why Ron would develop his own power in that world. What is the Peace Alliance, and what are the 5 major companies? With such a force, I am afraid. You don't have to be afraid of the 5 elders anymore. But Sengoku couldn't figure it out. Why should we fight against the 5 elders because of these scholars? What is the reason for doing this? What benefits can be gained by doing this? I really don't understand. Present, 5 elders. What? What are you talking about? O'Hara was not destroyed at all. You can transfer all the people on O'Hara away. At this time, 5 elders finally realized that they had been fooled. Those guys launched a buster call and actually attacked an uninhabited island. And I didn't even hear any news about it. There were also undercover agents in Marine, but they didn't reveal any information to me. This shows how deeply this matter was concealed at the time, and they were still complacent, thinking that O'Hara had been completely destroyed. Although later we learned that a guy named Robin survived. But at least everyone else was destroyed, so it wouldn't have much of an impact if one person survived. But now, when the truth was gradually revealed, the 5 elders then realized how stupid they were. Not only did they survive, but not a single one died. They all survived. What a great way to escape. This Ron, I remember he had just become the Marine political commissar at that time, and he had a rebellious nature right after he became a politician. Good job. This is either a rebellious bone growing in his body or a person growing on top of the rebellious bone. Original 5 elders. You guys are a bunch of idiots. For such a big event, more than 10 warships were mobilized, so many people were involved, and the impact was so great, but the Marine Corps turned. So many people were evacuated, but you didn't get any news? You only found out now that everyone in O'Hara is alive, and you only found out that you attacked a sky island. The 5 elders of the original world were all dumbfounded. What the world government is best at is running intelligence organizations. Then CPO to CP9 are not white-collar salaries. Under such a strict intelligence organization, Marine planned such a large-scale operation, including transferring population, transferring books, and bombing Sky Island, but no one discovered it. It seems that the intelligence organization of the other world has been infiltrated like a sieve. Current 5 elders. You Marines, explain to me, are you planning to rebel? You actually did this without telling us. Current Sengoku. Ahem, it's over. I'll let it slip. Present 5 elders. You guys, are you really rebelling? Looks like we need to teach you a lesson. As for Commissar Ron, we are going to cancel your position as Commissar from today on. Resign and return to Mariehua immediately for questioning. Present Luffy. Are you 5 old men drunk? Don't worry, we will come to Mariehua. But you still want to cancel our Ron's position as political commissar? I'm afraid you want to. Present Ace. Please be careful with your words, otherwise it will bring you unpredictable consequences. Do you understand? Present Sabo. You don't have much time left to struggle. Keep your head down, and maybe you can live longer. Next time you dare to say something like abolishing the political commissar, don't blame me for not reminding you. Present Namio. It seems that you want to stop all navigation Den Mushi from working or block all routes out of Mariewa. Present Robin. Hee. Or do you want to make the lost 100 years of history known to the public again? Kaido. Present Kizaru. The Marine can't do without Commissar Ron. Let's see who dares to say cancel it. The 5 elders of the current world were dumbfounded. I didn't expect that just by removing the political commissar from his post, I would anger the Marine Admiral, the chairman of the Peace Alliance, the bosses of the 5 largest companies, and the world's most famous scholar. They all stood on Ron's side. 5 elders had no doubt about the truthfulness of their words. If you dare to say another word, you will be removed from your post as political commissar. They can definitely do it. Hateful. Who would have thought that after all these years, this political commissar who had always been taciturn had such great power? We just have to resist. The 5 elders really didn't dare to speak anymore, afraid of angering these people. Hara, Robin. What did you say? In the other world, O'Hara was really not destroyed? Then my mother, is she still alive? Robin was already choking up. Countless memories flooded my mind. O'Hara's miserable condition. He and his mother didn't even have the chance to see each other. It was the last time they saw each other, and all these subsequent histories. I thought it couldn't be changed. But she never expected that in another world, O'Hara was actually saved by a political commissar named Ron. Now, let alone Robin in another world. Even I want to work like a slave for Ron. At this moment, Robin was so excited. Although it is not the future of my world. But if he could know that in another world his mother was still alive, his people were still alive, and O'Hara was not destroyed, it would be a very happy thing. Present, Robin. Yes, O'Hara was indeed not destroyed. I only found out about this when I met Commissar Ron 10 years later. Original, Robin? Really? That's great, my mother. Robin choked up when he said this. For someone like her who's been wandering independently for 20 years, there was nothing that could break her defense or make her cry. But one of the few exceptions was her mother, whom she did not have time to call out to the first time she met her. Is she still alive? I really want to meet her. Robin is no longer the little girl she was 20 years ago. Now she knows why Marine wanted to eliminate Oha, why Marine wanted to capture her mother, and why her mother did not dare to recognize her at that time. Present, Robin. Yes, my mother is still alive. Everyone is alive, and the buster call against O'Hara, except for the loss of Small Island, did not cause any casualties. You can rest assured about that. Original, Robin. Great. Thank Ron, the political commissar in your world, for me. I really appreciate him. Jay, even a different world. Robin at this moment. I am also truly grateful from the bottom of my heart to Ron from another world, who was able to save her from another world, and to O'Hara from another world. At the same time, I'm also feeling emotional. It would be great if there was such a warm-hearted Marine political commissar in my world. Maybe your own destiny will also change. Before that, Robin couldn't believe that he would have such a thought. At the same time, he also didn't think that Ron from the other 050 world would convince Robin when he knew the truth. Perhaps she also knew what choices she would make in another world. Present, Robin. I can't imagine how I feel now, after carrying 20 years of hatred. I can only say that it's a good thing I met Ron. Otherwise, I would be alone now, without any tribe, without a mother, wandering alone, without anyone to rely on. Present, Nami. Sister Robin, your future in the other world is the same as the future of the other me. This is us without our Godfather, so we need to be more grateful to him. Present, Robin. Thank you, Master. Robin from the original world suddenly became alert, as his other self seemed to have said something strange. Original, Robin, what are you talking about? What master? However, the top Marine executives in the original world and the two Robins have different focuses. They found out. In another world, the five elders, the main leaders of the world government, did not dare to provoke Ron. Even though Ron made such a big mistake and hid all the people in O'Hara behind the back of the world government. You know how much the five elders value O'Hara. This is related to the stability of their world government regime. So, if anyone dares to go against them on this matter, or does anything behind their backs, the five elders will definitely not let it go easily. At least in the original world, it was a capital crime. But Sengoku looked at the main leaders of the Peace Alliance in disbelief and wondered how they could fight against the Old Star. Whether it's Luffy, Ace, Sabo, or Nami and others. When the five elders wanted to remove Ron from his position, they all stood up without hesitation and confronted the five old houses. As a Marine Marshal, Sengoku knows exactly what this means. This means that the real leader of this gang is Ron. In other words, for Ron's sake, they are not afraid even of the world government. In fact, Sengoku also knew why the five elders chose to back off when they saw these people stand up. Because this force is something they cannot ignore. It includes the Marine Admiral and all the forces of the Peace Alliance, as well as the five major companies, and Robin, who has become the most famous scholar in the world. Such scale and influence. I'm afraid I can already look down upon the world government. This is equivalent to this group of people, led by Ron, rebuilding a world government. Compete with the original world government. It's so scary. Even Kizaru came out to support Ron. This is something that Sengoku from the original world had not expected. Original, Kizaru. Am I crazy in the other world? How much should I pay you? You work so hard. Kizaru from the original world was confused. I couldn't imagine that I had done this myself. According to his principle in life, he should go to work and get paid, and slack off at work if possible. The salary is not high anyway, so why work so hard? But myself in another world, since he stood up to support Ron and fought against the five elders. Isn't this equivalent to destroying your own rice bowl? Is this something you can do yourself? I can't believe it. Current Kizaru, what do you know? A world without Commissar Ron is meaningless. Original Kizaru, you are crazy, you are crazy. The original World's Robin video continues to play. Marine rushes into O'Hara. An indiscriminate attack was launched on everyone here. Little Robin just kept running and running. On the edge of the island, met Saul Vice Admiral. This is also one of the few fond memories of Little Robin's childhood. It was this Vice Admiral who taught Little Robin to smile even when facing difficulties. However, the good times did not last long. The video continues to speed up. Not long after, Akiji Vice Admiral is here. Saul, what are you doing? Why are you hiding here? Akiji said unhappily, frowning. At the same time, he also discovered the little Robin hiding behind the giant. So they prepared to take him away. But what Akiji never expected was that his good friend Saul would stand in front of him. Do you know what you're doing? Akiji said unhappily. Then, the video continues to speed up. Akiji defeated Saul with his absolute strength and froze him. Hara, Sengoku. It seems that little Robin can't escape from this island. How did he escape? Saul was also defeated. With Akiji guarding here, no one could save him. Sengoku from the original world didn't believe that anyone could rescue little Robin under Akiji's protection. It was simply impossible. Wait a moment. What if he wasn't rescued? At this moment, Sengoku's face suddenly turned dark. He seemed to know who let little Robin go. If no one could save Robin from Akiji, now there's only one possibility. That's when Akiji let her go. Is this guy crazy? It turned out to be just as Sengoku expected. The following video confirms the answer. It was really Akiji who let little Robin go. In addition, 2 ice lines were deliberately laid on the sea surface. Now Sengoku from the original world was embarrassed. Akiji was also a little embarrassed. He originally thought that no one would know about this matter, but he didn't expect that it would be exposed by the comparison video today. Hana, Sengoku. Well done, Akiji. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. I was planning to pass the position of Marine Marshal to you. You really disappoint me. Original, Akainu. It was you who did it 20 years ago. I was wondering why you disappeared for so long. Do you know what you did? Harari. Akiji. I am just leaving a possibility for the future. Original, 5 elders. So, it was you, Akiji, who was responsible. If it weren't for you, we could have eliminated all the troubles. Just kill all the people in O'Hara. And when the Summit War is over, you come to Marjorie. The 5 elders of the original world were also unhappy. Because of Akiji's kindness, such a perfect plan failed, and it also caused such a big trouble afterwards. Present Akiji, it's okay. If you really can't do it, just come to our world. When the time comes, grab the first answer award, choose a crossover, and come to our world. With Commissar Ron protecting you, see who dares to touch you. Original, 5 elders. The video then continues to fast forward. Little Robin was drifting on the sea. Later, the world government also learned of Robin's existence and offered her a bounty of 79 million. It is precisely because of this huge bounty. Only then did Robin truly realize what the evil human heart was. During the escape, Robin met many kind-hearted people who took him in. But secretly he was contacting the world government, preparing to exchange Robin for a bonus. That's all. Robin kept running away. Time passes by little. Slowly Robin grew up. Now, she's not someone that Marine can catch easily. I met Crocodile by chance. Crocodile was impressed by Robin's ability to read ancient texts. Crocodile, who has always been wild at heart, is ready to look for ancient weapons, so he must have someone who can understand ancient characters. Moreover, Crocodile has always suspected ancient weapon, and Pluton often stays in Alabasta. In other words, the historical text that records Pluton Charlotte is in Alabasta. This is also why he wants to work with Robin. And Robin certainly didn't really join Crocodile. After drifting on the sea for so many years, he truly understood how sinister the human heart is in this world. There are only relationships of use between people, no real friends. So she won't be loyal to anyone. Robin's purpose is also the historical text. But her purpose was not to find the ancient weapon. I want to know the truth of history. Only Crocodile knows where the main history of Alabasta is, so she can only cooperate with Crocodile. Then, time continues to fast forward. In the blink of an eye, it was 20 years later, Crocodile planned the coup in Alabasta, prepared to overthrow Alabasta's regime as a hero. This battle, it ends with Straw Hat Luffy stopping Crocodile, and Robin finally saw the historical text buried in Alabasta Shaman. Because Robin cheated on Kay, Rockdale, so the enraged Crocodile stabbed Robin directly through the chest. Present, Robin, you're too easy to kill, aren't you? Did you go through so much hardship to survive until now, just to die here? Everyone in the present world was heartbroken when they saw how miserable Robin in the other world was, because the Arabanstian incident caused a big stir, causing the whole world to pay attention. At this time, it is impossible for Marine to admit that it was the pirates who saved the country. Then, under Sengoku's orders, the credit for saving Alabasta fell to Smoker and to Shiji. This behavior made Sengoku in the real world very unhappy. Current Sengoku, another me, I found that without the political commissar to do ideological work for you, you were really prone to doing some very annoying things. This is A. Did Marine do this? And you took credit for someone else's work. If you were so afraid of losing face, why didn't you find these problems and solve them in advance? Hara, Sengoku, the incident happened so suddenly and it was hidden so deeply. How could we know this in advance? Sengoku from the original world said unconvinced. Current Sengoku, you guys didn't do a good job. Why was it that in our world, Commissar Ron was able to discover and solve the problem in advance? This sentence once again left Sengoku from the original world speechless. Yes, I just said it yesterday, but others discovered the power in advance. The video then continues to fast forward. Robin also officially joined the Straw Hat crew. Everyone took risks along the way. At last, Robin was caught, locked in Eni's lobby. Straw Hat crew lead people to brave Eni's lobby. In the end, they rescued the people. This battle, it's like riding on a Marine's face and slapping the world government in the face. Both the world government and the Marine lost face. Present Sengoku, it's shameful, shameful. It's bad enough that we were surrounded and beaten at the Marine headquarters, but even Eni's lobby was hijacked by a bunch of petty thieves. I found out that your world, Marine, is really fragile. Hara, Sengoku, you can't blame me for this. Eni's lobby's defenses aren't particularly strong, and you probably know that. Current Sengoku, you know shit. We are the Eni's lobby of this world. We have a Marine Admiral station there. We rotate Admirals every month. We also have 3 Vice Admirals. With 50,000 troops, it would not be easy for the 4 emperors to force their way in. I used to think that what Commissar Ron did was a bit too much. After all, who would come to fight? Eni's lobby's idea. But today I saw the battle you fought in your world. It was really shameful. I suddenly understood why political Commissar Ron redeployed the combat force to Eni's lobby. The Eni's lobby in our world has also been breached, and I am too embarrassed to be a master. Sengoku from the original world was once again speechless. He didn't expect that Ron in the other world would be so thoughtful, but he had always ignored Eni's lobby's defenses. Sengoku couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, if only I had political Commissar Ron on my side, so many embarrassing things wouldn't have happened. Then time continued to fast forward. The Straw Hat crew was knocked down one by a bear in the Sabati archipelago. Robin therefore came to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The picture ends here. Former 5 elders. Okay, it turns out that Robin is now with the Revolutionary Army. All we need to know is your whereabouts. We must capture you this time. Anyway, in their world, all of O'Hara's people are dead. So as long as Robin is killed, there will be no more trouble forever. Then, the video from the current world started playing. At this time, even Robin himself in the original world began to wonder what his fate would be like after he met Ron in the other world. Originally, she was very resistant to being brainwashed by Ron, but until Ron from another world saved all of O'Hara. Robin's emotions were very complicated. This made her not so resistant to the man in front of her. Even now I'm like this. Not to mention the 18-year-old self 10 years ago. She will probably be convinced by Ron soon. Then followed Ron. Robin from the original world only hopes that he won't become a weird character like Nami. Calling him Godfather and acting like a spoiled child all day long is really embarrassing. I hope that I can be more normal in another world. Even if you're really brainwashed, you still have to maintain your dignity. After all, you're 18 years old. Don't be like that little girl who calls her Godfather every day. The author has influenza A, has a fever and a sore throat. Today's writing state is too bad. I will have a good sleep and recover tomorrow to write well. Now, the scene of Robin in the original world paused. The scene of Robin in the current world begins to play. On a broken wall, a tall woman with wheat-colored skin, wearing a white denim outfit and black long boots, was looking behind her with great vigilance. I had no idea how this man appeared. This was incredible to her. You know, Robin has been on the run for more than 10 years, under the siege of the world government, and captured by most of the pirates. The vigilance she developed during this period has almost been integrated into her body. She could sense any crisis in advance. But just now, she was completely unaware of any danger around her. And when she realized it, that person had already appeared behind her. It is very scary. Suppose the person just now launched an attack. Then she will have no chance of escape. Just now, I had a brush with death. Robin felt a little scared when he thought about it. If the other person didn't pat her shoulder from behind, but stabbed her with a knife, she would have no way to defend herself. Think of this. Robin couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Where on earth is this guy from? What on earth is he doing here? Who are you? Robin asked cautiously, fearing to anger the person behind him. She didn't dare to act rashly before she understood the other party's specific purpose. And at the same time, the three Luffy brothers, Nami, Kuina, and others all came out of the tavern. The Baroque Studio staff, who were disguised as tavern waiters and guests, were all tied up and brought out. At this time, Robin finally figured out who the person behind him was. Aren't these guys the ones who just entered the tavern? Unexpected. They actually saw through the disguise here. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he was able to discover that he was the mastermind behind it. Since you can find where you are hiding. It's a dark night. The place where I am now can be said to be extremely secluded. This is also the safest angle that Robin has concluded based on more than 10 years of escape experience. Normal people, even if they saw through Tavern 18's conspiracy, would never have thought that the mastermind behind it was here. Kuina and others were originally catching these people in the tavern, but suddenly found that their master Ron was missing. It turned out that he ran here. "Master, why are you standing so high?" Kuina said. Is there another one that slipped through the net?" Little Luffy said very seriously. He is very keen on catching pirates now. However, at this time, Akainu and Momosaji confirmed Robin. As the Admiral of the Marine and senior executives of the Marine, Robin's portrait is engraved in their hearts. They know better than anyone how big a hidden danger this guy poses. So, when we saw Robin in this place, we were all very surprised. I can't imagine it at all. Robin, who has been searched all over the world by Marine and the world, is actually here. This is incredible. Was it a coincidence, or did political commissar Ron know from the beginning that this woman was here? That's why I deliberately took a detour via Alabasta. Akainu said with some joy. "Commissar Ron, I never thought that you would have caught Robin, who we have been looking for more than 10 years. Akainu doesn't know the truth about O'Hara yet. There were very few people who carried out that matter. Only Akiji, Sengoku, and Garp, 3 high-ranking Marines, knew the true whereabouts of all the people in O'Hara. After all, Akainu at that time had not yet been educated by Ron, so his ideological awareness was not up to par, and he was not allowed to participate in the plan at that time. So Akainu was still very excited about catching Robin this time. finally caught this big trouble. As Ron's secretary, Momosaji has also noticed something about this matter over the years. She knows that Ron should have some connection with O'Hara, but she didn't tell anyone. Although she didn't know that this was planned by Ron and Sengoku, Momosaji just had the responsibility and mission to keep Ron's secret, so even though it was a very rebellious thing in her view, she still didn't tell anyone. And at this time, Robin naturally recognized Akainu who walked out, although she didn't know Momosaji. But as Admiral Akainu of the Marine, how could anyone not recognize him? She never expected it. There was even a Marine Admiral among the group of people who came. This is too serious. Didn't these idiots in the tavern recognize the Marine Admiral? It's really useless. Robin's face darkened. Now has come the most critical moment in her life. She was not sure enough to escape from the Admiral. What's more, there is this mysterious person behind him. She felt a little regretful now. She was careless. If she had known earlier, she should have come earlier to see what kind of people these people were, and then arrange the tavern plan. If I had known in advance that there was a Marine Admiral here. So no matter what you say, you can't take the risk. What can I do? And the other party seemed to recognize him. It's just more troublesome. Robin knows better than anyone the threat she poses to the world government, and she also knows better than anyone the world government's determination to get rid of her. It seems you already know me, Robin said calmly. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she had already started thinking about how to escape. That's because it was aimed at you from the beginning, Ron said quietly from behind. What? Robin was shocked. She thought that the other party just happened to discover her by chance. I never expected that it was directed at me. This is even more troublesome. But the question is, why did the other party know that I would be here? Logically speaking, Crocodile is the only one who knows his identity. That guy betrayed me? This is even more impossible. As long as the ancient weapon is not found, that guy won't be stupid enough to sell himself. How did you know I was here? Robin gradually calmed down. In fact, she asked while looking in the direction of Akainu. After all, this is a Marine Admiral. Logically speaking, he should be the one in charge now. But Akainu shook his head and said, It's not that I knew you were here, in fact, I just found out you were here. Akainu said calmly in a steady voice. Huh. Robin was even more puzzled. Commissar Ron was the one who said you were here. Akainu continued. What? Robin couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Ron, the political commissar? Could it be that the man behind him is the famous political commissar Ron? The Ron political strategist that I have only heard of but never met? For this legendary figure, Robin naturally knew something about it. It is said that this guy caught the pirates' King Roger. He is very famous in the pirates' circle. It is said that there is an unwritten rule among pirates. Whoever can find One Piece will become the king of pirates. Whoever can catch Ron will become someone who surpasses the king of pirates. Visible. In the minds of the pirates, catching Ron is even harder than finding One Piece. Robin couldn't believe he was so unlucky. I was actually being remembered by this legendary political commissar. This also solved the doubts in her mind. Before, Robin didn't understand why his whereabouts were so secretive and his identity was hidden so well, but he was still discovered. It turned out that it was the political commissar who took action. If they can find and capture the Pirates' King, then wouldn't it be even easier to find me? It seems that my life is hanging by a thread today. But he has been on the run for more than 10 years. How could he be so willing to accept his fate? Robin immediately prepared to fight back. After all, she is flower fruit. If you can restrain the other person, there is still some hope of escaping. Six-wheeled flower, twisted roll. Robin suddenly chuckled. Anyone who comes into her sight will have 6 arms grow out of their body and then be restrained. However, when she finished shouting softly, she found that nothing happened at the scene. The scene was very embarrassing. My abilities are actually useless. Can we sit down and talk now? Ron said as he squeezed her shoulder gently from behind. Robin didn't understand why his ability didn't work. At this time, it was obvious that he had no power to resist. I could only sit down slowly. Go ahead, escort all the pirates to the warship. Don't reveal any information during the journey, and don't let anyone here pass on any information. Yes, Momosaji and others immediately accepted the order. Of course they know what Ron means. That is, from now on, Marine will control this town. In order to achieve the goal of Chengdu, where, from the perspective of outsiders, nothing has happened in this town. Ron just finished. Momosaji led the entire Marine to start getting busy. 500 Marines rushed in. First, escort all the pirates here and upload them. Immediately following, clean up the battlefield quickly. Put everything back in place. Many of the missing positions were temporarily replaced by Marine with makeup. The whole action is smooth and flowing. Robin was stunned by the look. There he is, still the distracted Marine. When did Marine develop such strong organizational ability? At the same time, Robin also felt something was wrong. Marine does this. Obviously, they had to hide it from the people at Baroque Studio. They knew there was nothing wrong here. Smart Robin immediately understood that the political commissar's goal was not just for himself. He might also have to do something with the Shichibukai crocodile. Because if the purpose was simply to capture me, then the goal has already been achieved, and there is no need to take any follow-up actions. You're not here just for me, right? Robin asked, taking a deep breath. Well, there's Kruptal. Ron didn't hide anything at all and spoke gently. But he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Robin frowned. Well, the one we caught is Shichibukai. Hiss. Robin felt a shiver running down his spine. The 7 warlords of the sea are pirates recognized by the world government. Logically speaking, Marine is not qualified to catch it. Forget it. I don't like nonsense. Ron interrupted Robin's thoughts of asking further questions. Instead, he went straight to the point. I admire your abilities, and I want you to work for me. The straightforwardness of this sentence made Robin stunned. She had never seen such blatant poaching. What? You want me to work for you? I'm a pirate and you're a Marine. You should understand how sensitive my identity is, right? Robin didn't believe it. As a Marine, he dared to let me, an O'Hara survivor, work for him blatantly. Doesn't he care about the world government's opinion? You have to know that whoever is close to you now is a rebel in the eyes of the world government. These are not important. Just tell me whether you want to or not. Unimportant? Are you kidding? He has been hunted by the world government for more than 10 years. But in his mouth, such an incident is unimportant? What the hell is this guy thinking? No, I'm not interested in working for anyone. You don't understand what I'm after. Robin still has some aloofness. World history texts. I happen to have 26 of them, including 2 road sign history texts and 7 intelligence history texts. I now need someone who can fully interpret them. Those old guys are not very capable. When Ron said this, Robin was already stunned. You must be joking. There are only 30 chapters in the history text. Ron started by saying he had $26. How is that possible? Doesn't this mean, if he gets the Alabasta piece, this man will be 27? As long as we get 2 more historical texts of road signs and 1 historical text of intelligence, wouldn't that make everything complete? Robin was dumbfounded. This is too much boasting. He also asked me to help translate. And 770 said those old guys were not very capable? Are you kidding me, those old guys? In this world, we can fully interpret the historical text by ourselves. Is there another group of people who can interpret it? You mean, you really have 27 historical texts? To be honest, Robin is now tempted. It doesn't matter who you do it with. I worked with Crocodile and couldn't find any for several years. But what about Ron? I have 27 yuan in my hand now. No wonder Crocodile has not been found after all these years. It turns out that it was taken away by this person in front of me. To interpret the historical text, that is Robin's dream. When Ron made this condition, the temptation to Robin was huge. Original, Robin, what? Commissar, Ron actually has $27? Even Robin from the original world was moved. That means, as long as she agreed to follow Ron, she would be the person closest to the historical truth in the world. Robin's persistence in history and pursuit of the truth are his lifelong mission. Even now, I have only read less than 6 blocks of historical text. This moment, Robin knew it very well. I have fallen. She knew she couldn't resist this temptation. The only thing that can make her resist the temptation is the blood feud between Marine and O'Hara. But, in that world, not only does he have no blood feud with Marine, on the contrary, The Ron in front of her is her great benefactor. Robin in the original world knew very well that perhaps he could refuse in the real world, but in that world, he had no reason to refuse. As long as the other self knows the truth about O'Hara, I'm afraid. Think of this. Robin from the original world even knew what was going to happen next. It was just as Robin from the original world had expected. In the video, Robin, 18, was obviously attracted, but he forced himself to calm down and said with anger hidden in his eyes, "If you know the evil things your Marine did to O'Hara, then you should know that I will not help you, nor will I work for you. Now that I've been caught by you, I have nothing to say. Just kill me." Oh, O'Hara. Ron shook his head. The level of those old guys is really not that good. They only translated about 80% of the historical text. I thought that the guy called Dr. Clover knew the most, but he said that you're the most knowledgeable person in O'Hara. Robin. What? Robin was stunned. Hasn't O'Hara been destroyed? How can Dr. Clover work for you? Ron didn't explain much. He took out the video din mushy directly, and then the Japanese screen appeared in front of Robin. Those familiar figures were studying the historical text at the moment, and Ron burst into tears. That's right. They were O'Hara's scholars. Oh, Robin, where have you been all these years? Your benefactor has been looking for you. Dr. Clover was also very happy to see Robin. Robin was stunned when he saw this familiar figure. Haven't seen him for over 10 years. I have even forgotten what a clover looks like, but I still remember the shape of the head. Now see it again. Countless memories came to mind. That's right, it's King Clover. It's not just him. Robin even noticed. There are many familiar faces behind the clover. These are all well-known scholars in O'Hara. They're all acquaintances. Robin was so excited that he covered his mouth and cried. Tears couldn't stop flowing. These years, she carried too much loneliness. She thought she was the only one left in O'Hara. That feeling of loneliness let her think she is the most helpless person in the world. As a result, she simply didn't trust other people. But today, seeing this familiar figure and those familiar people, Robin couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. In this dark night sky, it's exceptionally quiet. Only the cry of a woman spread into the distance and into the darkness. Ron didn't bother her. This feeling needs to be released. After being suppressed in the heart for a long time, there's always a need for a window of release. There was no such window before. Because Robin didn't know these people were still alive before, she could only keep everything in her heart and bury all her sadness deep in her heart. Because she couldn't cry. She carries the hopes of the entire O'Hara on her shoulders. Now, Nami and others are in charge of escorting the prisoners. Listen to this miserable cry. We are all confused. Little Nami put a finger on the corner of her mouth and said with her head tilted, did Godfather bully that girl? Why did he make her cry so miserably? Ahem, children shouldn't ask too much about adult matters. Little Luffy said in a serious tone. Bang! What greeted him was a big push from Nami. Kuina also said with some concern. Master must have bullied her. Never mind. Let's just pretend we didn't hear it. The other kids all nodded. Only Akainu looked confused. I really don't understand what Commissar Ron is doing. Can we just grab it? Catching that woman would be a great achievement, as she is the most troublesome person for the world government. Why didn't Commissar Ron let them arrest him? Instead, he stayed alone with the woman. Momosaji, do you know what the relationship is between Commissar Ron and this woman? Momosaji waved her hand. They shouldn't be related, but one is called Ron and the other is called Robin. Are they siblings? Seeing Momosaji obviously changing the subject, Akainu frowned and looked a little angry. Bullshit brother and sister. Robin's last name is Nicole, and his name is Nico Robin. It seems that Momosaji has no intention of telling me. Akainu did not continue to ask. After all, Commissar Ron always does mysterious things. Akainu is more or less used to it. Perhaps Commissar Ron is interrogating that woman alone right now. Listen to the other party's screams and wails. That should be it. I don't know what methods political Commissar Ron used to make people cry so miserably. Akainu knew a little about Nico Robin. This woman was extremely strong. He is the kind of person who would rather die than surrender. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would cry and scream when he suffers some hardship. Political Commissar Ron still has a solution, a kind who couldn't help but sigh. Now, the other side of the video, Den Mushy. Little Robin, where have you been all these years? Your benefactor has been searching for you desperately. This sentence. Nico Robin couldn't help but look dazed for a moment, and finally stopped crying. Are you really not dead? What happened? I saw with my own eyes that all of O'Hara was blown up. I saw all of this with my own eyes. Dr. Clover smiled and said, That's true, but we were also surprised. The enemy's artillery fired at us, and then a group of Marines came from another direction and took us all away. Then they couldn't find you. They said you were kidnapped by a vice admiral. What? Robin suddenly remembered that he had indeed run to a shore that was very far away from the city center. There I met the giant vice admiral. It seems that during the time when he was with the giant vice admiral, everyone on O'Hara was rescued. I see. This immediately solved Robin's doubts. Robin asked excitedly, Are all of them alive? Actually, she just wanted to ask if her mother was alive too. This was by far her biggest concern. She's not sure either. So when I asked questions, my voice was trembling. Robin was terrified to hear that his mother did not survive. Dr. Clover is also very smart. Of course, he knew who Robin was asking this question to. So he smiled and said, Haha, of course everyone survived, including your mother. Hearing these words from Dr. Clover, Robin froze in place. My heart is in turmoil. That feeling took a long time to subside. Very good. She has never called her mother Mom in front of her. My mother never responded as a mother. She thought there was no way to make up for this regret in her lifetime. But now, learned that his mother was still alive. Robin couldn't help but let the tears that had just stopped flow out again. Hello, Nicole Albia. Has anyone seen Nicole Albia? Dr. Clover asked the people in the back. Only then did everyone react. They were so engrossed in studying the historical text that they didn't even know who Dr. Clover was talking to. Look back at this time. Discover Nico Robin. Although they have grown up, they still have some of their childhood shadows and can be recognized by everyone at a glance. So they came over to say hello. Haha, Robin. Long time no see. We all missed you so much. We don't know where you have been all these years. We can't find you no matter how hard we try. Yes, Political Commissar Ron is also very concerned about your whereabouts, but the route you took is really hard to find. He said that when you meet Crocodile, he'll be able to find you. I didn't expect that Political Commissar Ron was right. Robin, when will you come back? Come with us. We are currently studying the historical text that Commissar Ron gave us. There are 27 pieces in total. We can't complete the study without you. So please come back. People in O'Hara have great respect for knowledge and admire people who have profound knowledge. Although Ron is very young, but her knowledge is indeed the highest among all. So no one treats it as a child at all. Instead, we have always communicated with each other as equals. This was the case when Robin was 8 years old. This is even more true now. Great, you're all okay, that's great. That's not right. I just came to Baroque Studio a week ago, and I've known Crocodile for less than half a month. Why did Ron tell you 10 years ago that I would meet Crocodile? This confused little Robin. Can this person predict the future? This is so amazing. However, before little Robin could continue asking, a familiar voice came from the video phone. Who is it? Who is looking for me? I am busy deciphering the historical text. Nicole Albia, come here quickly and see who's here. Dr. Clover said excitedly. A white-haired woman came over reluctantly. She seemed unhappy that Dr. Clover was wasting her research time. However, when the white-haired woman saw the video, the whole person was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. I rubbed it hard for a long time, to make sure I wasn't dazzled. After a while, then he called out softly with a trembling voice. Robin? Is it you? Robin. Although she thought about him day and night, when she really saw Robin appear in front of her, as a mother, she was so excited that her voice trembled. Mother! Robin suddenly burst into tears. I can't hold it in any longer. The crying became louder. Robin! In contrast to this, Nicole Albia also suddenly burst into tears. A mother and daughter. There are thousands of things I wanted to say, but once we met, but I couldn't say anything, only endless emotional release. Dr. Clover was very tactful and took everyone away. I gave all my time to Robin and her daughter. The two of them cried to each other for 10 minutes. Only then did he gradually begin to speak. Robin, was it your benefactor who found you? Of course, Robin knew who the benefactor her mother was talking about was. He looked up at Ron, then nodded. Yes, Mom. Great, where are you now? When can you come back with us? I want to meet you and study history together. Nicole Albia asked excitedly. Robin was embarrassed to say what he was working on. After all, she's a pirate now. This is not an identity that can be spoken with honor. After all, not everyone is like Luffy, proudly proclaiming that he is a pirate on the streets. As long as you have a normal mind, everyone knows that this is not a bright career. Mom knows you've been through a lot these years. Now everything is fine. Come back, Robin. Our benefactor has placed us in a very safe place. Nicole Albia said in a deep voice. Yeah, Robin nodded repeatedly. At this moment, there was no trace of his previous coolness. A chat between two people. The audience outside were all moved to tears, especially after knowing Robin's life experience and another destiny. Hara, Tsuru's staff officer. Sengoku, I know you had no choice but to give that order, but look at it. How big of a mistake did you make? Hara, Sengoku, don't say that. There is no way to have the best of both worlds. No, there's a way to have the best of both worlds, but I just didn't think of it at the time. Sengoku from the original world thought of Ron's actions from the other world. Suddenly changed his mind. Other people's operation is very. Shio, at the cost of Sky Island, hid the matter from everyone. High-end operation. Original. Robin. That's great. My mother from another world is still alive. That's great. 555. Robin is now 28 years old. Her heart was as hard as stone and would not waver. But I never expected it. Now my defense has been breached by myself in another world. Although she has lost her mother in this world, she can see that she still has her mother in another world and is leading a different life. Robin was very happy. At least, there exists a world in which one is happy. Present, Nami, I see. No wonder you cried so loudly that day, Robin-chan. We thought your godfather was torturing you. Current, Akainu, you were so stupid. I misunderstood you for a long time, Commissar Ron. I thought that your personality changed after you came back from the screaming that day. I thought Commissar Ron had done something to you, and I never dared to ask. Akainu couldn't help but feel ashamed of his evil thoughts. The main reason was that the crying that day was so tragic. In addition, Robin's attitude towards Ron changed drastically afterwards, which made Akainu doubt. Present, Robin. You guys, what are you all thinking about, Robin spread his hands helplessly. I never thought that I had been misunderstood by them for so many years. In the video, Nico Robin and her daughter chatted for more than half an hour. I also cried for more than half an hour. Finally hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Robin couldn't calm down for a long time. During this period, she listened to her mother talk a lot about political commissar Ron. It also became clear how Ron rescued them and properly placed them. I also learned that this man is different from other Marines. Robin slowly raised his head. Duh. Wipe it off. Ron handed over a piece of paper. Said. Robin tried to dry the tears from his eyes. He said it very seriously and sincerely. Thank you so much. She had been acting since she ran away at the age of 8, and she had never shown such sincere emotions. Thank you, no thanks. Ron shook his head. He wasn't really interested in all the formalities of thanking others. I prefer practical ones. Remember what I just told you? I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you reject me, just pretend I never said this. I won't ask you a second time after 10 minutes. Ron doesn't push people. What matters in ideological work is mutual consent. Ron said, and prepared to start the timer. However, Robin said immediately, no need for a timer. No need for 10 minutes. I agree now. I like to work for you, and I promise to be absolutely devoted to you and will never betray you. This is different from how I treat Crocodile. I treat him purely for mutual benefit, but I, Nico Robin, work for you sincerely. Robin said very seriously. The 18-year-old girl once again returned to her previous cold and tough self. This man is not only the benefactor of their entire clan, but also the benefactor of Nico Robin. At the same time, He also has 27 historical texts in his hands. No matter which one it is, Robin couldn't refuse. Good. Ron nodded. I am very satisfied that I have changed the fate of another person. However, what he didn't expect was, Robin addressed him next. Almost made Ron fall off the wall. Master, so what is my next job? Kindness? Ron was slightly stunned. Stop talking nonsense. Wouldn't it be wrong for others to hear this name? What the hell is the master? Hey, stop yelling. That's so disrespectful. However, Robin was very serious. Master, when I call you this, it means I will not betray you. This is a respectful title. Hiss, a respectful title? That's just my own misconception. If she wants to scream, let her scream. Ron no longer bothered about the title. Master, you are here to capture Crocodile, right? I know what this guy's plan is, and now is not the best time to capture him. Yeah. Ron nodded and motioned for Nico Robin to continue. Crocodile has a very high reputation in Alabasta now. The people here regard him as a savior. If we capture Crocodile now, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the people here. Robin now returned to his previous capable and cool image. So, Master, for the sake of your reputation here, it's not a good idea to arrest him at this time, so I suggest that you let me go back to the Baroque works first. I have a way to publish his true identity. The Master will then arrest him and follow the will of the people. As expected, he is the sinister Robin. Ron was very satisfied. Okay, go ahead. Horse, Sengoku. Good fellow. Just as I expected, those who have been persuaded by Ron will follow him wholeheartedly. His ability is really terrifying. Former, Tsuru. But didn't you notice? This can be considered as saving Robin in disguise. Compare Robin's life in the two worlds. Regardless of whether it was brainwashing or not, in the other world, Ron did a great favor to Robin. This is undeniable, and at least after she followed Ron, she would not become a pirate. This is not a kind of salvation for people. Original, Garp? Master. Why does this title sound a bit strange? Is it because my thoughts are not right? Former, Tsuru staff officer. You have a problem with your thinking. They call me that to show their loyalty. It's not what you think. Present, Nami. Robin-san, do you really think so? Present, Robin. Ahem, don't talk nonsense, of course it is. Original, Robin. Oh, Nami is worse than that. I used to think that calling him Godfather was too embarrassing, but I didn't expect that I would call him Master, which is even more embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Robin felt really awkward. Original, Sengoku. But to be honest, this Robin is really a black-hearted person. After all, Crocodile was her former boss. I didn't expect that she would think of such a cruel way to deal with her former boss just after joining Ron. Present, Robin. Let me make it clear in advance that Crocodile and I are just mutually beneficial. We don't have any feelings for each other, so there is no question of betrayal. I was never loyal to him before. I am only loyal to one person, and that is Commissar Ron. So for my master, I am willing to do anything. Robin said this seriously. Former Tsuru staff officer. No matter what, this Crocodile is in big trouble. He never thought that the people he sent out to investigate Ron would be persuaded by Ron and join Ron's camp, and then go undercover for him. Original, Crocodile. This is too cruel. I in the other world will not really be destroyed by you, right? Crocodile was very clear that Robin knew his plan. He had never considered before that Robin might rebel. Now think about it. If this guy really betrays me, he will probably end up in a situation where he can never recover. After all, she knew her secrets and plans. Thinking of this, Croctor from the original world couldn't help but break into a cold war. Fortunately, there is no Ron in his world. Otherwise, if Robin in his world was also persuaded, he would definitely die a more miserable death than now. Present, Crocodile. I didn't expect Robin to do this. The grass on my grave is now 5 meters high, and I was still planning to seize the kingdom. Who knew that Robin would stab me in the back and expose my conspiracy in public, causing my disgrace? Robin, you really betrayed me without hesitation. Is this your token of loyalty to Ron? The current world's Crocodile couldn't help but say, Present, Robin, I have never been loyal to you, so how can I betray you? The video continues to play. When Robin finished saying this, Ron nodded. Go ahead and be safe. Yes, master. Robin, who looks so cool, suddenly said something so contradictory. It really made Ron a little uncomfortable. But this guy insisted on yelling, and Ron couldn't do anything about it. Then, Ron and Robin jumped down from the wall. Ron also called Akainu and the others over. Talked to them about the next plan. Akainu was confused at this time. He thought the normal plan should be to capture Robin. Why didn't political commissar Ron mention anything about arresting Robin? What made Akainu speechless the most was Robin's state at this time was completely different from before. This cold woman. At this moment, she was standing behind Ron very obediently. He called him master all the time. This confused Akainu. What could have happened just now? Thinking of the pain and screams from Robin. Then think of Robin, the current name for Ron. Could it be? Akainu felt his thoughts become evil. But, apart from this reason, there is no other reason. How else can we explain the huge gap between Robin before and after? I have to admire how powerful this political commissar is. Looking at Akainu in a daze, Ron said, What are you thinking about? Don't forget to cooperate when the time comes. Yes. Akainu nodded repeatedly, putting aside the messy thoughts in his mind. And at this time, Robin was also very surprised. It is just as the legend says. The political commissar's power is only higher than that of the Marshal. Even the Marine Admiral, Admiral Akainu, who had the worst temper and was the most difficult to get along with, was respectful to Ron. This really opened Robin's eyes. Everyone in the pirate circle knows what Akainu's personality and style is like. When this guy gets stubborn, he sometimes even ignores the Marshal's words. But he was so respectful to Ron. This really made her feel a little unbelievable. But think about it carefully. The Master is very powerful, as he was able to replace all the people in O'Hara under the nose of the world government. So it is understandable that he can make these admirals so obedient. Of course, Akainu wasn't the only one who thought so. Nami Sabo, Kuina, and others all thought so at this moment. Even Momosaji, who knew a little bit about the inside story, couldn't help but think wrongly at this moment. You dare, my name is Luffy. Little Luffy still has the habit of introducing himself. Almost every new member is the first to introduce themselves. Oh, this idiot is going to be scolded again. Ace couldn't help but sigh. After all, before, whether it was little Nami or little Kuina, they directly responded to little Luffy's self-introduction. But this time, it was indeed unexpected. Luffy, I didn't expect the master to take care of so many children. My name is Robin. Robin is polite. Seeing Luffy introduce himself, the other party responded. Then Ace and Sabo would feel embarrassed to just stand there. Little Ace said, My name is Ace. Little Sabo also said, My name is Sabo. Robin also responded. This made the three brothers feel inexplicably warm. After all, neither Nami nor Kana on the boat had ever given the three of them a good look. But it was Robin who looked the coldest. But it's warmer to them. This immediately gave the three brothers a much better impression of Robin. Hey, this is Nami, and that is Kuina. Little Luffy enthusiastically introduced Nami and Kuina. Get lost, we can talk on our own. I didn't expect to be beaten by Kuina. Isn't that right? If I don't see Luffy getting beaten, I'll feel uncomfortable. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and said. Now they were satisfied. 2 hours later, it's dawn, and Robin also returned to the Baroque headquarters. Met Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile certainly didn't know that Robin had already betrayed him. Even he didn't know what was going on in the tavern town. Although they fought all night and captured all the pirates, the thread had made arrangements in advance to block the news and even restored everything in the town to its original state. So, Crocodile was totally unaware. He thought everything was going on smoothly and nothing else had happened. Robin saw that Crocodile didn't notice anything unusual. I can't help but admire Ron. You are worthy of being the master. Thinking ahead is thorough. Crocodile saw that it was Robin who came back, so he asked, Have you figured out what you were sent to investigate? Who are those Marines? What are they doing here? After all, what happens next concerns all of Crocodile's plans, so it does not allow any variables to occur. The arrival of these Marines was a huge variable, and he had to make sure that these Marines would not have any influence on him. That's why Robin was sent to investigate. After all, among so many subordinates, he trusted Robin the most. After all, Robin and I have very clear interests, so we are very solid comrades. As long as their goals are the same, we will be firmly bound together. Of this Krukdal had no doubt. After all, he knew very well that Robin only loved historical texts. Therefore, if he is tied to the historical essay, this person will never betray himself. He has no reason to betray himself. After all, he is wanted by the world government and the Marines. If he betrays himself, where will he go? This is why Crocodile trusts Robin so much. He even chose him as his partner. According to the requirements of Baroque works, each member will be assigned a partner. As a leader, the partner he chooses must be the one he trusts the most. Another reason is that Robin is also very strong. Although he is relatively young, his strength is already superior to the other people. So, based on these 2 points, Crocodile would entrust such an important task to Robin. I heard Crocodile ask this. Robin smiled and said, I've already done the investigation. Those guys were drunk by our people in the tavern, and they said everything they should and shouldn't have said. Don't worry, they don't pose any threat to us. They're just passing by here. Yeah. Crocodile was relieved after hearing this. By the way, you didn't do anything to them, right? Don't make things complicated at this time. Don't worry, I just made them drunk. I didn't touch their property, nor did I hurt them. When they wake up, I guess they will just treat it as being drunk. Robin said. Crocodile was very satisfied. He is worthy of being my partner and the person I trust the most. What he did was really perfect. As long as they're not coming for us, the next plan is very important. You continue to keep an eye on them. When they are completely gone, we will execute our plan. And the dancing fans, are you all ready? You are the person I trust the most. So don't make any mistakes for me. When I hear a few words from the person I trust the most, Robin couldn't help but smile inwardly. But it didn't show. Everything is ready. You can go into the city at noon. Alabasta has been dry for nearly 3 months and urgently needs a heavy rain. If you can do it, you'll be the whole city. Hero of Alabasta, Robin said seemingly seriously. Ha, good. Let's gain prestige among the people first. Then when we plan a riot in the future, we can appear as a hero, save Alabasta, and then force the old king to step down and become the successor. This is the ultimate plan. As long as you complete these, you can see the text of history. Crocodile's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Don't forget the agreement between you and me. I will take you to find the historical text, and you will take me to find the ancient weapon. If the historical text records the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, you must tell me as soon as possible. Do you understand? Robin felt contempt in his heart. I'd be surprised if I listened to you. Now I have followed the master, and you still want to seduce me with your historical text. Even if I find your historical text, I will present it to the master. You're dreaming if you expect me to tell you. Look, I'm going to expose your ugly face in front of everyone in a moment. Although I think so in my heart, I can't show it. Of course I didn't forget. We are the most reliable partners. Robin lied without thinking. Crocodile nodded. Then, Crocodile took the dancing fans and walked towards the city center. The city center today. The people are already complaining and wailing. The country is located in the desert, and it hasn't rained for 3 months. Everyone here is almost going crazy. Many people have gathered at the foot of the royal city. Things are starting to get chaotic. Now, Ron and his team had already entered the city ahead of time. Although the security in Alabasta is quite strict, there are spies from the Baroque studio everywhere. But Ron has 5 children and Momosaji, and this combination is not easy to attract other people's attention. It looks too much like a family of 7, a couple and their 5 children. As for Akaino, Ron didn't bring him in this time. After all, this guy is so conspicuous that Marine Admiral is easily recognized. Ron has to do more than just take out Crocodile. Just like Robin said, Crocodile's prestige among the people is too high now. If he has acted rashly, the people will be dissatisfied, and this will also be tantamount to establishing Marine's credibility. However, If Crocodile's conspiracy is exposed in public, his true face is revealed, and he is ruined, then Marine can come forward to arrest him at this time. The effect will be completely opposite and will greatly enhance Marine's reputation. It will make Marine the hero who saves this place. Of course, Ron chose to do this. After all, Ron wants to develop Alabasta into the second member of the Peace Alliance. Of course, the first member state is the founding country. Currently, the Kingdom of Goa is completely under control, but if they want to establish an alliance to replace the world government, they must allow more typical countries to join. The establishment of the Kingdom of Goa was a typical example of overthrowing the aristocracy. Alabasta will set an example in solving people's livelihood problems. Only with these examples can other countries be attracted. It seems that being a king is not easy these days. Momosaji said as she looked at the huge crowd gathered in front of the palace. Just at this moment, the palace gates were opened. It was not the king who stepped out. Instead, it was a little girl with blue hair. This little girl has big eyes, and her temperament is extraordinary. It was the 9-year-old Princess Vivi. These people were not surprised to see the little girl. The little girl said to everyone, "Everyone, listen to me. We have requested support from other countries. Water will be shipped here soon. Please go back and wait." Facing so many people, the little girl was not nervous at all. Instead, there is a hint of kingly attitude. "That sounds good, but when will the water come? We haven't had water for 3 months. If this continues, we will die of thirst sooner or later." There were quite a few people from the Baroque studio in the crowd. The purpose of their existence is to sow discord between the royal family and the people. "Everyone, believe me, it will be here soon. The team from Danshui will be entering the city soon." Just at this moment, a soldier whispered to Princess Weiwei, "Oh no, Princess! Our water transport team was attacked outside the city and all the water buckets were destroyed." These words were like a bolt from the blue to Princess Vivi's ears. It made her completely stunned. They had to spend a lot of money to buy enough fresh water from several neighboring countries. It took several days to transport. "I thought I could solve this water shortage crisis. This is also their only hope for Alabasta. After all, the people here can't wait that long. If there is no water, people may die. And there will be huge riots, which will lead to even more chaos and more deaths." Princess Vivi was originally very confident, but now, the emergence of this bad news, Princess Weiwei collapsed instantly. Who would have thought that after working so hard for so many days, the only chance we had finally gotten would be destroyed just like that? Who is this wicked guy? Why attack these water-carrying teams? You have to know that Alabasta is a country that respects people very much. The people here know how precious water is, so they would never waste water like this. Not to mention destroying all the water buckets, which would eliminate the opportunity to transfer water from other places. Princess Weiwei's mind went blank, but she tried her best to stay calm. He asked again in a low voice, "Is this news accurate?" The soldier nodded and whispered back, "It's true. I am one of the people responsible for escorting the water transport team." "Did you see who did it?" Princess Weiwei's expression turned stern. "It's not surprising, but you can see there's a lot of sand in the bucket. It's like being punctured by sand." The soldier said somewhat uncertainly, "Oh, sand. Princess Weiwei is so smart. At this time, a possibility has been thought of. But there is no reason. The only one who can use the power of sand is Crocodile. And with his strength, it is possible for him to destroy all the barrels among so many people without anyone noticing. But why did he do that? Isn't Crocodile a good person? And he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Since this guy came to Alabasta, he has done a lot of good things and is deeply loved by the ordinary people here. And they also have a very good relationship with the royal family. How could such a person do such a thing?" Princess Weiwei fell into deep thought. But he also knew that the current situation did not allow him to delay any longer. The news that the bucket broke and all the used water was spilled must not be leaked out, and the people must not be informed, otherwise it will definitely cause a landslide. Because Princess Weiwei knows very well, ordinary people now have been forced into a very desperate situation, and the water transported back this time is their only hope. If they lose even this hope, It is hard to imagine what horrible things they would do. However, things always turn out for the worst. At this time, the spies arranged by the Baroque works in advance suddenly started to cause trouble. Hey, I heard that the water transported back from other places was all spilled halfway. Is that true? If there's only one sound, it is easier to suppress it. But the despicable crocodile arranged for more than one person. In such a large square, there is such a troublemaker in every other area, responsible for inciting the emotions of the masses. They shouted almost at the same time. Although the content of the calls was different, the key words were all the same. The only water resource could not be delivered. This time, the crowd went into an uproar. These ordinary people were originally full of expectations. At first, I believed what Princess Vivi said. The water was indeed arriving soon, but there were too many people. These guys started to get more and more suspicious. So they began to question Princess Weiwei. Hey, you always say the water is coming soon. When will it come? Could it really all disappear halfway? Princess Vivi's expression was a little mixed at this moment. I have been advising everyone not to get excited and that we will find a solution. But the more he persuaded, the more panicked the people below became. Even, some people have already started to set the pace. It is said that the water was not spilled, but was all taken by princes and nobles for their own enjoyment. Even everyone started to incite. It is said that there are plenty of water resources in the palace. As long as we rush into the palace, there will be no worries about water resources. Suddenly the crowd became angry. The situation at the scene was particularly difficult to control. There must be someone behind this. Princess Weiwei also noticed it at this time. This situation is really abnormal, but there are too many people in the square. Public opinion has been led astray. People are irrational in the madness. Most of them just follow the crowd. As long as a few people set the pace, everyone will fall into a state of mass unconsciousness. This is a terrible state. Princess Weiwei had no doubt that this group of people would rush in soon. Oops. Princess Vivi stamped her feet anxiously. After all, she was only a 9-year-old child. Even if she had the demeanor of a king, she would inevitably panic at this time. And at the same time, Momosaji watched this scene. Political commissar, those people seem to be leading the trend, which is extremely disadvantageous to Alabasta. What do we do now? Ra nodded. Well, since I want to keep an eye on those people who are stirring up trouble, don't take action yet. Our big show is still to come. The opponent's main, Kakuzu, hasn't appeared yet, so why should we rush? Yes, I understand. Momosaji nodded. The current situation gives me a headache just thinking about it. Even if Momosaji put herself in the other princess's shoes, she didn't know how to solve the current situation. She also didn't know what the big show Ron was talking about was. I didn't see what arrangements Ron made. After all, it was my first time in Alabasta. Everything here should be unfamiliar. After all, that's how Momosaji feels now. The situation in Alabasta is not yet fully understood. Even if there is any backup plan at this time, it is unlikely. Don't you understand how to break the situation here? But when Momosaji saw Ron's expression, the political commissar remained as calm as ever. Although Taomian was a little confused. Did the political commissar really make arrangements in advance? When? Former Princess Vivi. Is it that crisis? I remember now. That crisis directly led to the weakening of the prestige of the royal palace and even led to the gradual formation of civilian armed forces. It can be said to be a turning point in the fate of Alabasta. Horse Sengoku. What a sophisticated method to incite the masses. Now Alabasta may not only face water problems, but also government affairs. At the same time, it will also make people dissatisfied with Wangong, so that it will be easier to accept another regime. Sengoku sees things more clearly after all. I understand the logic behind this. Now, on a rooftop in the city, Crocodile wears a cape and cloak. Watching the scene below quietly, there's a feeling of having everything under control. Haha, everything is going according to plan, and it's time for me to come on stage, right, Robin? Crocodile smiled a controlling smile. Stretch out your hands. Robin said very cooperatively. That's right, it's time to show up. We are about to complete the first step to take control of Alabasta. Crocodile said confidently. This is a big game. You will be the hero who saves Alabasta. Robin said with a smile. Of course, Robin. After Crocodile finished speaking, he jumped off the tall building, and Robin said, lightly from behind, I'm talking about the master, not you, a fool. Original Crocodile. Robin, you are a traitor. When Crocodile just left here, Robin took out the din mushi. Master, Crookdale has arrived. Well, let's proceed according to the plan. Ron replied, Understood, master. Robin said and jumped down from the high wall. Now, the entire scene was in chaos. Princess Weiwei ordered the soldiers not to be impulsive and not to fight with the people, so as not to hurt these people. But Princess Vivi's kindness was obviously not understood by the people. Instead, it makes them even more presumptuous. And at this time, suddenly a sound was heard. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Crocodile enters. It's Crocodile. Princess Vivi's face changed. She always had a bad feeling, but I can't really tell. When the audience saw that it was Crocodile, they quieted down a little. Don't you all need water? I can help you solve this problem. Please don't worry. What? How can I not believe you can solve it? Yes. How can you solve something that even the king can't solve? Those in the crowd who were responsible for singing the Double Yellow song began to join in the fun. Crocodile laughed. I can make it rain right now. As soon as these words came out, there was silence among the crowd for a moment. Then suddenly there was cheering. Are you serious? Can you really make it rain? We haven't had any rain for several months. Yes, if you can really make it rain, you will be our hero. Hero, come save us. Look, what is this? Crocodile likes the feeling of being in control. So the performance continued. Then he took out the dancing powder. Then he spoke to the crowd. What's this? Yeah, can this thing make it rain from the sky? The people present looked puzzled. But Princess Vivi's expression changed. Because this is Alabasta's taboo dancing powder. Although this kind of thing can cause short-term rainfall, the price is that it absorbs the surrounding moisture, which makes it impossible for rainfall to fall around. Alabasta is a large country. Home. If the dancing powder is used to make it rain only in the royal city, it means that there will be no rain in the countless villages around it for the next few years. This is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. And once this thing is used, it will become extremely dependent. It won't rain when you're not using it. The more you use it, the less likely you are to use it. This creates a very bad cycle. What's more terrifying is that if the people of Alabasta knew that Wang Chung used dancing powder to make it rain every day, and all the rain that originally belonged to them was plundered, then the problems faced by the entire royal city will become more serious. It is only a matter of time before the surrounding villagers unite to resist the destruction of their country. This is why the royal family of Alabasta knew about this dancing powder but never used it. But this is exactly what Crocodile plans to do. In order to successfully seize power in the kingdom, his first step was to force the royal city to use dancing powder. So he cut off all opportunity for the royal family to obtain water resources, as long as he uses dancing powder to make it rain now. So, in the hearts of the residents of the royal city who are in urgent need of water resources, Clockwall is a hero. Crocodile understood one thing very well. A group of very hungry people would not care where their food came from. All you have to do is give him food, and he'll be grateful to you. And this is just step one of Crocodile. First, use dancing powder to attract fans, establish yourself as a hero, and build up your prestige of saving the masses. 0-0. Then, the residents here will always rely on dancing powder and use it whenever there is no rain. After all, people are selfish. They only care about whether there is rain for themselves and don't care whether the surrounding villages are interesting or not. This is especially true for the pampered residents in the royal city. This caused conflicts between the residents inside the royal city and those outside the royal city. At this time, Crocodile is trying to stir up conflict between the residents outside the royal city and those inside. The method to mobilize conflicts is also very simple. Just tell the truth about dancing fans. In this way, the residents outside will definitely hate the king, thinking that the king used dancing powder to transfer the water resources that belong to them to the royal city. By then, these guys will definitely rebel. And at this time, he, Crocodile, can stand up again and lead the people to overthrow the dynasty and naturally become the leader. This is the ultimate goal of his plan. In the image of a hero, he was pushed to the position of king by the people. The plan was foolproof, but he didn't expect that there would be changes today. Now, Crocodile has taken out the dancing powder. Princess Weiwei stepped forward to stop him. What are you doing? Crocodile, this thing cannot be used. Don't you know that it is banned in Alabasta? Crocodile suddenly laughed. Look at your people. They're dying of thirst. You have a solution, but you don't use it. Ask the people down there, do they want water? Do they want it to rain soon? As soon as these words came out, the people in the audience cheered immediately. Think, of course we do. Who cares about the banned items? As long as it rains, it's fine. Yes, Princess Vivi, there's a way to make it rain. Why don't you use it? You, the royal family, certainly have no shortage of water. But have you ever thought about us? You are so selfish. Crocodile, we need water. Please give us water, my hero Crocodile. The atmosphere of the scene changed suddenly. For a group of hungry and thirsty people, they don't care whether doing this will cause other places to have no water to drink. What they want now is that they must have water to drink. So everyone supports Crocodile. As for the royal family, under the deliberate influence of those few people, everyone is becoming more and more disgusted with it. Princess Vivi was still there, trying hard to explain. Listen to me, everyone. We are out of water in the palace. We're the same as you. We don't use more water than you. In fact, my father has to save more water. He didn't drink much water. He himself hadn't drunk water for a long time. Princess Vivi shouted very loudly, but no one believed her at this time. Bullshit, you hypocritical guys. Who knows whether what you say is true or not? Maybe you are still swimming in the palace swimming pool now. Crocodile is my hero who saved us. Seeing the cheers from the people below, Crocodile couldn't help but smile. Now, let Robin explain to you how to use the dancing powder. Everyone was extremely excited. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone was waiting attentively for the explanation. However, Robin's first words were, "Don't be fooled. He is the culprit that caused you to have no water." Crocodile was confused. What the hell, Robin? What are you doing? Robin said this suddenly. It made everyone at the scene stunned. Where's this song from? Even little Princess Vivi was in a daze at the moment. She stared at Robin with her big eyes in disbelief. Countless question marks appeared in my mind. What happened to this girl? Wasn't she supposed to be in the same group as Kruktal? Why did she suddenly turn against him? Crocodile had already started preparing to use dancing powder. All the people at the scene supported Crocodile, which put little Princess Vivi in a very embarrassing situation. There was no way she could stop this. I thought the matter was settled. Who would have thought that at this time, Crocodile's confidant would actually expose Crocodile in public? This series of reversals. Little Princess Vivi opened her mouth in astonishment. She totally disregarded the princess's image. It's not just Princess Xiao Weiwei. The most confused person at this time is Crocodile. He now had no idea what was going on. Crocodile itself is known for its conspiracy. Basically, everything is under his control. But this time, Crocodile was really confused. Is this Robin crazy? She had already made her plan, and she just had to act according to it. Now, it was the most critical step. Why did Robin suddenly point the finger at her? Now, most of the people in the royal city have gathered here. What's wrong with Robin at this time? He could never have imagined that Robin would betray him. After all, their interests are the same and their goals are the same. It stands to reason that there is no relationship more solid than this one. So, Crocodile is the one who trusts Robin the most. That's why he was so surprised now. Originally 650 had a face that looked like he was in control of everything, but now his eyes were wide open with a look of surprise. All the people in the audience were also confused. Now everyone is worshipping Crocodile, and Crocodile's prestige is at its highest. As a result, Crocodile's confidant stood up and said that Crocodile was the main culprit for the lack of rain in Alabasta. This moment made everyone unable to react. What does it mean? What are you doing? The audience was stunned for a moment, and then there was an uproar. If someone else said this, these people might not believe it. If it was Princess Weiwei who said that, They would think that Princess Weiwei was repeatedly framing Crow and Wall. But this is what Crocodile's men said, which is different. Even those who didn't believe were shaken. Hey, what's going on? Explain it quickly. Yeah, what's going on? Why is Roll the culprit for not having rain in Alabasta? Shouldn't Crocker be our hero? At this time, even the audience watching the video were stunned. What a good move. Although they already knew Ron and Robin's plan in advance, they were still shocked when they actually saw it. Original Sengoku. I have to say that Robin's backstab was really ruthless. He had a good timing. Original Crocodile. That's too despicable. Original Princess Vivi. Haha, great. That's how I should treat you. I still remember that in my world, you succeeded at that time, openly using dance powder in the royal city, causing many people to become dependent on dance. Many people secretly bought dance powder in order to make it rain and used it secretly at home, which further aggravated the conflict between the central and local governments. Your move was really cruel. Alabasta was badly cheated by you at that time, and the economy regressed for decades, causing Alabasta to become the poorest country now. Just as Princess Vivi said this, suddenly, the current world is paused. The video footage from the original world began to play. Everyone has gotten used to it. From here on, the two worlds moved towards different futures. Because of Robin's words, the two worlds began to move towards different futures. Now, in the video, the scene starts with Princess Vivi. As the only child of the royal family, Princess Weiwei was born with a heavy responsibility. She was to inherit Alabasta. So, Princess Weiwei has been very competitive since she was a child. I have also been learning how to govern the country from my father. I have to say that little Princess Vivi has had a kind heart since she was young. It is loved by the common people of Alabasta. Even when Princess Vivi was young, she attended the World Summit with her father. At such a young age, he was able to remain calm in the face of danger at the World Summit. And even if he had conflicts with people from other countries, he was able to resolve them peacefully. This kind of performance made people watching the live broadcast couldn't help but admire it. Horse, Sengoku. She is a little princess. She will definitely be a good king when she grows up. I can tell that from her childhood. Hara, Tsuru. That's right, but I don't know what his life will be like after that. The video continues to play. Time came to a point where the video was paused. In this world, no Ron. It is natural that Robin would not betray. Everything is going according to plan for Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile was looking at the people below with a smug look on his face as they responded to his call. Princess Vivi and Mrs. Alabasta were helpless. Krukdal used dancing powder in front of them. Just a moment. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it began to rain heavily. All the people were very excited and started using various pots and pans to catch the rain. They were so lucky to finally get some rain after a long drought that they immediately regarded Crocodile as a hero. From that day on, Crockerwall's prestige was extremely high. At the same time, this heavy rain made everyone realize a problem. That is, dancing powder can rain. This thing is banned by the country. It turns out there are such great benefits. They certainly don't care what the side effects are. What does it have to do with them if there is no rain in other areas? They just need to make sure it rains in their own areas. Then, from that day on, everyone started buying dancing powder secretly. But after all, it is something prohibited by the country. The impact is still very strong. But despite this, most people can still buy it through special methods. This caused a lot of headaches for the royal family of Alabasta. They also don't know why these guys are still able to buy it despite all the prohibitions. As the video continues to fast forward, all the answers are finally revealed. It turns out that this guy Crocodile was secretly selling dance powder. This guy is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This incident not only brought him prestige, but also laid a mine for the royal city. As a result, he could make another fortune by selling dancing powder. He was the one who did this business and won a lot. Original Princess Vivi, I see. No wonder people can still buy it, even though it has been banned. It turns out that you, Crocodile, are selling it secretly. You are such a despicable and shameless person. Former King Cobra, it is because of you that Alabasta is becoming more and more chaotic. You are the culprit. time continues to fast forward. Because people in the royal city secretly used dancing powder, it rained less and less in other places around. And it does rain often in Wanqing. Gradually, something was not right with the people in other places. Then, some rumors were spread by someone with ulterior motives. Everyone thought that the princes and nobles were using dancing powder, which prevented it from raining in other places around them. This is disgusting behavior. As time went by, it gradually caused dissatisfaction among everyone. Anger against the kingdom's nobles grew day by day. This also led to the gathering of some armed forces. This also includes Princess Vivi's friends. Time continues to fast forward. Finally, the contradiction has reached an irreconcilable point. These rebels decided to attack the royal city. The time Crocodile had been waiting for had finally arrived. So he sent someone to pretend to be King Cobra and issued a series of abnormal orders, which completely angered the people. Then, a chaotic battle ensued. The fighting between the two sides resulted in countless casualties. Although this conspiracy failed due to the intervention of Straw Hat Crew, but the damage done to Alabasta was permanent. The battle between the king's army and the people resulted in heavy casualties. In the past 10 years, drought has resulted in no harvest around Alabasta. People have been displaced, and the foundation of the country has been shaken. I'm afraid it's impossible to improve it without decades of cultivation. Present, Robin, I never thought that in another world, Princess Vivi's country would become so miserable. Present, Nami, yes, Vivi, in a world without a godfather, your country would have almost perished. From a relatively developed country, it suddenly degenerated into a backward country, and its economy declined for decades. Current, Princess Vivi, I can't believe it. The difference between the two countries is so huge. My country has become one of the richest countries in the world, but in another world, it has become the poorest country. This is simply unimaginable. I heard this message from Vivi in the real world. Wei Wei in the original world felt a little unbelievable. Former Princess Vivi, what did you say? You said that in your world, Alabasta became one of the richest countries in the world. How is this possible? Even in our world, when our country was at its strongest, we couldn't reach this point. Besides, we are a desert country. There is no way to develop. Even using water is a big problem. How can we develop into one of the richest countries in the world? This is simply incredible in the eyes of Princess Vivi all over the world. Princess Vivi began to learn how to govern the country at the age of 4 with her father. At the age of 5, I already knew all the places in Alabasta thoroughly. No one knows what her country is like better than Princess Wei Wei. Princess Vivi also understands the country's shortcomings. It's a desert itself. There are not many environments that can create an economy. Even food and clothing are a problem for ordinary people. After all, it is too difficult to grow crops in the desert. So Alabasta has always been hovering above the poverty line. Because of Rockdale made such a fuss. As a result, they couldn't even afford food and clothing. The economy was pushed back several decades. It has become one of the poorest countries. But Princess Wei Wei from another world said that Alabasta in their world is one of the richest countries now. This caused Princess Wei Wei from the original world to question. Present, Princess Vivi. That's right, we are indeed one of the richest countries in the world. In fact, we don't have to add one, but we have to give some face to the main city, the Kingdom of Goya. Ha ha. After all, that is the headquarters of the Peace Alliance. But to be honest, our Alabasta is already the richest country in the world, and all the people here live a good life. We have an extremely luxurious life. People here have so much money that they can't spend all. We even use a large part of the money to support the construction of the Peace Alliance and also support some poorer alliances. Member states of the League. The more she talked, the more Princess Vivi felt it was nonsense. Original Princess Vivi. Are you kidding me? Don't lie to me. It's impossible. Even if everyone in Alabasta farms together, it will never become the richest country in the world. Even if all the deserts in Alabasta were suitable for farming, and all of them were turned into arable land, it would still not be possible to become the richest country in the world. Princess Wei Wei from the original world shook her head repeatedly. At this moment, she was already very confused. Current, Princess Vivi. That's because you don't know how much wealth our country has hidden. Actually, it's not your fault. Before I met Ron, I didn't know that our country. What kind of wealth is hidden there? Until Ron taught us how to get fresh water and tap into the country's wealth. Original, Princess Vivi. What? A way to get fresh water? How is this possible? We can only get fresh water from rain. Can you make it rain here all the time? No. And what great wealth can we have here? It's all desert. There's not even any gold. How can it be great wealth? Present, Princess Vivi. After seeing Alabasta in your world, I am even more grateful to Ron. If it weren't for him, maybe I would have been. It is exactly the same as your world, poor, backward, and riotous. They don't even know where their country's wealth is, and they can't even solve the problem of drinking water. Just think about it. I feel scared. Princess Vivi of the present world words left the original world stunned. She didn't believe that the gap between the two worlds of Alabasta would be so huge. They are both desert countries. How could one be the poorest and the other the richest? Not to mention Princess Vivi. Even Sengoku from the original world looked confused. Hara, Sengoku, what? This gap is too incredible. Is this a real situation? What did that zero do to Alabastery? Just at this moment, the video of the original world 1.6 is paused. The video of the present world begins to play again. Robin just shouted this. Don't be fooled. He is the culprit that caused you to have no water. Do you have any evidence to support your statement? You can't frame our hero. The people below immediately began to protest. However, Robin was not in a hurry and began to completely disentangle Crocodile's plan. Even the most critical pieces of evidence were clearly listed, especially the scene where Crocodile destroyed the water transport vehicle, which was actually captured on camera using a video phone bug. Moreover, several important conversations with Croctar were recorded. There is both witness and physical evidence. Watch the video and listen to the recording. Only then did I truly understand how insidious this guy Crocodile is. The reason why Crocodile's whereabouts are so obviously exposed is thanks to Nami's fruitability. Almost all of Crocodile's whereabouts are under Nami's eyes. Crocodile was also confused. At this moment, I don't care how I was exposed. Come up and stop it immediately. Don't be afraid. My master is the Marine commissar. He asked me to save you. This place has been controlled by the Marines. All the pirates can't escape. Robin finally shouted loudly. For Robin, she must let Ron accept the greatest honor and must attribute the credit to Ron. So the last sentence is very important. Sure enough, everyone who heard this was suddenly filled with gratitude towards Marine. At this time, Princess Vivi just realized that Robin was not Crocodile's man, but an undercover agent of Marine. I see. I asked you to spy on Ron, but you sided with him and ended up screwing me. You're really cruel, Robin. Crocodile also. Finally, I understand what's going on. Just start taking action right away. Stop. Just at this moment, Ron suddenly came out from the crowd with 5 children. Who is this? Where did this guy come from? Crocodile was 10% unhappy. He looked coldly at Ron, who was walking over, and the 5 naughty kids following him. What happened today? There's so many messy things. Robin's betrayal was already disturbing enough. But what about this man with 5 children? Owner, just at this moment, Robin suddenly shouted excitedly. This made Crocodile even more confused. The man in front of him actually asked Robin to call him master. Are you kidding me? Crocodile thought he knew Robin better. This guy's character. It is not possible to submit to someone so easily, not to mention calling someone master. Even the cooperation between me and her is an equal relationship, and one cannot be said to be superior to the other. But the man in front of him could make Robin call him master. This is really unbelievable. Wait a moment. Why does this man look so familiar? Could it be that the Marine commissar that Robin mentioned is him? Other people around. Saw Ron coming up. I'm also confused. But when I saw Ron wearing the standard white clothes and white cape of a Marine, thinking of what Robin said before, is it really the Marine who came to save them? But shouldn't Marine be accompanied by a mighty force when he goes out? How come he brought 5 children and a woman? This doesn't look like Marine at all, but more like a family of 7 traveling. Can they really save Alabasta? It's unlikely no matter how you think about it. After all, there are a lot of people here in Baroque Studio. Moreover, Crocodile is also one of the Shichibukai, and his strength is unquestionable. How can we solve the problem with just these few people? Princess Vivi was stunned at this moment. As a royal family, she naturally has more knowledge than other people. The man in front of me, she has seen it. It was at the World Summit a year ago. This left a very deep impression on young Vivi. The main thing is the man in front of me. He is obviously very young, but always holds a thermos cup and looks mature beyond his years, even if it was just a quick glance. But Princess Vivi also remembered the man's identity. He is Marine Commissar Ron. She had also heard a little about this person's deeds. Now I see political Commissar Ron here. It was a bit unexpected indeed. Princess Vivi took a deep breath, just yelled it out loud. You, are you Commissar Ron from the Marine? Yeah. Ron smiled and nodded. It's really you. Are you here to save Alabasta? Little Princess Vivi, who is only 9 years old, very excited. She didn't expect this to happen at this most critical moment. Marine is here. But are the other side's numbers too small? Obviously. Crocodile sees it this way too. Regardless of whether the other party is the person who came to save Alabasta, as Robin said. None of it matters. Because with just a few people like this, what kind of storm can they stir up? Crocodile yelled. Baroque Workshop, show off. At the command, those members who hide among the people and disguise themselves as the people. Take off your clothes suddenly. He fell directly to the ground. He drew a long knife from behind. They all showed ferocious looks. It was only at this time that people finally realized it. It turns out that this crocodile really had it planned in advance. There are so many undercover agents around them. It was obvious that they were the ones who were leading the trouble just now. The people panicked instantly. Crocodile sees his plan to heroically save Alabasta fail. In that case, then just seize power by force. Then an order was given. Start the attack. Ron clapped his hands. Marine, who was disguised as an ordinary person in the crowd, also revealed his true identity. The pirates were suppressed on the spot. Crocodile was completely confused. He never imagined that the identities of those people he had placed in the crowd were revealed. And he has been targeted by Marine for a long time. Since he didn't know all this, although he was good at scheming, he actually felt like he was being played around by others. No matter how well you arranged it, you shouldn't be so close to me. Crocodile's expression suddenly became very gloomy. In an instant, the raging sand swept towards Ron, who was less than 5 meters away from him. Just at this moment, 4 figures rushed out at the same time. Stop Crocodile directly. It was Luffy, Sabo Ace, and Kuina. What? You've mastered hockey at such a young age. Crocodile was confused. I'm a Logia Devil Fruit user, but these 4 kids can attack me. Clearly, he has mastered armament hockey. But these guys are barely 10 years old. I've never seen anyone master hockey at such a young age. Little Luffy said, pinching his nose. Hey, leave this guy to me. Of course, Ace wouldn't let him. No, you're too slow. Let me do it. Sabo did not back down. I only need 3 minutes. Kruptal was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw this scene. These 3 little guys. It's as if they are sharing their prey here. They were actually fighting over who could defeat them. Are you kidding me? I am one of the Shichibukai, a dignified crocodile. These ignorant kids don't think they can defeat me by mastering hockey, do they? When the 3 guys were arguing, Kuina rushed forward first. Damn it, Kuina, you are so despicable. The 3 of them became anxious, also rushed up at the same time. The 4 of them attacked Crocodile together. Crocodile used to be a little disdainful, but after just 1 round of fighting, he wanted to escape. Are these 4 guys monsters? How could there be such a strong kid? Even Whitebeard and Big Mom weren't this scary when they were kids. However, it was too late to run away at this time. The 4 people have occupied a direction, respectively, and they have mastered armament hockey. Logia had no advantages at all in their eyes. Less than 3 minutes had passed. Crocodile has been defeated. This scene, everyone present was stunned. Who could have thought that the mighty Shichibukai could be defeated by 4 kids? Especially Princess Vivi. This was a bigger shock to her. because it was obvious that those kids were about the same age as him, but they were so strong. It would be great if I were so powerful so that I could protect my country. The rebellion in Alabasta ended so easily. Crocodile wanted to save Alabasta as a hero, but he didn't expect that the fruit of victory would be taken away by Marine. Now it is Ron who saves Alabasta as a hero. The whole city cheered. Former Princess Vivi, I didn't expect that Alabasta's biggest problem could be solved so easily. But now we are facing another problem. Although the culprit has been solved, the water problem has not been solved. There are still so many people on the field without water to drink. Current Sengoku, the other me, this is the real Marine who saved Alabasta, not like you, who took the credit for the trouble that was solved by the pirates. It's shameless for a Marine to take the credit for the pirates' work. Hara, Sengoku, I've already said that it wasn't my idea, it was the idea of the world government. Do you think I'm willing to take credit for someone else's work? Current Sengoku, you are the Marine Marshal, not a lackey of the world government. Sengoku from the original world was speechless and trembling with anger. The self in the other world is so abominable. You're really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. In the video, Crocodile has been eliminated, and the other members of Baroque are also controlled by Marine. Little Princess Vivi, with her big watery eyes, bowed deeply to Ron. Thank you. You are the benefactor of Alabasta and my Vivi. To her, Alabasta is everything to her. Whoever saves Alabasta would be her benefactor. Ron smiled. Don't be so quick to thank me. The situation hasn't been resolved yet. How are you going to solve the drinking water problem for so many people? Ron wasn't one for bullshit. This, Princess Vivi, who was quite happy just now, suddenly thought of this question. The real trouble has not yet been solved. There are so many people gathered in this square. Their fundamental purpose of coming here is for water. If you don't provide them with water, then riots will still happen. Even the Marines won't be able to stop them then. I don't know. I don't have any other options now. Even if I buy water from other countries, it will take at least half a month. Princess Vivi suddenly became very lonely. Master, Baroque Works still has some water. Take it out for emergency use. It should be enough for several hundred people. Little Robin said suddenly. It's too little. There are hundreds of thousands of people here. The water that can be used by a few hundred people is insignificant in front of them. Momosaji frowned, unable to think of a suitable solution. The water problem is not difficult. Ron was also speechless. Alabasta is, after all, a country on the sea. There is a lack of water. Really? Princess Vivi looked at Ron pitifully and asked for help. If you can solve their drinking water problem, I will do anything for you. Princess Vivi was very excited to hear that Ron had a solution. Then, Ron taught Alabasta how to purify sea water into fresh water. This is actually a very simple distillation and purification method. No wonder Alaska is lagging behind. I don't even know this. Then, a problem that had troubled Alabasta for hundreds of years was solved so easily. After all, it is close to the ocean. Although you can't drink sea water directly, you can drink it if it becomes fresh water. The people cheered. Already, the people who had gathered in the square also dispersed. The riot problem was also completely resolved. Original Princess Vivi. It was resolved so easily. There is such a way. Why didn't I think of it before? So seawater can be used like this? Current Princess Vivi, hurry up and learn. It's really painful to see your country so backward. Without Commissar Ron, it would be unimaginable. Former Princess Vivi, we've learned it, and we're going to spread it all over the country. In the video, King Cobra was so excited that he insisted on entertaining Marine. They said they were going to have a big banquet. Ron rejected it. I'm sorry, our political commissar never wastes money, said Momosaji. Cobra and Vivi, father and daughter, looked incredulous. I didn't expect that there would be such an honest person in the Marine. The two of them immediately developed a liking for each other. After a period of negotiation, the king also learned about Ron's peace alliance. So what happened in the kingdom of Goa is true. Princess Vivi said in disbelief, her mouth wide open. The news of the overthrow of the Goa kingdom spread widely in various countries. We Alabasta also want to join the peace alliance, Cobra said excitedly. Isn't such an alliance much stronger than world government? And it was still the man in front of him who was in charge, and Cobra trusted him completely. Okay, then you will be the second member of the peace alliance. Ron nodded, very satisfied with the other party's attitude. Cobra raised his glass and prepared to celebrate. I'm sorry, our political commissars don't drink alcohol during work. Momosaji took the wine from Ron and toasted on behalf of Ron and Cobra. Haha, you're quite an interesting secretary. Cobra naturally didn't mind. Instead, he trusted Ron's rigor even more. Let's not waste any more time. Since Alabasta is already a member of the Peace Alliance, let's talk about Alabasta's economic development. Ron said, economic development. Cobra and Princess Vivi sighed. This can also be said to be the most painful problem of Alabasta. The country has been poor for hundreds of years. No matter how hard their royal family tried, they couldn't develop. There's nothing we can do about it. It is mainly related to the geographical location of Alabasta. Sir, to be honest, our Alabasta is one of the poorest countries in the world. King Cobra said somewhat embarrassedly. That's why we need to talk. I plan to develop Alabasta into the richest country in the world and use it as a milk cow for the Peace Alliance. What? Hearing Ron say this, Cobra and Virgin were stunned. The richest country? How is this possible? Princess Vivi exclaimed. Not to mention Princess Vivi, Momosaji, who was traveling with them, and Akainu, who had just arrived, were also confused. The two looked at each other and thought to themselves, this political commissar is really good at making empty promises. The audience in the original world were also very surprised when they heard this. How is it possible to turn the poorest country into the richest country? In the video, Ron looked at everyone present with their mouths open in astonishment. I couldn't help but shook my head. Alabasta has rich oil reserves underground, which can be developed to power warships. Ron was just stating one of the most common uses of oil. Next, I plan to set up a shipyard and start popularizing fuel-powered ships. When the time comes, oil will become the hottest product, and Alabasta can become the richest country in the world with oil. After Ron prepared to return to the headquarters, his next stop will be the Seven Waters City, where he would begin to reform the shipbuilding technology and popularize fuel power. King Cobra was not stupid. After hearing Ron's plan, he also understood the importance of oil. It was very exciting at the moment. Great! If this is possible, then Alabasta will be the cash bank of the Peace Alliance, and all expenses will be borne by Alabasta. Cobra immediately expressed his opinion. After a simple lunch, Ron used observation hockey to survey several places where oil could be easily extracted and told Cobra about it. The old king excitedly handed it over to his subordinates and began to dig secretly. Before leaving, all the people came to see him off and insisted on erecting a statue for Ron. After finally dealing with everyone's enthusiasm, the old king said again before boarding the ship, I wonder if Commander Ron is married? The old king asked tentatively. What? Ron was stunned. We were discussing future development. Why are you talking about this? It seems not. Cobra was delighted. Then he mustered up the courage to speak. I intend to marry my daughter Vivi to you. What do you think? Father. Princess Vivi blushed. Original, Sengoku. Old Cobra. How can this be? She's still a child. You're going too far. Original, Princess Vivi. What was my father thinking? How could he make such a decision? How old was I at that time? I was only 9 years old. Princess Weiwei from the original world also felt her face flushed, which was really embarrassing. How come she didn't think of it? The father from another world actually did such a thing. Present, Cobra, what do you know? You did it yourself. Now, others present also felt speechless. It was obvious to see the change in Nami and Kuina's faces. Princess Akainu and Vivi were also stunned. Obviously no reaction. Ron shook his head speechlessly. Ahem, old king, she is still a child. This is 9 years old. Ron coughed twice. Everyone thought of it. The old king Cobra said, she will grow up sooner or later. Vivi is a very sensible child. I have always wanted to find a good match for her. I was too busy before because of the unrest in the country, but now. Just as the old king was selling hard, Ron and others have already boarded the warship. He left a sentence. Let's talk about it later. Then don't forget it, political commissar Ron. The old king still did not give up. Only Princess Xiao Weiwei was left there, looking embarrassed. Both faces flushed. He began to blame his father. Father, how could you do this? How old am I? And you're already thinking about these things? The old king said as if he saw through his daughter's thoughts. Then just tell me whether you are willing or not. My daughter doesn't. Well, then I won't bother with this matter anymore. That's not necessary. It can still be arranged. Ha ha, little girl. How could your father not know what's going on? The father and daughter began to joke with each other. And at this moment, Ron's warship has already started heading towards the Marine headquarters. Time passes day by day. During this period, the strength of little Luffy, little Ace, and little Sabo has also improved by leaps and bounds. Akainu often takes care of the children, and his temper has improved a lot. After all, nothing can hone one's character better than raising children. Time continues to fast forward. Original Sengoku. Are we finally going back to the Marine headquarters? This is a good opportunity for me to see what the differences are between the Marine headquarters in our two worlds. Why is it that we are able to participate to this extent? Sengoku from the original world was also very curious at this moment. He also wanted to know what the difference was between the Marines in the two worlds. So I'm looking forward to it very much at this moment. Original Garp. Haha. I can see Sengoku from another world. This is really interesting. I also want to know what Sengoku from another world looks like. Haha. I wonder if he and Tsuruo are together at this time. Former Tsuruo staff officer. Shut up, Garp. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. Staff officer, he was speechless for a while. This Garp is so annoying. Why is he so annoying? Actually, staff officer, he really doesn't want Ron to return to headquarters because he doesn't want to see himself in another world. After all, it's too embarrassing. Sengoku and herself did not appear in the previous comparison videos, which made Tsuru more accepting. She really didn't want to know why she and Sengoku were together, because that guy is like a blockhead. Hannah, Sengoku, ahem, Garp, pay attention to the things you should pay attention to, and don't pay attention to the things you shouldn't pay attention to. Now we have to learn the strengths of the other Marines and make up for our weaknesses. When you go back to the headquarters later, you have to pay more attention to what they have and what we don't have, and learn their advanced ideas. Don't look at things you shouldn't look at. Sengoku from the original world could point at Garp in a wolfish manner. Just let him watch the plot between himself and Chief of Staff he later, and don't talk nonsense. To avoid embarrassing him and he, Garp waved his hand, unconcerned. Original, Garp. What advantages and differences? These are not my business. I am more curious about the story between you and Crane. Haha, Sengoku. Original, Kizaru. I don't know if there's something wrong with my brain in the other world, but I think it should be normal, because of the rewards for Kizaru's choices in the current world. As a result, Kizaru in the original world thought that there was something wrong with his brain in the other world. But he also didn't know when the problem occurred. So I'm still quite curious. 3 days later, the warship returned to the Marine headquarters safely. Sengoku personally came out to greet. Commissar Ron, welcome back. Haha, of course I have to come back. I have to attend your wedding with Chief of Staff he. Ron smiled and patted Sengoku. That's a must. If you, the matchmaker, don't participate, then we won't get married. Sengoku was also laughing. Original, Garp. What you fear is bound to happen. I never thought I would see you two get married in my lifetime. Ha. Hara, Sengoku, Garp. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you away. Horse, Garp. Don't be shy, Sengoku. At least in another world, you have achieved your dream. Bang! Sengoku kicked Garp off the platform. Then he looked at staff officer he and coughed twice and said, Tsuru, don't listen to this old guy's nonsense. This dream is not true at all. Akainu asked Akiji as soon as he got off the boat. Where's that old B********** D Kizaru? Why can't we see him? We finally got back, but this guy didn't even come out to greet us. Akiji said, spreading his hands helplessly. This guy is busy at work. Since he won the first Model Worker Award, he has become more excited than before. He just took over the work I was doing. Akainu couldn't help but frown. Why is this guy working so hard? Could it be that he wants to be a marshal? How abominable. Since he dares to compete with me for the position of marshal, I won't say any more. I'm going to work. After Akainu finished speaking, he didn't even bother to go home and went straight to his office. Now, on the top floor of the Marine headquarters, a very annoying face popped out from the window. There was a red ribbon wrapped around his head with the word struggle written on it. The big dark circles under the eyes indicate that I haven't had a good sleep for several days. In his left hand, he holds a cup of hot coffee, a special refreshing tool for working people. This person is Kizaru. He just watched Akainu walking hurriedly towards the office building. You still want to catch up with me? I have completed this year's KPI in 2 months. What can you use to catch up with me? And at this time, Kizaru from the original world finally saw himself in this world through the window. Original, Kizaru. Are you kidding me? Is my other self crazy? Why do I have a red ribbon on my head with the word struggle written on it? Also, I hate drinking coffee the most. It only makes me more energetic. It's best to take a nap during work hours. So why do I have to be so energetic? And what's with the dark circles under my eyes? I always go to bed at a certain time and never work overtime. Why do I have dark circles under my eyes? According to the other world, he looks like a standard worker, and Kizaru's mentality is a little broken. Current Kizaru, I was too young back then. Didn't I waste a lot of time on my work by opening the window and looking outside? Oh, I'm sorry for the trust the organization has placed in me. How can I be worthy of the title of model worker? Original Kizaru, please shut up. If you keep talking, I'll be so angry that I'll faint. How much should I pay you? You work so hard. We workers believe in doing as much work as we get paid. We go to work on time, order takeout in the morning, slack off in the afternoon, and leave work on time. Sengoku from the original world was also surprised. Kizaru is actually in the office at noon? This is simply outrageous. If it were my world, it would be impossible to find Kizaru at noon. In the video, Kizaru never showed up, always been working crazy. The next day, Sengoku and Chief of Staff Tsuru's wedding takes place as planned. This is the biggest celebration for Marine so far. Ron will be the host. Ms. He, whether he is poor or rich, healthy or sick, you are willing to accompany the man in front of you and never leave him. I do. Then, Ron asks Sengoku the same question again. This link, it has a huge impact on the original world. Sengoku's old face darkened. I wish I could find a place to hide in. It's so embarrassing. After all, this is broadcast all over the world. Even though it's myself in another world, it's still myself after all. After reading this, others will definitely associate it with themselves. Original Garp. Haha, don't be shy, Sengoku. This is the happiest thing in life, haha. I think you and Tsuru should take advantage of this opportunity to pursue the victory. Former Tsuru staff officer. Shut up, you illiterate man. Is this how you pursue a victory? Original Sengoku. Ahem, when will this scene be over? I can't stand it anymore. Can't you just fast forward manually? Sengoku really couldn't be more embarrassed. Former Whitebeard. Gulalala, Sengoku. It seems that there's a family in the other world. No-nos too. The mannequin is the most beautiful thing in this ocean. Hara. Roger. Sengoku. I told you when you arrested me that you and Chief of Staff Tsuru were a perfect match, but you didn't believe it. Original Shanks. Twilight romance is not bad either. Hara. Kaido. To be honest, I can understand Sengoku's embarrassment. I hope that there won't be a scene between me and that old woman in the near future. Otherwise, I'm probably going to want to find a place to hide even more than Sengoku is right now. Original. Auntie. Who are you calling an old woman? Are you dying? Kaido. Don't think I don't know. You used to peek at my figure. 10 pairs of eyes were always looking me up and down. Now you're calling me an old woman? Hara. Kaido. Stop talking nonsense. Time continues to fast forward. In the blink of an eye, it has been 3 years. At this time, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace have been training at the Marine headquarters, with 3 admirals serving as sparring partners for them. Their strength improved rapidly. Coupled with Ron's teaching, no one knew how strong these three little guys had become. In the past 3 years, Kizaru has been busy with work and has not appeared in public. Until this day, Kizaru walked excitedly to Ron's office with a piece of information. Commissar Ron, we finally found Whitebeard's lair. Please, Ron, give me instructions. Let's go get it. I, Kizaru, will lead the charge. See Kizaru appear. Everyone in the original Pirates world was stunned. Original, Kizu, damn. The me in the other world is too outrageous. I haven't shown up in the past 3 years. Is it really necessary to work so hard? Are you in a hurry to get married and buy a house? Kizaru from the original world was speechless. It is impossible to use words to describe your life in another world. What kind of workaholic is this? He hasn't appeared in any video for 3 consecutive years. Been working crazy overtime. Even during the 3 years of the Model Worker Awards, Kizaru, as the winner, did not have time to receive the award. His assistant helped to lead them. This is really exaggerated. Does this guy really need to work so hard? Hara, Sengoku, Kizaru, look at them and then look at you. When will you be able to be like them and devote yourself to your work completely? You don't show up for 3 years. That's what an excellent employee is. That's what a qualified Marine is. And you, I see you hanging around downstairs every day, and I often see you wandering around during work hours. Can't you learn from them? Sengoku from the original world felt speechless. They're all Kizaru. The gap is too big. He neglected sleep and food and did not return home for 3 years. This guy is slacking off at work and wandering around everywhere. There is no harm without comparison. The more Sengoku looked at Kizaru on his side, the more headache he felt. I even feel a little envious of Sengoku in the other world. It's really great to have an employee who loves his job so much. He has been obsessed with work for 3 years and has not shown up. Colleagues have hardly seen him for 3 years. Look at this work attitude. Sengoku feels a little ashamed of himself. Present, Sengoku. Don't be envious. I'm sure your Kizaru is just as good and works just as hard. After all, they're all the same person, so they can't be that much worse. Just one sentence from the present world Sengoku made the original world's Sengoku almost vomit blood. Hana, Sengoku, don't bring up that. I think you're doing this on purpose. If you knew what Kizaru in my world looked like, you would be so D off that you would die. Present, Sengoku. Not really, not really. Hara, Sengoku. Don't jump to conclusions. I guess we'll see after a while. In a video, Kizaru, you finally showed up. I haven't seen you in 3 years since I returned to the headquarters. Ron took a sip of the hot water in the thermos and said, Commissar Ron, I'm so busy at work that I don't have time to show up. 2 years ago, I was responsible for tracking Whitebeard and investigating the location of his lair. It took me 2 full years to finally find it. Forget it. Let's not waste time talking about this anymore. Let's get down to business. We've already found where Whitebeard's lair is. What are we waiting for? Give the order now. Let me lead the men to rush over and wipe them out. Hana, Sengoku. I didn't expect Kizaru to volunteer. This is really rare. Current, Sengoku. Isn't this normal? Kizaru is always the first one to rush forward. This has become a consensus among us. Former, Sengoku. Well, to be honest, I only applied once in Huanyin, but that time I let all the pirates go, which d me off. Sengoku from the original world felt the blood boiling in his chest when he remembered the Sabeti archipelago incident. There's an urge to vomit blood. In the video, have you been investigating this matter for the past 2 years? Ron placed the thermos on the table, tapped the tabletop regularly with his fingers, and said with a frown, Yes, Commissar Ron. It took me 2 full years, using many connections and arranging many informants, before I finally found the whereabouts of Whitebeard's lair. Speaking of this, Kizaru became very excited. Obviously, this achievement is enough to make him proud. After all, they're the strongest pirates in the world, and their whereabouts are always secretive. No one has ever found where Whitebeard's lair is before. This achievement was achieved by myself. He would have to show off to Commissar Ron. Political Commissar Ron. To be honest, Whitebeard is quite cunning and cautious. His observation hockey is also very wide. Even if we are tracking him from several miles away, he can still detect us. We have tried countless methods in the past 2 years before we finally found the location of Whitebeard's lair. When Kizaru said this, his wrinkled, old face relaxed a lot. Oh, that's amazing. Ron nodded. Aha, Commissar Ron, this is what I should do. By the way, you can't even imagine it. Commissar Ron, guess where Whitebeard's lair is? Kizaru was going to keep it a secret and spoke mysteriously. Could it be Sphinx Island? Ron said casually. Kindness. Kizaru was stunned. Ron's answer caught him off guard. He was about to say something. I originally wanted to show off a bit, but Kizaru never expected that. Ron actually knew where Whitebeard's lair was. Ron Jung. How did you know? Kizaru's old face couldn't help but wrinkle again. I knew it all along, Ron admitted. Kizaru was completely dumbfounded. I almost couldn't control myself and sat on the ground. He took 2 steps back before steadying himself. He searched for 2 whole years. I have been sleeping in the open air for the past 2.5 years, and I haven't even gone home. I have truly passed by my home 3 times without entering. Suffered countless hardships. It was not until then that the whereabouts of Whitebeard's lair were discovered. But Borsellino could never have imagined it. The answer that I had finally found was actually known by political Commissar Ron from the beginning. Ron Jung. I have been looking for him for more than 2 years. Why didn't you tell me you knew it earlier? Kizaru was a little overwhelmed. When he first came in, he still looked very proud. But now, his face was full of despair. You didn't ask. Ron spread his hands. Who told you to bury your head in your work and not communicate with everyone? I don't even know what you've been doing in the past 2 years. Who would have known that you were looking for Whitebeard? Ron stabbed Kizaru in the heart again. Kizaru was stunned. I had originally planned to give everyone a surprise, and I had also wanted to take some credit from Ron, so I kept it a secret, hoping to make a splash. Who would have thought? Such a huge mistake actually happened. I have been investigating the whereabouts of Whitebeard's lair for so long, but he actually knew it long ago. But how did Commissar Ron know this? I really can't understand it. Even Sengoku didn't know about this. Marine has not been able to find out the exact location after all these years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been searching for 2.5 years. Original Sengoku. I feel sorry for this, Kizaru. It turns out that Whitebeard's lair is in the Sphinx. I just found out about this. How did Commissar Ron know about this? Original Kizaru. The other me is really stupid. Isn't it equivalent to wasting 2.5 years? It's useless to work hard. It's better to just slack off. Former Whitebeard. Gulalala. I didn't expect my hometown to be discovered. It seems that those people in the other world are quite capable. I hid it so well, but what can you do if you find it? I built the Sphinx so solid that it is as solid as a rock. Even if you attack it, it will be useless. And that is Lousy's weak spot. Anyone who dares to touch it will face my wrath. So, Commissar Ron, since you knew about this place from the beginning, why didn't you attack? Do you have any other plans? Kizaru asked in confusion. Not really. You will be in charge of leading the team. Take Luffy and the others with you and attack the Sphinx. Ron looked at Kizaru with a sad face and said. Hearing Ron say that, Kizaru was immediately delighted. The fact that I can lead the team means that these 2.5 years have not been wasted. Current Sengoku. Another me. Watch me. What do you mean by surrounding Whitebeard's home and beating him up? You're not like me, being beaten up by Whitebeard at his home. Isn't it shameful for a Marshal to be beaten up by the pirates at his doorstep? Original Sengoku. That's impossible. You really went to Whitebeard's hometown to fight. You know, fighting at home is a huge advantage. He could deploy some traps in advance. That's why I chose to lure Whitebeard to Marin Fando to fight. Even so, the battle was extremely miserable, and you took the initiative to attack. Going to Whitebeard's hometown to fight, isn't it equivalent to being ambushed by the enemy? How can you win like this? It's already amazing that you didn't get beaten up and fled back. Sengoku from the original world said in disbelief. As the resourceful general, He knew very well how much of an impact the home advantage would have on the outcome of a battle. Whitebeard is no ordinary pirate. He is a great pirate who has dominated this ocean for decades. He has countless forces under his command. If the Marines want to attack, they cannot send out all of their troops, as this would mean they would lose their military advantage. Taking the initiative to attack Whitebeard's lair would mean losing the home advantage. It can be said that the time, place, and people are not right. Such a fight is tantamount to suicide. Sengoku would never choose this way of fighting. And Kizaru is still leading the team. If Kuina leads the team, there might be some hope. But Sengoku knew Kizaru's character very well. What should I do if he slacks off again halfway through the game? Original Sengoku. Are you sure you want Kizaru to lead the team? Current Sengoku. Kizaru is a unique candidate. He is the most capable among all the admirals. He contributed the most to the fight against Whitebeard. Kizaru in your world is the same, right? Hara, Sengoku, how should I put it? Just at this moment, the picture suddenly paused. The scene from the original world begins to play. A line of text gradually appeared. The dual Kizaru battle begins. Hara, Kizaru, why are you suddenly comparing me? What is there to compare? I have fought every battle I was supposed to fight, and I have always taken it very seriously. Present Kizaru, you want to compare me? That's great. I've always been dissatisfied with my work, and I always feel that there are some areas that I haven't done well enough. By comparing myself with myself in another world, I should be able to find the areas where I haven't done well. I think the old man in the other world also loves his work. Hara, Sengoku, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but cover his forehead. I always feel like I'm going to be embarrassed again this time. Now, in the video, the Marine Admiral was alerted by the riots in the Sabati Islands and Luffy's attack on the Celestial Dragons. Kizaru is requesting permission to go to Sabati Archipelago. Current Kizaru. As expected of another me, when it comes to catching pirates, I must take the lead and lead the charge. Hara, Sengoku. To be honest, this is the first time Kizaru has volunteered. Then, fast forward the video. Kizaru stepped on the shells and arrived at Sabati Archipelago. This appearance was extremely frightening. Kizaru is worthy of being the admiral. When I saw a supernova, I said it was so scary and kicked it like a supernova. He first kicked Scarecrow Hawkins away, and then severely injured Drake. When I saw this, Drake couldn't help but send out a barrage. Original Drake, Kizaru Admiral. You hit me and your own people so hard. Hara, Kizaru, one of us? I don't know. Present, Kizaru. How could you not know? Aren't you in charge of that unit? I'm beginning to suspect that there's something wrong with your identity. I suggest your Marshal conduct a thorough investigation. Kizaru in the original world had a very dark face. I've never seen anyone tear down his own stage. Original, Sengoku. Nonsense. How could Kizaru's identity be problematic? Time continues to fast forward. Kizaru defeated the supernova with one kick after another with overwhelming force. In less than a minute, almost all the supernovas at the scene were destroyed. This speed is worthy of the name Admiral. However, the next scene, surprisingly, Sengoku also began to sense that something was wrong. After all the supernovas are dealt with, only the Straw Hat crew is left. Kizaru first encountered Zoro. Zoro was easily subdued. However, he did not kick them away one by one like he did with other supernovas before. Instead, he stepped on Zoro, always accumulating strength. He didn't put his feet down for a long time, as if waiting for someone to come and rescue him. Present Kizaru. Hey, other me, what are you doing? Why don't you kick? What are you hesitating about? Weren't you pretty fast at dealing with those supernovas just now? Why are you keeping your legs up now? Aren't they sore? Original Kizaru, what do you know? I am accumulating strength. Present Kizaru, who are you kidding? How come I didn't know that sparkling fruit needs to be charged? I think there is something wrong with you. I suggest Marshal Sengoku to investigate it in detail. Hara, Sengoku. Kizaru, why don't you just kick it down? Sengoku was also a little doubtful at this moment. I had some faith in Kizaru before, but now I feel like something is wrong. Obviously, he could have killed Zoro directly like he did with the other supernovas. Why are you still wasting time here? But the next scene, it really solved Sengoku's doubt. When Huang Yuan had been lifting his legs for almost 2 episodes, suddenly a figure flew over close to the ground, directly interrupted Kizaru's spell casting, and Kizaru didn't seem to be very surprised. Then, it was a battle with Pluton Rayleigh. Every move is a health-preserving sword technique. This fight, even the experts were dumbfounded. Original, Sengoku, is this what you reported to me about the epic battle with Pluton Rayleigh? Didn't you say that you failed to capture Luffy because of Rayleigh's obstruction? So this is how Rayleigh stopped you? Are you too practicing health-preserving swordsmanship? Sengoku from the original world was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He still remembered when Kizaru returned from Sabeti Archipelago, swearing that he met Pluton Rayleigh, and a great battle broke out with Pluton Rayleigh. It was Pluton Rayleigh's intention that caused the others to escape. After all, I wasn't there. So Sengoku didn't know what exactly happened at that time. So when Kizaru said that, he just listened and believed it. But this time, what happened when you watched it play out on the screen? Sengoku's entire face was distorted in anger. He cursed Kizaru fiercely. Come on, Borsalino, explain this to me. Where's your so-called epic battle? Where's your talk of doing everything you can to catch the pirates? Present, Sengoku. Ah, isn't this Kizaru from your world a little too perfunctory? For an admiral to fight like this is not normal. Hara, Sengoku. Present, Kizaru. I am speechless. Is it so difficult to fight Pluton Rayleigh? You are such a weak Marine Admiral. Are you just acting? Don't think I don't know your strength. If you want to fight Pluton Rayleigh, it is not difficult at all. Watching myself in another world, practicing health-preserving sword techniques. Kizaru was furious. Original Kizaru. After all, he is the deputy of the Pirates King, a guy called Pluton Rayleigh. Do you think he's so easy to deal with? How much salary do I get? Is it necessary to fight him? Originally, I only caught these kids. Who knows who they are? If I had known this, I would not have come here. And at this moment, another pause outside. Another Kizaru scene begins playing normally. At this time, Kizaru happened to be leading Luffy and others on a voyage. Target Whitebeard pirates, because I'm going to the New World. So the warship sailed to Sabeti Archipelago for coating. And just at this moment, Kizaru discovered that there was something wrong with the coating master. The master craftsman who was originally responsible for coating them gave up the job when he saw that they were warships. Prepare to turn around and leave. This move is somewhat unusual. Kizaru noticed it immediately. After all, coating warships is very profitable. Some coating masters in Sabeti Archipelago love to take on the fire of warships the most. If you're lucky enough to get a job coating warships, it is impossible for you to quit and then regret it. So, Kizaru immediately felt that the guy who refused to coat the ship when he saw that it was a warship was very suspicious. You old fellow, wait a minute. Kizaru said this to the figure wearing a bamboo hat. Oh, what's the matter? The man was Pluton Rayleigh, who was also a coating master. I originally wanted to come here to do some work to earn some money so that I could buy some alcohol and gamble. But I didn't expect to find out it was a warship when I arrived. After all, he has been wanted by the Marine for decades. Now he just wants to spend his old age in peace and doesn't want to get involved in any messy things. So, instinctively, I don't want to have any contact with Marine, so that they wouldn't recognize me. That's why I changed my mind temporarily and said I would not take this job. But he hadn't expected Kizaru to be so sensitive. I immediately realized something was wrong. I recognize you. Hearing this familiar voice, Kizaru's expression suddenly became excited. You are Pluton Rayleigh, right? I didn't expect to meet you in this place. I am really lucky. Borsalino, you seem different now. I thought you wouldn't mind your own business. Pluton Rayleigh also took off his cloak. He turned to look at Kizaru and smiled as well. How can I not care? Catching you is a great achievement. I won't have to worry about being the model worker this year. Kizaru jumped directly from the warship, standing in front of Rayleigh. Rayleigh, oh, hardworking? This is not like you, Borsalino. Don't you always believe in the principle of less trouble? Are you sure you want to start a war here? Kizaru, you were talking about my old self. After meeting Commissar, I finally understood the meaning of work. Stop talking nonsense. You can't run away today. Do you think you can keep me here? Pluton Rayleigh said in a deep voice. It's not your time anymore, Rayleigh. When Kizaru finished saying this, he immediately and decisively condensed the light and transformed it into the Kusanagi sword. He slashed directly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh was not to be outdone. Raise your sword to meet the attack. I didn't expect you to be so accomplished in swordsmanship, Rayleigh said in disbelief. The fight between the two became faster and faster. Gradually, the people around them could no longer see their attacks. Only a few figures were seen flashing back and forth. Sparks kept bursting out of the air. The entire earth was cut into gullies by the bursting sword energy. 0. Those tall trees that reach into the sky. They also fell down in large numbers. This is the battle between Admiral and Pluton. It is in stark contrast to the Kizaru of the original world. One is a health-preserving sword technique. The other is a violent sword technique. Just less than 10 minutes passed. Kizaru has already subdued Rayleigh. Am I getting old after all? Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. The young are to be feared. Kizaru's strength was beyond his expectations. Escort him up there and tell Sakazuki about this, saying that I caught the Pirates King's deputy. Kizaru said to his men with great pride. At times like this, Sakazuki needs to be stimulated. Let him always compete with me for the title of model worker. Hana, Sengoku, Kizaru, look at that. That's a truly earth-shattering battle. Didn't you say that you couldn't catch Pluton Rayleigh with your abilities? Why was it that another Kizaru could defeat him so easily? You didn't even use your full strength. Sengoku got angry when he thought about Kizaru's health-preserving swordsmanship. It wasn't right before, so the feeling is not strong yet. But seeing Kizaru from another world kill Pluton Rayleigh so easily, and Kizaru in this world is still dancing a duet with Rayleigh. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Current Kizaru, I suggest you investigate the me in the other world. He is such a great actor. This time, faced with another suggestion from Kizaru, Sengoku wavered. Damn, could it be that the Kizaru in this world is really acting? Is there really something wrong with his identity? The more I think about the results of the battle, the more it makes sense. After all, this was the only time Kizaru volunteered to fight, and with his strength, he should have been able to catch all the supernovas in one fell swoop. In the end, they didn't catch any of them and let them all go. When facing the Straw Hat crew, the attack became passive. See Rayleigh come to rescue the Straw Hat crew. Just use the health-preserving sword technique. Deal with 2 moves casually, and then end it quickly. Result: I volunteered to go to Sabeti Archipelago, but ended up bringing back a bunch of small fry. All the key figures were let go. Who would believe that his identity is fine? On the other hand, let's look at Kizaru in another world. That's what we call being open and honest. That's what a real Marine is. Facing pirates, even the pirates' vice captain like Pluton Rayleigh, they could take the initiative to attack and capture them. They are both Kizaru. Why is there such a huge difference? Sengoku had a headache, and Sengoku from the original world is angry. Kizaru had come back to report to him before and put all the blame for not catching the supernova in the Sabeti Islands on Pluton Rayleigh and Big Bear. Say how you tried your best. But when these two guys got involved, all the supernovas ran away. Sengoku didn't think anything was wrong at first. After all, Pluton Rayleigh is also famous. It's not surprising to be able to stop Brizzolino. So even though I'm not satisfied with Kizaru's work results, it is understandable and I cannot blame him. Until this comparison video came out. Only then did I truly see how powerful Kizaru is if he fought seriously. That explains it. If he wanted, he could have captured Pluton Rayleigh as well. Instead of just standing there and practicing a few health-preserving sword techniques with him, just for show. Hana, Kizaru, I can actually beat Rayleigh. How come I didn't know this before? Kizaru stroked his chin. He showed an expression that looked extremely annoying. He said this as if he was very innocent. See this expression? That made Sengoku even angrier. How dare you pretend to be innocent in front of Lousy? Can you beat him? Don't you know? Even if you don't know, 530, then you should at least fight seriously before you could draw a conclusion. You didn't even fight seriously, just made a few moves there and dare to come back and report to me that you couldn't win? Damn, This guy is really hateful. I really want to help him and give him 2 punches. From Sengoku's perspective at this moment, Kizaru was even more hateful than Ace. He really wanted to put him on the execution platform and behead him together. Present, Sengoku, this. Could it be that Kizaru from your world is planning to play the long game to catch a big fish? I understand. Is he planning to deliberately let Pluton Rayleigh go, and then take this opportunity to use Pluton Rayleigh to fish out all the remnants of the Pirates King Roger? Sengoku from the real world saw Kizaru from the other world behave in such an unusual way. Asked very seriously. After all, in his world, Huang Yuan gave him the impression that she was very hardworking and would never be so perfunctory about her work, let alone meeting Pluton Rayleigh. Even if he met the Pirates King, Kizaru would be the first to rush up and capture him. This is why Kizaru has been awarded the title of Model Worker in the Marine Corps every year. His work ethic is one that is not afraid of hardship or death. Hardworking. Be the first to rush forward when there is any danger. So, Sengoku in the present world naturally thought that Kizaru on the other side was the same. So he thought that the other side must have ulterior motives for pretending to fight Rayleigh. It must be a big move. However, although these words were said sincerely by Sengoku in the present world, but it's not the same thing when heard by another person. Former Sengoku, I'm talking about the other me. You're just disgusting me on purpose, right? You're just trying to S me off. Yes, our Kizaru is not as good as your Kizaru, but you don't have to be sarcastic to S me off. You deliberately let Rayleigh go and took this opportunity to bring out the remnants of the Pirates King Roger. You're really good at sarcasm. How come I didn't know that I have this ability of sarcasm? You really opened my eyes. Okay, you're ruthless in this round. The Sengoku from the original world was already D off by Kizaru, and after hearing what the Sengoku from the other world said, he became even angrier. He instinctively thought that the Sengoku opposite him was just trying to S him off, so he spoke in such a sarcastic way. Present, Sengoku. Hey, what are you talking about? Why are you cursing at me for no reason? Isn't that the reason? Otherwise, how could Kizaru act so poorly? Sengoku from the real pirate's world still said this with a sincere look on his face. Sincerity is the secret weapon. Hara, Sengoku. Shut up, I don't want to talk. Sengoku in the original world could already feel the blood boiling in his chest. It seemed as if it would burst out in the next second. I can't listen to what the other party says anymore, otherwise I might die of anger before I die in the battle. Original, Rayleigh. I didn't expect Brusolino to be so strong. He is worthy of being the rookie who was called the Marine Monster together with Sakazuki. So, I was lucky that Brusolino didn't fight me seriously at that time. In fact, I was quite surprised at that time. After all, I am old and not as strong as before. When I went to intercept Kizaru, I was determined to die, but Kizaru just fooled me and left. Here, Rayleigh say this. The original world, Sengoku, collapsed even more. This time, Kizaru missed an opportunity to catch Rayleigh. Sengoku couldn't help but glare at Kizaru fiercely. Kizaru also spread his hands helplessly, as if to say, how scary. Original, Roger what? Rayleigh from another world was killed by this guy, Borsellino. Damn it. I will arrive at the Marine headquarters soon, and it will not be over if I don't give Kizaru a good lesson. I must avenge Rayleigh. As Rayleigh's good buddy, Roger was very angry, even if the person caught is Rayleigh from another world. Now, see Roger's speech. Kizaru in the original world couldn't bear it anymore. Are you kidding? That was not what I did at all. What's the point of you coming here to take revenge on me? Original, Kizaru, Roger? Wait a minute. This has nothing to do with me. I just casually swung my sword twice. The one who really caught Rayleigh was Kizaru from another world. If you want to find him, go find him. Why are you looking for Sonoke? It's like a bolt from the blue. I clearly did nothing, yet I still have to take responsibility for this matter. What a huge injustice. Is this Roger mentally ill? The thought of Roger on his way to Marin was overwhelming. Kizaru felt that. It's time to pack up and run. It seems that continuing to stay on the edge of OB can no longer guarantee my safety. Just this little salary. He doesn't want to confront the Pirates King directly. Whitebeard alone is troublesome enough, and there is also Garp's grandson. If you fight seriously, you will offend Garp. If you don't fight seriously, now Roger is here too, and if you don't fight seriously, you will be killed. It wasn't because Kizaru was actually afraid of them. Mainly because I don't want to cause this trouble. There's no need. And don't give yourself any extra money. Why bother trying so hard? Original, Roger O. You are right. Since you showed mercy to Rayleigh, let's forget about it. Roger also felt that Kizaru's words made sense. Kizaru from the original world couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Roger was so open-minded. It seemed that he didn't have to pack up and run away. But at this moment, a discordant voice appeared in the barrage. Present, Kizaru. Who was that kid yelling just now? It was Roger. You want to be caught a second time, right? It's a pity that I can't go over and catch you myself. In my world, it has always been my regret that I didn't catch you with Commissar Ron. But the other me can still defeat you easily, which makes up for my regret. Pirates like you must receive the most severe punishment. I, Kizaru, will not tolerate pirates like you who get away with it. No matter which world I am in, as long as I, Kizaru, am here, I will not tolerate you being rampant. Understand, a sentence from Kizaru in the present world. The atmosphere immediately dropped to freezing point. Kizaru from the original world was dumbfounded when he heard this. You are F*************** G sick. Are you trying to trick me? Roger just said that he won't bother me anymore. As a result, you guy, and you still have to provoke others. He also said that another me could easily defeat Roger. In the end, he even provoked others. He said that as long as Kizaru is there, there will be no Roger. Aren't you forcing people to come and beat me? Are you sick? I didn't do anything. You've suddenly made me Roger's public enemy #1. As expected, this sentence really stimulated Roger. Horse, Roger. Good you, Kizaru. Got it. You want to catch me, right? If there is Kizaru, there is no Roger, right? Okay, I will make sure there is no Kizaru in this world. Why get a Marin Fando? The first person I will kill is you, Kizaru. Do you understand? Roger is very angry now. After so many years at sea, no one except Golden Lion dared to speak to him like this. This is intolerable. What else can a gentleman endure? Openly provoking him in front of so many people. It would be very embarrassing for the Pirates King if he didn't teach the other party a lesson. Original, Kizaru, wait. I told you that was said by another Kizaru. It has nothing to do with me. Don't be the first one to attack me. In this world, Kizaru and Roger can coexist. If you want to vent your anger, go to another world to find that Kizaru. I just want to work safely until retirement. I don't want to cause these troubles. Is anyone listening to me seriously? Kizaru in the original world, whose wrinkled face was already even uglier, now looked even more ugly. It was ashen. The other me is really a ripoff. Getting yourself into trouble for no reason. Originally, even if Roger wanted to save his son, he could just deal with him casually for a few seconds. It had nothing to do with him whether he could save his son or not. But now, it was obvious that Roger was already coming for him. It's no longer possible to just deal with it casually. Is this okay? Wouldn't that mean I have to force myself to go all out? Face Roger. Kizaru doesn't have the confidence to win. I dare not delay using the health-preserving sword technique. This is a showdown between top powerhouses. Even a moment of carelessness will lead to complete failure. Do I really have to go all out? No, it's too dangerous. It's better to pack up and run away. Kizaru thought so at the edge of the battlefield. But after a while, Sengoku's cold eyes came over. Borsalino, you're not planning to pack up and run away, are you? Or are you planning to take a sick leave? If you dare to leave here, I will kick you. Kizaru shuddered. Isn't this just the boss bullying the employees? This job can't be started anymore. Present, Kizaru. Come on, listen carefully, Roger. If we don't decide the winner today, it won't be over. Let's fight one-on-one. Whoever runs away is a grandson. Kizaru from a present world is still there and continues to output. Original, Kavu. Oni Isama. I called you my dear brother. Can you please stop talking? You are not facing him now. Roger, you're a real good Kizaru. Why get a Marin Fando? We won't waste time talking about anything else. Just take my divine evasion first. Original, Kizaru. Is anyone listening to me? I told you that it was another Kizaru. If you want to fight, go fight him. It has nothing to do with me. Original, Roger. I just want to fight Kizaru now. No matter which world, it's all Kizaru. Kizaru. XXXXXXXXX. Kizaru's speech in the original world does not comply with the civilized rules and has been banned for 5 minutes. As Kizaru from the original world was banned, the comments became quiet for a while. And at this time, the screen of the current world is paused, and the screen of the original world continues to play. Kizaru from Sabeti Archipelago, a supernova, was not caught, but he thought he shouldn't go back empty-handed. So they arrested some insignificant pirates. Then he went back to explain to Sengoku and put all the blame on Rayleigh and Tyrant Bear. Original world. Sengoku looked at this familiar side and gnashed his teeth in anger. In the video, time jump. It's time for Zephyr to defect to Marine. Zephyr formed a new Marine. Explosive rocks are being used to blow up 3 special volcanoes. If this place is blown up, the entire new world will be destroyed. Just as he was about to blow up the 3rd volcano, Kizaru leads the team and is responsible for stopping Zephyr. Zephyr is Kizaru's teacher. This battle took place after the Summit War. Sengoku and others in the original world didn't expect that the video could also show scenes from the future. Original Sengoku. Kizaru volunteered to deal with his teacher himself. It seems like he's just perfunctorily dealing with Rayleigh again. Former Tsuru staff officer. I never thought that in the future, Zephyr would do something like this. Is he crazy? If all 3 volcanoes explode, the entire new world will be ruined. Even if he hates the pirates, there are more than just pirates in the new world. There are also Marines and countless poor people. Are they all going to suffer together? Original Garp. This guy doesn't care about these things now. It seems that he blames us for summoning Whitebeard too, who killed his family as the Shichigokai. In the final analysis, this matter of Sengoku is all your fault. Original Sengoku. Now is not the time to think about this. I admit that what I did was not right, but that was also the intention of the world government. The problem now is, based on Kizaru's performance in capturing Rayleigh, I am now worried about his battle against Zephyr. Original Garp. That's right, and this time it was Kizaru who volunteered. Zephyr is his teacher after all, so I guess Kizaru will be more lenient this time. Now, fast forward the video. On an island where the last volcano exists, the new Marine and the Straw Hat crew started fighting. Marine then intervened, and a melee broke out among the 3 parties. Finally, all the Straw Hat crew members withdrew. Kizaru just appeared, a one-on-one with Zephyr. When I saw this, Sengoku couldn't help but wonder. Hannah, Sengoku, that's not right. Why did you have to wait until the Straw Hat crew left before you came out? Borsellino, why didn't you come out when they were there? You could have arrested them all at once. You didn't mean it. Kizaru, how is that possible? They just happened to leave when I arrived. Kizaru muttered in his heart. Do you think I'm stupid? That's Garp's eldest grandson. If I had shown up earlier and bumped into him, I would have had to catch him. If I caught him, Garp would definitely be unhappy. I'm not stupid. Why should I cause trouble? It will be better to come later so that they don't meet and it's safe trouble. Present, Kizaru. Why do I feel like my other self becomes a little unusual every time I meet Luffy and the others? I can't catch them or touch them. Is this possible for an admiral? You're not being partial, are you? I heard Kizaru from the present world say this. Sengoku from the original world instantly felt that it made sense. It seems like this every time. Either they missed the target on purpose, or they delayed the attack and waited for 18 to be rescued. They never used their full strength to deal with the Straw Hat crew. This Kizaru, there's some issues. Hara, Sengoku, is what he said true? Borsellino. Kizaru in the original world's face darkened. He now wished he could go up and slap himself in the other world. This guy is so infuriating. Hara, Kizaru. Of course it's not true. It's all coincidence. The video continues to fast forward. Akiji created an ice wall, isolating Kizaru and Origami. The battle between the two officially began. Zephyr looked at Kizaru and laughed loudly. Borsellino, I told you not to rely too much on the power of the fruit. Teacher, you are still as long-winded as ever. Kizaru raised his head in the air and crossed his hands. Then he chuckled softly. Yashikani no Magatama. In an instant, with itself as the center, it emits a strong light. Countless golden spots of light. There is a handful of bullets. Carry out saturation strikes from above, densely covering the entire area. Even the top-level observation hockey couldn't do anything about it, to dodge it. There's simply too many. There is no room to escape at all. Zephyr now raised his arms to block. But, facing countless attacks, you can stop one wave, but you can't stop the second wave. Blow, blow, blow. Dense spots of light hit Zephyr directly. Zephyr was beaten back again and again. His body was covered with traces of Kizaru's concentration. The entire ground was shattered by the golden light. The earth cracked. Countless magma burst out. It can be seen how strong the impact of this golden light spot is. And Zephyr had been hit countless times, already seriously injured. Kizaru jumped down from the air at this time, before falling to the ground. The aim no Murakumo sword has already been condensed. After landing, he slashed at Zephyr. Teacher, it's time for you to leave. 09. Zephyr also raised its robotic arm. Fought with Kizaru. Bang, 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 bang. Every time Kizaru slashed, Zephyr struggled to cope with it. The intensity of the battle. It was a stark contrast to Kizaru and Rayleigh's previous health-preserving sword techniques. Seeing this scene, Sengoku from the original world was completely dumbfounded. Original, Sengoku. Kizaru, you are such a ruthless guy. You used a leisurely and healthy swordsmanship to deal with Rayleigh, but you killed your teacher with a violent storm of swordsmanship. You are so ruthless to your own people. Your Yasukani no Magatama is so powerful. Why didn't you use it in the Sabaody archipelago? I seriously doubt your position now. Could you be an undercover sent to the marine by the pirates? Sengoku was seriously doubtful now. After all, we had experienced the Virgo undercover incident before. Virgo had gone undercover as Vice Admiral and didn't even realize it. Then it makes sense that Kizaru didn't realize that he was undercover in Admiral. So this guy, is he an undercover agent sent by the pirates? But he didn't realize it, which led to his promotion to Admiral. No matter how I think about it, it makes sense. After all, Kizaru's actions were too suspicious. Original, Kizaru. Present, Zephyr. Well, Kizaru, these moves are somewhat personal. I never thought that you in another world would beat the teacher so hard. It seems that you really need to be taught a lesson. When the teacher can go to your world, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Present, Kizaru. You were so harsh on the teacher. Damn it. Why weren't you so brave when dealing with the pirates? Kizaru from the original world was speechless. Original, Kizaru. I just don't believe that you won't take action in this situation. Zephyr is now clearly no match for Kizaru. Count 10 rounds. It's already defeated. Then, the screen paused again. The live broadcast of the current world begins. At this time, Kizaru has just captured Pluton Rayleigh. Order your subordinates to escort him back. Then, coding is carried out at the Fishman Island. Political Commissar Ron. I'm sure I'll be the model worker this year. Kizaru said to Ron very happily. This time, Ron also sailed with the ship. But at this moment, I am resting in the cabin. Well done. Keep up the good work. Ron said with a smile. Yes. Kizaru was obviously excited. The coding went smoothly, and 10 hours later, the warship successfully dived into the seabed, heading towards the New World. The reason for taking the lower route is that it is faster than the Mariejois route. After all, taking the red line requires lifting the warship up and then dropping it down, which is a waste of time. The scene changed. The fleet, led by Kizaru, has arrived at the New World. Just got here. Then I met Zephyr's new marine. At this time, Zephyr had just left the marine and was searching the world for explosive rocks. The marine already knew this information from the beginning, but the whereabouts of Zephyr is not known, so it's just a temporary one to notice. There was no targeted pursuit. Kizaru didn't expect that he would be so lucky today. Not only did he feed Rayleigh, it was a great achievement. I just arrived in New World and ran into Zephyr who left without saying goodbye. This guy has left the Marine and secretly formed a large-scale force, even collecting explosive rocks that are strictly prohibited by the Marine. If we capture Teacher Zephyr as well, I have accomplished a great thing. After saying that, Kizaru was ready to take action, and at this time, Ron said calmly, "Don't do it. Zephyr hasn't made any big mistakes so far." Then, Ron gave Kizaru a lesson in ideology. The title is Make More Friends and Fewer Enemies. After class, Kizaru suddenly realized the truth. Right, as expected of Commissar Ron, Zephyr hasn't made any mistakes yet. We can win him over before he makes any mistakes. Zephyr is someone we can win over now. Why should we force him to become an enemy? This is a loss for the Marine. The entire Marine failed to protect its heroes and did not punish the pirates who harmed the heroes. We cannot let the heroes down. I know what to do, Commissar Ron. That's good, go ahead. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Kizaru stretched. Then stand up. 8-foot mirror, several refractions in the air, came directly to Zephyr's ship. This made Zephyr's 2 apprentices feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. They immediately surrounded Kizaru. "Long time no see, Teacher F.A." Kizaru stroked his chin and said with a twisted mouth, "Borsellino, I didn't expect to see you here." Zephyr stood up slowly, rubbed the arm with the robotic arm, continued, "It seems that you came here just for me. Do you want to stop me?" "Impossible, just do it." Zephyr didn't bother talking nonsense. It is impossible to change your determination. Since Kizaru has appeared here, it means that Marine is ready to take action against him. Perhaps the wild ape before was indeed preparing to take action. But Kizaru at this moment, after Ron's teaching, I deeply understand a truth. That is to make more friends and fewer enemies. Zephyr hasn't made any big mistakes yet, so he's someone worth fighting for. So, he would never take the initiative to turn such a friend who could be won into an enemy. "Teacher, you misunderstood. Let's sit down and talk." Kizaru was the first to raise his hands, indicating that he had no hostility. This made Zephyr feel a little weird. What happened to this guy? It's a bit unconventional. We have already entered into battle preparations. It turned out that the other party was not there to fight. Instead, it's just for a chat. This is not like Marine style. When is an admiral sent out for negotiation? Generally speaking, sending an admiral out means that a decisive battle is about to begin. Teacher Zephyr, don't trust him. Let's take the initiative. Zephyr shook his head. "Okay, you guys leave now. I know Borsellino quite well. Since he said he's not here to fight, then that's definitely not the case." Zephyr did the same. 2 people face each other. Just like that, we started chatting. Then, Kizaru followed the words he learned from Ron. "Let's get down to business." When it comes to Whitebeard too, it was clear that Zephyr was getting a little agitated. Since you Marines can't deal with him, I have to do it myself. And not only do I want to deal with him, I also want to completely end the era of great pirates. Now, for those pirates who want to get the One Piece have gathered in the New World. I want to destroy the New World together with these pirates. Zephyr was also outspoken. Political Commissar Ron said that Whitebeard too will not become a Shichibukai. In fact, Political Commissar Ron is preparing to abolish the Shichibukai system, and Marine is also doing his best to find Whitebeard too. Once he is found, he will be killed on the spot. Kizaru continued. It was obvious that Zephyr was already interested at this time. "What? Are you serious?" Commissar Ron really said that. "Of course." Then, Kizaru tried to persuade him again. Use the persuasion method learned from Ron. Those who often listened to Ron's ideological and political classes had also learned some conversation skills. How could Zephyr, who had never taken an ideological class, bear this? After a few rounds, Zephyr has been successfully persuaded. 323 decided on the spot to turn back, willing to lead the newly formed troops to rejoin the Marine. Kizaru was immediately overjoyed. This sense of accomplishment is simply incredible. Is this what Political Commissar Ron said? To attack the soldiers in the lower battle and the strategies in the upper battle? That's amazing. Kizaru couldn't help but think in his heart. However, this operation, all the viewers who watched the video were confused. The original world was in complete chaos. Original Sengoku, we need to make fewer enemies and more friends. This is really an advanced idea. Kizaru was able to convince Zephyr. How many casualties have been reduced by this? Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but gasp. I feel like I've learned a lot, especially after comparing it with the way the original world dealt with punishment. Sengoku felt even more that Ron was smarter. In this world of his, Zephyr was solved by force. There were countless casualties, and also lost a Marine Admiral. It's really a bad idea. Look at what Ron does. Not only did they not lose a single soldier, but they also gained so many Marines. At the same time, a Marine Admiral was also retained. Present, Zephyr. Oh, thanks to Kizaru for coming to persuade me. Otherwise, I would have completely rebelled like in the other world. Now that I think about it, I'm really old and confused. I am really too extreme. This has caused so many people to pay the price of death because of my extremeness. Fortunately, Kizaru stopped me in time in this world. Current, Kizaru. This is all thanks to Commissar Ron. He taught me all this. Former, Teru staff officer. Kizaru is the same in dealing with Zephyr's problem, but in one world, it takes a big fight, while in the other world, it's solved with just a few words. The difference is really huge. This is the difference between Kizaru with Ron and Kizaru without Ron. They are two completely different endings. The difference is even more obvious when compared. Hara, Kizaru. Can this really be resolved without fighting? Time continues to fast forward. Whitebeard's lair. According to the intelligence from the front, we can now be sure that those warships are heading towards us, Dad. Marco said with a serious expression. Whitebeard suddenly looked serious. These Marines are really lawless. They even dared to come to my hometown to cause trouble. Girl, gather all the members of the large fleet. Today we will make sure these Marines never come back. Whitebeard was very angry. I never expected that Marine would block me at my doorstep. You really don't know your own limitations. All the large fleets that received Whitebeard's call rushed to Whitebeard's lair as soon as possible. All the forces gathered here. This scale, even bigger than the Summit War that followed. A large fleet of more than 100 ships. This is the summoning power of the strongest pirates in the world. This was the first time that Marine came to my door. How could the Whitebeard pirates endure such a disgrace? So this time, the opponent must be dealt a heavy blow. Time continues to fast forward. One day later, 10 warships, king over Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx Island. Original, Whitebeard. I was actually found by those guys. Damn it, they even attacked my hometown. I must get back at them. Original, Marco Dad. In another world, the scale of our organization is basically all out. How can we take the opponent's attack so seriously? This is really unbelievable. The opponent only has 10 warships, and there's only one admiral leading the team. The main combat forces on the ship are basically those little brats. Is this scale worth us mobilizing such a large-scale defense force? After all, Marco knew very well how powerful the Whitebeard pirates were, even the current Summit War. In fact, Whitebeard hadn't gathered all his strength. The main reason is lack of time. Marine executed Ace in such a hurry that Whitebeard didn't have time to prepare. So Whitebeard only summoned half of his fighting force this time. At least 1/3 of the power is not gathered here. But in the video, Marine facing such a small force. He actually let the father from another world gather all of Whitebeard's fighting power. And it was in his own nest. Sphinx Island is not an ordinary island. It has even more creatures than Marin Island, and is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The entire island has only one pincer-shaped outlet to the sea, like a big pair of pliers. Only by entering this estuary can you reach the inner bay and land on the island. As long as we defend this pincer-shaped sea outlet, no matter how many enemies are outside, they will not be able to get in. There are such natural dangers inside. Does another father have to treat it so seriously? Former Whitebeard. Since the other me did this, it is enough to prove that this fleet is extremely dangerous and must not be underestimated. Whitebeard is no reckless man. On the contrary, he is a emperor who is extremely meticulous and resourceful. Just at this moment, video paused. The video of the original world begins to play. The scene also comes to the time when Whitebeard just attacked Marineford. The picture flashed. Marine gathered all the top combat forces and arranged them neatly on top of Marin. At the bottom is 100,000 Marine. Above them are 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk the Hawkeye, Boa Hancock the Empress, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Moria the Light. Sitting in the 3 seats above are the top fighters of the naval headquarters, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. On the left and right of the execution platform are the 2 great figures, Marine Supreme Marshal Sengoku and the Hero Garp. For this battle, naval headquarters came out in full force. Almost all the combat power that can be mobilized is gathered together. It can be seen how much importance is attached to the headquarters in the face of Whitebeard's attack. The characters in the 2 videos are on high alert and in completely opposite states. One is that the Marine mobilizes all its combat power to meet Whitebeard. The other is that Whitebeard called in all his fighting forces to fight the Marines. Because the video was the first to show the full scale of the Marine deployment, people in a modern world were very confused when they saw it. Current Kizaru, we don't need to mobilize all the Marines to fight Whitebeard, right? Isn't the other world being too cautious? Current Sengoku, it seems that the Marines of the other world are too weak. To fight a Whitebeard, they mobilized so many combat forces, including the 3 admirals. It's impossible. They even asked for help from the 7 warlords. Shichibukai are just pirates. Where is the dignity of the Marines? They have to ask for help from pirates to fight a war. And the most embarrassing thing is that they were surrounded and beaten by pirates at their doorstep. For the real world, it is really unbelievable that the original world dispatched so many troops just to deal with a group of Whitebeard pirates. What has become of this Marine? Is it so difficult to defeat a Whitebeard? As for the original world, it is also incredible that the world dared to attack Whitebeard with only 10 warships. Is Marine really that strong? Or is he too arrogant? With only 1 admiral leading the team, how dare he go to block Whitebeard's lair with such a small force? Isn't this just courting death? Neither side understands the other's world. Original Sengoku, you are being irresponsible towards the Marines' lives. You are attacking Whitebeard with only 1 admiral, 1 commissar, and those little brats. Do you know how much damage this will cause to the Marines? Sengoku from the original world just couldn't figure it out. On this scale, was Whitebeard really captured? After all, through the previous barrage dialogue, Sengoku already knew that Whitebeard had been captured in the other world. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the battle in front of us. But Sengoku couldn't understand how it was possible to catch Whitebeard given the scale of the war at hand. Whether or not you can defeat Whitebeard is one thing, let alone catching him. Although Kizaru's fighting ability is very high, and unlike the Kizaru in his own world, the Kizaru in the other world is very hardworking. But even so, it's just one person. An admiral actually plays a very small role in a battle of this scale. After all, there are so many top combat forces. As for that political commissar on, Sengoku guessed that the opponent was very strong because it could be seen from the content of his teaching. At least in theory it's great. But Sengoku actually didn't know how powerful the attack was. After all, I've never seen Ron take action. But how great can it be? At best, it's at the level of rocks. After all, no matter how powerful you are, there is a limit. As for Luffy and the others, even though a few years had passed, they had grown a lot taller than before. The videos of the past few years just flashed by, and Sengoku actually wasn't very clear about the specific content of their training. But it has only been 4 or 5 years since I broke through the sky. How much stronger can I become by practicing more? And we also know from the barrage that little Luffy joined the Marine because he captured Whitebeard. So Sengoku really didn't understand. How was Whitebeard caught? Isn't this the battle? Is it possible that Whitebeard was not captured in this battle, but instead ended in failure at a huge cost? Then the Marines came out in full force and captured Whitebeard again. Is the only reasonable way to think about it. Because with the current configuration, he really didn't believe that he could catch Uhuzi. Current Whitebeard, another me, you are quite amazing. You dared to attack the Marines' hometown and even outnumber all the Marines. How did you do it? If you were in our world, you would definitely be the #1 warrior. Now, see the lineup opposite in the video. Whitebeard from the current pirate's world also spoke. He really couldn't figure it out. Why is my other self so brave? He actually dared to challenge Marine alone. It even hit the Marine headquarters. This is so awesome. Marine is so fierce. How dare my other self? The video continues to speed up. In the blink of an eye, 3 huge pirates' ships directly broke through the Marine's defense network, breaking out from the inner curved seabed. The coating sparkles in the sunlight. Whitebeard has invaded. Marine was suddenly in a panic. They never expected that Whitebeard would use the coating tactic and start from the bottom of the sea. No wonder they had not been found. Whitebeard just appeared. He gathered strength in his arms without mercy. The shock fruit covered his arms, and his muscles seemed to explode and bulge. Then, Whitebeard punched the air on both sides with all his strength. Suddenly, the entire air shattered. A shock wave visible to the naked eye instantly spread to the sea surface. The entire ocean was covered with huge waves. It's a tsunami. Raise a tsunami with bare hands. The war officially began. He is indeed the strongest man in the world. This huge wave can destroy the Marine in an instant. However, at this time, Akiji appeared and froze the waves into ice, and also froze the water in the inner bay. The Ice Age not only rescued the Marine, but also trapped Whitebeard's pirate's ship. Then, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond George, lifted a huge block of ice and threw it directly in the direction of the 3 admirals. Akainu took action. With a move called Meteor Volcano, while shattering the ice, countless flames like meteors also smashed down towards the Whitebeard pirates. The 2 admirals used earth-shattering moves as soon as they made their moves. Marine and Whitebeard pirates, just a face-to-face test, so shocking. However, at this time, people in the modern world have also noticed. There was an admiral who seemed to be slacking off in the back, still sitting on his chair and not moving out. Both Admirals Akiji and Akainu have already gone up to attack. Only Kizaru was still sitting there. Present Kizaru, another me, what are you doing? How can you sit still? They're all doing it. Why don't you do it? Present Sengoku. Hey, is your Kizaru planning some big move? The battle has already started. Why haven't you made your move yet? Just at this moment. In the video, Kizaru saw that the other 2 admirals had already left, and it might not be a good idea for him to sit there alone. Then he stood up lazily, then jumped into the sky. He crossed his arms with a listless look on his face. A cross of light appeared on the chest. Yasakani no Magatama. Then, a few scattered yellow spots of light flew towards Baihuji's direction. Just at this moment, Phoenix Mark jumped up and transformed into a phoenix. He managed to hold all the Yasakani no Magatama. He blocked Kizaru's ultimate move. This moment, Kizaru in the present world can no longer sit still. Present Kizaru, what the hell? Kizaru, you need? Just a few drops? Your kidneys are not good, right? Waiting for urine. Present Luffy. Brother Kizaru, is this the youth version of Yasakani no Magatama? Are you bullying me because I haven't seen the real Yasakani no Magatama? Hana, Sengoku, what's wrong, Kizaru? You really didn't use your full strength just now? Didn't you tell me that Yasakani no Magatama is like this? Kizaru, that's how it is, Sengoku-san. Don't listen to their nonsense. Marco is too strong. He blocked my ultimate move. Sengoku looked at Kizaru with suspicion. At the same time, the video of the original world is paused. The video of the present world begins to play. In the video, Kizaru stood on the deck with one hand on his waist. Very excited. Commissar Ron, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Ha! That guy Sakazuki is trying to snatch it from me. 10 warships. Uniform. Stopped outside Sphinx Island. Don't underestimate the enemy. Ron picked up the thermos and gave a light reminder. Understood. Kizaru said seriously. After all, we are facing the world's largest pirates. And they surrounded the people in their lair and beat them. No matter how excited you are, you must never be careless. Girl, Kizaru, you're the only admiral here? I think you really don't want to live anymore. Whitebeard leads a fleet of 100 ships, Haki said with great pride. Political commissar Ron. Kizaru could no longer bear it and turned to Ron for instructions. Go ahead. Ra nodded. Kizaru was overjoyed, turned into a stream of yellow light. Just jump up. With his hands crossed, a dazzling light gathered in his body. Then, the light gradually expanded. The sky was filled with spots of light, pouring down from the sky like a torrential rain. He fired wildly at the white-beard pirates. We just met. Kizaru took the lead and fired the first shot. Original Sengoku. Even though I already knew that Kizaru on the other side was a hard worker, it was still incredible to see this scene. This guy actually started the fight first. Unlike me, a yellow ape waited until the other admirals had finished fighting, then reluctantly stood up. Kara Kizaru, am I the first one to go up? This is unbelievable, so scary. At the same time, Phoenix Marco stepped forward to fight back. He transformed into a phoenix and tried to block Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama. However, with such a large area, how can he block it just by saying so? Yo-Yo Marco, your Immortal Flame's recovery speed is also limited, and my laser has just begun. Kizaru's voice fell. The sky was full of light spots falling. Speed and density increased again. Damn it, how come Kizaru is so strong? Marco gritted his teeth, obviously feeling that his recovery speed was reaching its limit. The speed of recovery can no longer keep up with the speed of injury. I can only retreat again and again. Full power. Kizaru's wretched face revealed a serious smile. Moment. The light that Kizaru himself transformed into expanded rapidly. It is actually 10 times the original amount. It looks like the sun in the sky. Seeing everyone horrified? Is this Yasakani no Magatama? The range of the yellow light rain also expanded 10 times. The volume of each light spot has also expanded several times. It was originally like ping pong. Now it's like a giant football. Mark was dumbfounded. A face-to-face. There are huge holes all over his body. Phew. The damage has exceeded the critical value. Mark vomited blood. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and retreated immediately. Without any obstruction, the light balls in the sky poured down. The pirates' ships below were originally quite microscopic and neatly arranged. At this time, it was in chaos, as if it was collapsing in all directions. But there are still some who don't have time to escape. At least 1/3 of the 100 large ships were pierced by the 8-foot jade hook. There was debris floating on the water. Countless pirates had to jump into the river to survive. Just a face-to-face encounter. Kizaru dealt a heavy blow to the opponent's morale. Destroyed 1/3 of the enemy's manpower. Hana, Sengoku, what? This is Kizaru. Not only was he the first to attack, but he dealt a heavy blow to the opponent in one encounter. And look at his Yasakami Magatama. Kizaru. Sengoku knew too well the importance of morale in a first battle. That's why Whitebeard attacked first. The main reason is to boost morale. And in another world, Kizaru is apparently doing the same. It's also Yasakani no Magatama. The difference is too huge. Kizaru is lying to me. Sengoku just gave Kizaru a hard glare. Hara, Kizaru, are you really going to go all out? Using Yasakani no Magatama at full power right from the start. Kizaru stroked his chin and couldn't help but start thinking. Does the other me get paid more than the old me? Otherwise, how could he work so hard? Yes, the salary must have been paid in full. Kizaru in the original world thought so. Original Marco. Huh? Kizaru is so powerful. I thought I could block his attack. It seems this guy is not serious. Present, Kizaru, see? This is a real man's Yasakani no Magatama. Yours only has a few drops. Hara, Kizaru, honestly, how much do you earn? Current, Kizaru. Sanshin, what's wrong? Hana, Kizaru. You're so desperate for 3,000? You must be kidding, right? Tell the truth. The video continues to play. Damn little devil. Whitebeard was angry. Hana, Sengoku, what? Kizaru on the other side only gets 3,000? That's too little. A hard worker like him, an excellent admiral like him, should get 10 times more. Look at Kizaru. He works hard and puts in overtime, and he always leads the troops in battle, but he only gets 3,000. Look at yourself. Sengoku glanced unhappily at Kizaru, who was watching from a distance on the battlefield. He said with a feeling of regret, It's really true that comparing yourself with others will make you feel thief. Kizaru on my side always makes excuses when faced with a mission. Even when he goes to the battlefield, he just wanders around the edge. He only takes action twice occasionally and does it in a perfunctory manner. Even so, he still comes to bother me every day and asks for a raise. He really has no shame at all. Among these Marine admirals, only Kizaru asks for a salary increase every day. As a result, he did the least work. He slacks off at work every day, leaves work on time, never works overtime, and never goes on business trips. How dare such a person ask for a raise? Look at Kizaru, who gets the lowest salary but does the most work. Such talents should get a salary increase. Original Kizaru, impossible. He absolutely cannot get such a low salary. How can he spend 3,000? Is it necessary to work so hard for such a low salary? Kizaru expressed his complete incomprehension. For myself, he will perform to the extent of his ability, depending on the salary he is paid. Paying the salary and eliminating the 4 emperors has always been Kizaru's goal. Because the salary is not in place, everyone he meets calls him terrible. Current Kizaru, salary is not important. Do you work just for the salary? It is to realize your own value, Kizaru said with disdain, in a tone that was free from vulgarity. Original Kizaru, another me. How did you become like this? Have you been brainwashed by that, Ron? Wake up now. Kizaru from the original world almost fell down when he heard the other party say that salary is not important and work is to realize one's own value. What a weird theory. Are you crazy? There's no hope. Former Sun 163 country. Please tell me how I was able to train Kizaru to be such an outstanding person. This is really a high level of awareness. Current Sengoku. Well, this is all because of Ron's reform of the salary system. Sengoku. Come on, tell me in detail. I want to learn from you too. Sengoku from the original world no longer cares about his face. The system of the other world is indeed much stronger than our own. He was able to train Kizaru into such an excellent marine warrior. This is really worth learning for him. When I think of this Kizaru in my world, he is so careless every day. Sengoku felt a headache. Current Sengoku. Actually, on the one hand, Ron's ideological education class was good, which made Kizaru find his original intention when he first joined the Marine. Secondly, Ron, the political commissar, reformed the salary system. Kizaru's potential has been stimulated. Horse, Sengoku. Tell me how you changed it? Can you please stop wasting time? Tell me now. Sengoku from the original world can't wait. But the Sengoku in this world is just deliberately hanging around. He really enjoys seeing the Sengoku in the other world worshipping him. Current Sengoku. Since you want to ask, I'll tell you. Commissar Ron lowered the base salary, but infinitely raised the performance commission. Sengoku, oh? What do you mean? Can the salary be divided into 2 parts? Can it be a fixed monthly payment? Current Sengoku. No, the correct way is to divide it into 2 parts. This will greatly improve the enthusiasm of the employees. Even though Kizaru's basic salary is 3,000, he can get a commission of 70% of the bounty of the pirates if he catches them. Sengoku. What? The bounties listed for pirates are to stimulate bounty hunters or other pirates to fight among themselves, to encourage everyone to catch pirates. But catching pirates is the job of the Marines, so it is impossible for Marines, bid, to collect bounties for catching pirates. Current Sengoku. This is where Commissar Ron's brilliance lies. He first set the rules. Marines who capture pirates can take 70% of their bounties. This is called performance commission. This will greatly increase the Marines' enthusiasm for capturing pirates. Sengoku. Sengoku understood immediately. No wonder Kizaru in that world is so active in catching pirates every time. It turns out there's money to be made. Current Sengoku. Moreover, if you are awarded, there are high bonuses. For example, an outstanding employee can receive 10 million belly, and a model worker can receive 1 billion belly. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku from the original world was completely dumbfounded. He finally understood. Why did Kizaru in that world try so hard to get the title of model worker? There's a prize of 1 billion Baileys? As a Marine Marshal, my annual salary is only 100 million berries. Nothing else to say. Is the bonus Kizaru received for being a model worker for 10 consecutive years enough to last him 100 years? Sengoku was completely dumbfounded. He had always felt sorry for Kizaru on the other side, who did so much work and gave so much, but only got a salary of 3,000. It seems now, this is simply a beggar feeling sorry for the richest man. No wonder Kizaru works so hard. This Kizaru must be very rich. Even Kizaru from the original world couldn't sit still anymore. Former Kizaru, damn. I told you. How could I not understand myself? How could 3,000 a month make you work so hard? It turns out that the basic salary is low, but the commission is high. You can get 70% of the bounty for catching a pirate. This is amazing. If I had this system here, I would work harder. And the model worker can get a bonus of 1 billion. No wonder you are so keen on grabbing the title of model worker. I was still saying that you have a problem with your brain and that you have been brainwashed. Now it seems that the clown is actually me. Kizaru from the original world suddenly had an intense yearning for another world. What a wonderful system this is. He even wanted to quit his job and become a Marine in another world. Damn it, I want to be a model worker too, damn it. After complaining about another Kizaru for a long time, I found out that the clown was actually myself. Current Kizaru, these are secondary. The main thing is that my thoughts have been improved and I have gotten rid of vulgar interests. In the past, I may have done it for money, but now I do it for my dreams, to realize the value of life, to become a great person like Commissar. Original, Kizaru, bullshit dream. Stop talking about those useless things. Tell me the truth. How much money have you made in these years? Current, Kizaru. I haven't calculated this. Current, Sengoku. Let me tell you this, Kizaru just bought a private island last month. He is probably the richest person in the Marines right now. Even Sengoku in the current world is a little envious. Original, Kizaru. Are you still hiring? Original, Sengoku. Hey, what you doing, Kizaru? This guy actually changed jobs publicly in front of him. It's so abominable. However, you can indeed learn from the other side's policy. But here comes the problem. How can Marine be so rich? How could the other side have so much money to give to these Marines? Need to know. Most of the pirates' bounties are on the high side. In fact, Marine is often unable to pay the bounty. Not to mention that Marines themselves can collect bounties for capturing pirates. Where does this money come from? The military expenses of the Marine Corps have always been funded by the world government. It was already very tight. The Marine fort is broken, and Sengoku is worried about how to afford to repair it. Where else can so much bonus be paid? This policy cannot be learned even if you want to. How did the other side do it? I want to learn it myself, but unfortunately Marine has no money. Kizaru, how about Marshal Sengoku? We should do the same policy as them, the bonus commission and so on. Sengoku, I will think about it first. Sengoku's face darkened. Don't you want to do it yourself? That's because there is no money. I, a rich old man, also want to learn from them. Sengoku was speechless. Present, Kizaru. So you don't even get commission? What's the point of working there? Current, Sengoku. I'm telling you, you're too stingy. You don't feed the horse with grass, but you let it run. The Marines caught the pirates with bounties on them, but you didn't even have to pay the bounty? Did you embezzle all that money? Sengoku from the original world almost vomited blood when he heard this. Sengoku. If you didn't have Ron, you'd be the same as me. The current world video is paused. The original world video continues to play. Following a loud bang, Luffy appears from the air. The man with the strongest background among the pirates has arrived. The battle continues. But from this moment on, anyone with a discerning eye could see that there were some problems with Kizaru's fighting. I just didn't put in any effort before. But he did a series of weird things. Luffy rushed into the encirclement of the 3 Admirals and Hawkeye alone. Logically speaking, at this time, Luffy has arrived at the most dangerous place in the world. It is absolutely impossible to escape. Faced with this lineup's encirclement, Not to mention Luffy. Even Whitebeard couldn't jump out. However, what happened next? This left people in both worlds dumbfounded. Seeing that Luffy had no strength left, Akainu was about to attack. Luffy had nowhere to escape and was basically doomed to die. And at this time, Kizaru attacked first. Here comes a light-speed kick. This seemingly fierce kick landed directly in Luffy's stomach. Then, Luffy made an extremely strange curve, and in the densely packed Marineford Square, he didn't even touch anyone, and passed through the crowd and landed in the White Scraper's hand with incredible precision. This footwork, it is truly invincible. Kicked from the most dangerous place in the world to the safest place in the world. Let Luffy successfully escape from an encirclement that he could not escape from. The original world's timeline has not yet progressed to this point. So Sengoku, who saw the future in advance, was stunned. Original Sengoku, Kizaru, what are you doing? Why bother? Can't you just catch Luffy? Why did you kick Whitebeard's hand? Luffy had been surrounded and had no way to escape. Even normal people can't imagine this situation. How could they be rescued? Kizaru from the original world, said while stroking his chin. Original Sengoku, you're talking nonsense. There are tens of thousands of people between you and Whitebeard. How could you accurately grasp the moment when a gap appeared in the crowd and kick him through? You told me that you kicked it by accident? Do you think I'm stupid? The various actions of Kizaru in the original world made people in both worlds furious. Is this still called Marine? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is an undercover agent sent by the pirates. Original Garp Kizaru, you're going too far. Even if he is my grandson, you can't let him go like this. How can you be worthy of the word justice behind you? Garp in the original world said viciously. Original Kizaru, Mr. Garp, I really didn't let him win just now. I just kicked him randomly, and who knew it would hit Whitebeard? Besides, if it were you, you would let him win. After all, he is your grandson. Original Garp, bullshit. How could I let you down? Don't forget, I'm a qualified Marine. I have sworn enemies with pirates. Even if it's my grandson, I'll punch him away. Seeing Garp's realization, Sengoku nodded. Hana, Sengoku, Kizaru, look at him. This is the awareness of a qualified Marine. For my old friend, Sengoku still has faith in his awareness. Present Garp. Haha, I didn't expect that my awareness in the other world was quite good. Yes, this is how we should deal with pirates. Even if they are our own grandchildren, we should not show mercy. This is our awareness as Marines. Kizaru, where is your awareness? Original Garp, Humph. Of course, by the way, Borsalino, I am here to make it clear to you. We are Marines. Luffy is the king of pirates. You don't have to show mercy at all. You could just beat him to death. Don't worry about my face, let alone you. Even if I meet him, I will beat him to death with my own hands. Who made him go down this path? This is his own choice. Garp said it with righteous words. The whole person exudes the light of justice. Kizaru twisted his mouth at the edge of the battlefield and didn't explain further. I thought an old villain would definitely say that. If I had really beaten Luffy to death, you wouldn't have jumped up and killed me. I don't believe you. You old man are such a bad guy. The video continues to fast forward. Luffy once again attacked the execution platform. This time, Luffy had already rushed to the stairs leading to the execution platform. This is the road paved by the Revolutionary Army's lightning using the power of its fruit. Luffy now, there was only one obstacle left. It was Garp standing in front of him. As a Marine hero, Garp is the penultimate barrier to the scaffold. It is also the strongest barrier of Marine. Countless Marine soldiers saw that it was Garp who was blocking there. My heart felt as if it had been weighed down by a weight, and it felt blocked. No one could break through Garp's attack. Kizaru, Garp, original Garp. Humph, why bother watching? I will definitely punch him away. Garp still spoke with confidence. However, as the picture flashed, the figure that flew out was actually Garp. Luffy punched Garp and sent him flying. Moment. The audiences in both worlds were confused again. Present Garp. Another me, what are you doing? You were letting Luffy go in front of so many people, right? Didn't you say you were aware of this? Those Marine soldiers tried their best to stop Luffy, and you just let him go. The efforts and blood of those soldiers before that would become a joke. You're the faith of all the Marines. How could you do this? You should let Commissar Ron do some ideological work on you. There is something wrong with your thinking. Current Sengoku. Another Garp, your performance is really disappointing. Not only did you fail to educate your grandson well and let him become a pirate, but at this critical moment, you showed mercy to him, letting all the Marines' efforts go to waste. No wonder your son became a revolutionary and your grandson became a pirate. It seems that the top beam is not straight and the bottom beam is crooked. Original Sengoku. Garp. So it was you who let him go. I was wondering why I saw Luffy rescue Ace in the previous video. So the problem was with you. Don't you think you couldn't stop Luffy with your strength? You were even knocked away by his punch. Are you kidding me? What's Luffy's strength? What's your strength? Horse Kizaru, eh? That's scary, Mr. Garp. You're really letting him down. Didn't you just say that you would punch your grandson without hesitation? What you say is not the same as what you do. At this time, the wrinkles on Kizaru's face were much smoother. He really couldn't believe what the old man said. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Luffy at that time. Otherwise, according to the old man's character, he would definitely not forgive him. I'm so wise. Original Garp. Ahem. He must have taken advantage of me not paying attention to knock me away. How could Ruwafa let me go? Absolutely not. Garp's face darkened. I didn't expect that what I just said would be slapped in the face so quickly. I can only grit my teeth and refuse to admit it. Original Sengoku. Bullshit. Do you think I'm stupid? Even if Luffy took advantage of your carelessness, could he still knock you away with his current strength? Even if you stood there and let him hit you for 3 days and 3 nights, you wouldn't move an inch, let alone be knocked away. I'm so disappointed in you, Garp. I trusted you so much. Sengoku is angry. Present, Sengoku. Wait a minute. I remember there was a scene in the previous video where Luffy had successfully rescued Ace. Now Luffy has passed Garp, and he is only 1 level away from rescuing Ace. That is another me. Sengoku, are you showing mercy to? Hana, Sengoku. Impossible. I am Marine Marshal. Absolutely impossible. Who do you think I am? And at the same time, continue playing the screen. After Luffy knocked Garp away, arrived at the execution platform. It is less than 5 meters from Ace. Ace was already very excited at this time. It seems that victory is just around the corner. But between them stood Marine Marshal Sengoku. Luffy was so eager to save Ace that he didn't care about anything else. Rushed over immediately. He took out the key and prepared to unlock Ace's handcuffs. Sengoku, who was ignored, suddenly turned pale. Suddenly, the whole body swelled up and became golden. The Buddha on top, the mythical beast species of the human fruit, the form of a great Buddha. Sengoku rarely takes action. Most Marines have never seen it. So this time, the video showed that people from both worlds had broadened their horizons. Sengoku sent a shockwave towards Luffy and Ace. In desperation, Luffy used a rubber balloon to quickly inflate himself. Bang! Sengoku's blast hit Luffy in the stomach. Suddenly, the entire execution platform collapsed. Everyone thought that this attack would kill Luffy and Ace directly. But not only that, Luffy and Ace landed on the ground safely. Present, Sengoku. Are all of you Marines undercover? Are all of you actors? It's okay that Kizaru kicked Luffy to a safe place. It's okay that Garp couldn't stop Luffy, but Sengoku, you sent a shockwave to him with 1 palm, and he was unharmed. Hara Kizaru? Even Marshal Sengoku? You kept talking about me just now. Kizaru couldn't help but start to grumble in his heart. It seemed that he was too wise. Even Sengoku had to give face to Garp. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively at that time. When he said this, Kizaru even glared at Akainu, as if to say, "Why don't you thank me? If I hadn't kicked Lu away, you would have been killed. Would Garp have spared you then?" Akainu was also confused at this time. It seems that the entire battlefield is fighting hard by itself. He beat himself up until his face was covered in blood. In the end, Kizaru's clothes weren't even dirty. Moreover, a small pirate with a bounty of 300 million was able to break through Garp and Sengoku's obstruction and rescue the person. Are you kidding? With the Marine standing there, even if Whitebeard went through it himself, he would not be able to rescue the people. In the end, he was rescued by a group of 300 million pirates. Original, Akainu, are you all playing me? Can we still fight this war? After all this time, I'm the only one fighting hard. Current, Akainu, the Marines in your world all have problems with their thinking. Why don't you come to our place? We are a perfect fit for you. Akainu in the real world really feels sorry for himself in another world. It gives me a headache just thinking about working in this kind of environment. It's still better here. Everyone has been so determined, thanks to the ideological luck of political Commissar Ron. These people in the other world are so outrageous. Akainu seems out of place with them because he is too normal. It would be better to bring him to their side. The words of the present world, Akainu. This really moved Akainu from the original world. Original, Akainu, I'll try to answer the questions and get a reward, then I will switch to your company. I am okay with the Marshal taking the lead. At this time, Sengoku was already embarrassed. Isn't this a slap in the face in public? Are you kidding? I didn't expect that I would show mercy to Luffy. How is this possible? This is not to embarrass yourself in front of the entire army. But fortunately, this is a matter of the future. We must never let this happen. When the war starts, we must not show mercy. Original, Sengoku. Humph. This is just a possibility in the future. I will never make such a mistake. All Marine soldiers, please believe me. If Luffy really dares to rush up, I will kill him with one shot. Sengoku is also very stubborn. Time continues to fast forward. Akainu killed Ace with one punch. Garp was angry. He actually wanted to kill Akainu. At this time, Sengoku held Garp's head. See this scene. Kizaru felt even wiser. Killing his adopted grandson Sengoku could still stop Garp. But if he kills his own grandson, I'm afraid no one can stop Garp. Fortunately, I was wise at that time. When you're out there, what matters is the ways of the world. Time continues to fast forward. Whitebeard gets mad. Come over and give Akainu a good beating. Akainu was seriously injured. Seeing this, Kizaru once again believed in his own ideas and decided to continue to be a marginal OB. Please give me flowers. Current, Kizaru. Akainu was the only one working on the opposite side. When you saw Akainu being beaten, the other two admirals didn't even bother to help. You just stood by and watched. Present, Akiji. Come on, all three of you. No wonder your world was attacked by the pirates. You are so disunited. Present, Sengoku. Hey, everyone. Akainu is working all by himself. It's really hard for him. Time continues to fast forward. Red-haired Shanks appears. Stop Akainu. Then give me some face into the battle. This is Haki's move. This immediately made Shanks in another world envious. Present, Shanks. Another me. You are so awesome, aren't you? You dare to say, give me a favor in front of Marine. Awesome. 20 years ago, I also said this to someone. Then he came up and slapped me in the face. Shanks recalled the day he first met Ron. I couldn't help feeling melancholy. I used to be such a face-conscious person. Finally, I was woken up by a slap. This slap also woke him up from his pirate's dream. Original, Shanks, huh? What did you say? How dare someone in your world not to give you face and even slap you in the face? This is really outrageous. Shanks. Who wouldn't give up their dignity? How abominable. Tell me who it is, and I'll help you get your dignity back. Shanks in the original world was very angry. During all the time he had been at sea, no one had dared to disrespect him. Shanks is well known for his face in this ocean. Even the 5 elders had to give him some respect when they met him. So when Shanks heard that someone didn't give him face, even if they were not in the same world, he would be very angry, as if someone had slapped him in the face. 0. Present, Shanks. Well, I don't mind telling you it was Commissar Ron, but I still want to thank him for giving me a slap in the face. Original, Shanks, what? That man. Is that guy that strong? You fought him. As soon as I heard it was Ron, Shanks in the original world became cautious. Dare to humiliate another self like this. Did the other self really not fight back? Present, Shanks. Oh, stop talking. I couldn't even move. I didn't know what was going on. He just kept slapping me. But after the beating, I woke up. I felt a lot, as if I understood a lot of truths all of a sudden. I call that slap the 3 views correction palm. You could try it some other time. After being slapped, I suddenly felt relieved and said, I won't think about it anymore. What do the pirates dream about? I heard Shanks from a present world say that he wanted me to try being slapped in the face again. In the original world, Shanks was almost mad to death. This is too much. No one invites others to get slapped in the face. Original, Shanks, Humph, what nonsense are you talking about? What is this world view correction fist? How come I have never heard of it? Present, Shanks, seriously, you should give it a try. Original, Shanks, get lost. He really wants to know what Ron's strength is now. Time continues to fast forward. Luffy and others were rescued by Trafalgar Law, riding in a submarine, escaping to the bottom of the sea. And at this time, Aokiji suddenly attacks. An icicle pierced directly into the sea surface, and then the entire sea was placed in the deep sea and began to freeze rapidly. The freezing speed is extremely fast. It seemed that the submarine was about to be caught up. As long as we can catch up with the submarine, we can freeze it firmly in the sea. When the entire sea is frozen, the people inside will never be able to get out. This way they can arrest all of them. However, at this time, Kizaru, also jumped into the air at the same time. He just crossed his arms. Then the whole body turned into a light source. Immediately following, dense yellow spots of light burst out from the light source. Very fast, launch a saturation attack on the frozen sea surface. The entire ice surface was destroyed in an instant. The thick layer of ice was broken into pieces. The ice that was about to catch up with the submarine was also broken. Original Sengoku. Hey, when you attacked Marco before, the move you used wasn't on this scale. Sengoku thought that Kizaru suddenly came to his senses and was going to make every effort to keep Luffy. However, there's so many Yasakani no Magatama. They all actually passed by the submarine. No damage was done to the submarine. Perfect stroke. People from both worlds were dumbfounded again. Present, Kizaru. You didn't even hit this? You did it on purpose. Akainu, Kizaru. Luffy escapes. Marine headquarters is destroyed, and Red Hair is compromised. This also completely declared the failure of the Marine Summit War. Time pauses at this moment. The original world video starts playing. As soon as Whitebeard saw the Marine coming up, he attacked and smashed more than 30 of his own ships. He immediately became furious. I saw veins popping out on his hands. He smashed towards the direction where Ron's warship was. Ron, give me your life. The Pirates World video continues to play. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, went berserk. It instantly attracted the attention of the audience in the original world. After all, the Marine only has 10 warships this time. No matter how well Kizaru performed before, it was just using a big move to kill less than 1/3 of the opponent's strength. In the face of such a large-scale battle, 1 or 2 people cannot decide the outcome of a battle, unless that man is Whitebeard. That's the highest compliment you can give to Whitebeard. 1 person can decide the outcome of a war. That's the horror of shock fruit. Hara, Sengoku. I've always wondered how you managed to reach Whitebeard's home and capture him in your world, but the force you sent out still confuses me. To be honest, maybe you failed this time and ended up sending out a stronger force the next time to capture Whitebeard. Present Sengoku, no, just this time. Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. 1 admiral for little brats and 10 warships. That's the scale. We can block Whitebeard's home and capture him. It's impossible no matter how you think about it. Was it that man who took action? Sengoku saw Ron sitting on the deck and looking at the map without any lies in the video. This man didn't make any move from the beginning to the end, but it always gives people a feeling of being in control of everything. Could it be him? Now, the video continues to play. Whitebeard was furious, his eyes fixed, and he stabbed Kanjiunki on the deck. Then, raise your hands. Make a fist tightly. Veins popped out. Shock fruit covers both fists. Then, Whitebeard looked in Ron's direction. Roar. It seems you underestimated me. With just a few ships, do you dare to come to my territory? I am Whitebeard. As the words fell, he punched both sides violently. The power contained in this punch, plus the effect of the shock fruit, was so great that even space could not withstand it. For this move, the audience of the original world is too familiar with it. After all, they have been there too. That was when Whitebeard hit Marin Fando. This is the trick used at the beginning. Almost lifted up the entire sea. This huge force would have destroyed the entire Marin if it weren't for Aokiji. But everyone knows, even if there was no Aokiji, the worst that could happen would be that Marineford would be flooded. In fact, not much was destroyed in terms of the Marine's manpower. After all, everyone is standing on the island of Marineford. But, in another world, things are indeed different, because it was the Whitebeard headquarters that the Marine attacked. That is to say, the Marine's 10 warships are now on the sea. If a tsunami occurs at this time, then these warships will inevitably be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Almost the entire army was wiped out. There are no ships on the sea. All the soldiers will be soaked in water. Those with special abilities will sink to the bottom of the sea. That is to say, this move would almost be a death sentence for Marine. This is why it is most taboo to have a conflict with Whitebeard on the sea, because he can create a tsunami at any time, which is simply a bug-level system for naval battles. Original, Sengoku. This is bad. If a tsunami occurs there, only a few people who can fly will be able to survive. However, we have lost our foothold on the sea. Even if it can fly, it will be shot down by the enemy sooner or later. This is why I led Whitebeard to the decisive battle in Marin. No one can defeat Whitebeard on the sea. No matter how many Marines are sent, it will be useless. They will be destroyed in an instant by the tsunami. So, now you should understand why I didn't take the initiative to attack Whitebeard, right? Sengoku analyzed very seriously. Sengoku had been too lazy to explain why Whitebeard had come to his house, because his other self had always laughed at him, but now he could finally explain it properly. Original, Roger, I have to say that the Marines in the other world are really brave. Even I don't dare to fight Whitebeard in the sea. Even if I have to fight, I will fight on a small island. Fighting Whitebeard in the sea will definitely lead to death. Original, Kaido. Even Rock said that as long as Whitebeard is on the sea, he will not be afraid of any battle, no matter how many Marines come. Big Mom, that's right. That's why Whitebeard is called the strongest man. Even the other 4 emperors like us don't dare to fight Whitebeard head-on at sea because we have no chance of winning. Former Golden Lion, I guess I'm the only one in this world who dares to fight Whitebeard on the sea. Ha. Original, Roger. That's because you can fly. The video continues to play. Whitebeard has completed charging. He smashes hands hard to both sides. But at this moment, a white figure suddenly flew out from the warship. He arrived in front of Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. 2 hands. He just grabbed Whitebeard's fists that were smashing to both sides. Bang! Stopped Whitebeard abruptly. Huge force. If it were an ordinary person, his body would have been torn to pieces long ago. A punch that could have created a tsunami was forcibly stopped. The punch didn't even land. Little ghost? Who are you? Whitebeard's expression became extremely surprised. He was clear about how strong he was. I never expected this. He was actually stopped, although he only used 30% of his strength. My name is Luffy. I am the man who will become a Marine Admiral. If you want to attack Brother Ron, you have to get past me first. Luffy also felt his arms going numb. It seemed that he still had a hard time taking Whitebeard's attack in Gear 5. He was indeed the strongest man. Brother Ron was right. He still had a long way to go. Just at this moment, the young man who stepped forward to stop Whitebeard slowly raised his head. He grinned. The white hair flew upwards like flames. This moment, only then did everyone in the original world see clearly who this young man was. How come I didn't think of it? It's Luffy. Hannah, Sengoku, what? Why is Luffy different from before? White hair. Could it be that Nikago's has awakened? Original, Garp. He awakened the Nika fruit at the age of 15? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? What did Ron do to him in the past few years? Original, Shanks. Is this the awakened state of a Nika fruit? No, it shouldn't be awakened yet. This is just the state of using the Nika fruit. Shanks knew the Nika fruit very well after all. Original, Roger. No way. Are the young people nowadays so scary? This guy actually blocked Whitebeard's attack with his bare hands. Original, Whitebeard. Although I can see that the punch was not used with full strength, it is still not something a young boy can block. The appearance of little Luffy in the sun god state made everyone stunned. Present, Sengoku. All the Luffys in your world let down their guard and fled in dismay, while the Luffys in our world fought the white group in Gear 5 Sun God. There is no harm without comparison. Gulala. Whitebeard suddenly laughed. So, it's that kid from Garp's house. Then I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill Ron. Just at this moment, Diamond George suddenly appears. The whole body turned into diamonds. With a powerful blow, Luffy was knocked away. It is impossible for you to be so cunning and get close to our boss. Dad, leave this man to me. There is no need for you to take action. Bricks and stones? They are indeed very hard. Luffy pinched his nose. Sister Kuina, I'll leave this person to you. Luffy shouted to the back. Take care of yourself first. Marco, who was not a bird, kicked Luffy directly. The two mythical beasts engage in a decisive battle. Shut up, little brat. No one will listen to you. It was obvious that Kuina didn't move at all. For her, whether Luffy gets beaten or not is not her concern at all. Her goal is to protect her master Ron. As long as no one attacks Ron, she will just stand by her master. However, what I didn't expect was, after Diamond George knocked Luffy away, he actually picked up a huge rock and threw it towards Ron. This infuriated Kuina. He drew out the flame blade, and the moment the boulder flew over, the flame blade burst into blazing flames and slashed horizontally. The boulder was cut in half in an instant. The two halves of the boulder burned into liquid in the air and made crackling sounds after falling into the sea. The sea water began to boil. Master, Kuina looked at Ron and asked, Well, you go too. Ron didn't look up and continued flipping through the book. Yes. Kuina jumped up, did several moonwalks in the air, and came in front of Diamond George. Oh, are you the legendary swordswoman? Flower Sword Vesta held two swords and stood directly in front of Kuina. Get out of the way, Kuina said coldly. Humph, it's a good opportunity for me to meet the female Sword King. Flower Sword Vesta's eyes suddenly brightened, rushed towards Kuina. Kuina frowned. Ignorance. Flameblade. Bankai. Mountains of swords and seas of fire. Then he suddenly drew his sword. Instantly. 0.3. Endless flames turned into a sea of fire and swords, instantly covering Vitas. Suddenly, there was a scream. Vitas suddenly jumped into the sea, and his life or death was unknown. Just one move. Just kill Vitas, who is also a swordsman. Damn it. The fat blue fishman Jinbei grabbed the surrounding seawater with his bare hands and threw it at Kuina. Go ahead. Ron still didn't look up. Ron kept throwing out chess pieces like he was playing chess. Ace received the order, and also several moonwalks quickly joined the battle. He broke up the sea flow thrown by Jinbei with one punch and threw it over his shoulder. Your opponent is me. Ace grinned and smiled gently. All troops attack. Ron didn't want to waste too much time. Just wave forward with one hand. The 10 warships immediately went into full gear, charging towards Whitebeard's 70 warships. Whitebeard looked at Ron's actions, full of fighting spirit, and pulled out the big knife stuck in the deck. Swing forward at the same time. Go ahead, little ones. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard pushed his feet down hard. The entire deck collapsed in an instant. Whitebeard's huge body rose from the ground. I saw him holding Song Yunxie in both hands. A leaping slash hit Ron's direction. Whitebeard's huge body leaped up and chopped down from the sky. The scene was extremely oppressive. The surrounding area was filled with black and red conqueror's haki, crackling like lightning, wrapping around Whitebeard's weapon. Now, when people from both worlds saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. He is indeed the strongest man in the world. Original, Roger. It seems that Newgate has used all his strength. It has been a long time since I saw him use his power. It seems that he is still as good as ever. Original, Shanks. There aren't many people who can take Whitebeard's leaping attack. Original, Sengoku. It seems that the strongest man in the world has lost his temper. If this move is launched, the entire ocean will probably be split in two. If we can't defend against it, these 10 warships will probably be crushed into pieces by the waves in an instant. Current, Sengoku. This man is really scary when he goes crazy. Although I didn't see the battle with my own eyes, I can watch it again through the video playback now without any regrets. Current, Luffy. As expected of the strongest man in the world, I was no match for him at that time. Current, Asa. That's right. If the three of us attacked together, even with Kuina, we would not be his match. Present, Kizaru. It seems that I was a little too reckless when I captured Whitebeard. If it weren't for Commissar Ron and the ship, I'm sure we would have died there. Original, Kizaru. I've already told you that no matter how much money you're given, you can't risk your life. Why would you bother provoking this old monster? You could just deal with him like I did. Didn't you see how Kuina got beaten? Akainu's strength is about the same as mine, but he got beaten into such a mess. Wouldn't it be the same if I went in? Present, Kizaru. Is this your excuse for being lazy? Humph, even if it means death. I will die on the battlefield. That's called honor. Original, Kizaru. All right, you are honored. Kizaru in the original world was too lazy to care about his other self. Now, even through the screen, everyone could feel this deadly sense of oppression. It was as if the heaven and earth could split apart. But at this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly paused. Immediately following, the answer screen appears. Everyone felt speechless for a moment. I was just getting excited when he suddenly started answering questions. Random quiz begins 18. This quiz will be answered simultaneously by both worlds. The first 5 people who answer correctly will receive a first answer reward. Other people who answer correctly will receive a 1% increase in physical attributes as a reward. After everyone has answered, the correct answer will be announced. This question is a ranking question. You have 1 minute to answer the questions. If you fail to answer the questions within the time limit, you will be disqualified. You can only send comments after you have chosen your answer. Before you answer, you are prohibited from communicating, otherwise you will be disqualified from answering the question. Both worlds, please prepare your answers. 10, 9, then a countdown flashed across the screen. This time, Hara, Sengoku. This time, both of our worlds are answering questions at the same time. This is the first time we have ever done this kind of question-answering format. Former, Tsuru's staff officer. Ranking question? This is my first time to encounter this kind of question. It seems that answering it quickly is also quite difficult. It's not like multiple choice questions where you can answer quickly based on your hand speed. Original, Akainu. I hope I can answer correctly and choose the opportunity to go to another world. Then I can switch to another world. The Marines in this world are all actors. I can't lead them at all. Present, Kizaru, welcome. We welcome all those who work hard. There is no future for you in that world. Current, Sengoku. No communication before answering the questions? Doesn't this mean we can't ask Ron for advice this time? It seems we need to answer the questions on our own this time. Sengoku from the current world expressed regret. After all, it was Ron who helped them hit the target every time in the previous times. It's a win without any effort. But this time, the system made up for this loophole. Now I can only answer it by myself. 3, 2, 1. In the clash of powerful beings above the Emperor level, please sort them from small to large according to the scale of the battle. 1. Whitebeard versus Shanks. 2. Mother versus Kaido. 3. Kaido versus Luffy. 4. Whitebeard versus Gold Roger. 5. Ron versus Whitebeard. Please start answering questions. Sort from smallest to largest. As soon as the question came out, everyone wanted to communicate, but found that they couldn't even post comments until they finished the questions. There are 5 first answer rewards this time. So in order to compete for the top 5 spots, everyone makes a choice immediately based on their instinctive reaction and reasoning. After choosing, this unlocked the permission to post barrage. Original, Kaido. This time, it's really hard to choose a topic. I don't know which one will be more shocking, Kaido versus Big Mom or Whitebeard versus Roger. Original, Jack. Is there any need to say that? Boss Kaido. Of course the scene where Kaido makes a big move will be more shocking. Original, Kaido. Yes, you are right. So what did you choose? Original, Jack. I'm rank 23514 boss. Original, Kaido. What do you mean by putting lousy first? Do you mean that lousy's attack effect is the least shocking? Original, Jack, Boss, I said I arranged them from largest to smallest. Do you believe me? Kaido used a big punch to knock out Jack's other tusk. Former, Sengoku. Based on my understanding of these guys, the battle between Whitebeard and Roger should be the most shocking, followed by Whitebeard and Shanks, and then Big Mom and Kaido. As for Kaido and Luffy, it seems to be something that happens in the future, so it's hard to judge. After all, Luffy in another world has awakened the Sun God, so it's hard to say what the battle between them will be like. Original, Garp. Actually, the most difficult one to rank is the battle between Ron and Whitebeard. Where should the shock level of this battle be ranked? Former, Whitebeard. Gulalala, there's still a fight between me, Shanks, and Roger. I know how much I put in those two fights. I put 80% in Shanks and 10% in Roger. But from the other move I made just now, I should have put in 120%. Whitebeard knows himself quite well. Just watch the expressions and movements of yourself in another world popping out on the screen. Can judge. The self in the other world used all his strength. This is almost the strongest attack. So, Whitebeard sequencing is very clever. The video hasn't played yet though, but he'd been able to guess it. The battle between me and Ron will surely be the most shocking of all the battles. Then, he ranked the battle between himself and Ron last in order of severity. Original, Shanks. This ranking question is interesting. I didn't expect Luffy to be included. It seems that in the near future, he will also be qualified to participate in the battle between the emperors. Could he also become one of the 4 emperors? It seems that this guy has also become a great pirate. Shanks was quite happy to see that Luffy was also among the options. After all, the fighting characters here are all top-notch pirates. Since Luffy also appears in it, it means that his future strength will also reach the same level as mine. As for how strong it is, it's hard to say now. He relies on the power of the fruit. I believe the first battle between him and Kaido was also very shocking. Out of expectation for Luffy, Shanks even put the battle between Luffy and Kaido behind his battle with Whitebeard. Original, Roger. Then I will definitely be ranked first. But this time I still choose to gamble. I think the fight between Whitebeard and Ron should be more shocking. After all, Whitebeard and I are just sparring, and there is no need for us to fight to the death. But between Whitebeard and Ron is a fight to the death. It is obvious that Whitebeard is determined to kill Ron, so their fight will surely surpass that between me and Whitebeard. Roger is not actually a reckless man. He is also very smart. After a brief analysis, he decisively gave the most shocking battle to Ron and Whitebeard. As for the rest of the arrangement, he arranged it entirely based on his mood. Current Sengoku. But to be honest, I have never seen Commissar Ron fight, but according to Kizaru's description that day, it was the most shocking thing he had ever seen in his life. So of course Ron's fight should be put last. Present, Luffy, the battle between Kaido and I in the other world? That must be as shocking as Kaido and Big Mom. Then I will put my battle with Guy after Kaido and Big Mom. After answering the questions, everyone shared the reasons for their choices. Time to answer questions. Now announce the correct answer and attach the highlight video. The 5th place is Luffy versus Kaido. Present, Luffy, what? The battle between Kaido and I in the other world only ranked 5th. This is too bad. Am I not as good as Big Mom? Original, Shanks, it seems my expectations were a bit too high, and I made the wrong choice. Original, Kaido, how can a guy like Straw Hat Boy actually fight against me? This is simply an insult to me. Former, Whitebeard. As expected, I chose the right answer for the last option. Because it is a sorting process, if any link is wrong, the whole process will fail. So when the last person is announced, it means many people have lost their chance of getting the correct answer. Then a line of text suddenly appeared. Start playing the screen now. Then the screen went black, and when it lit up again, another picture was received. Kaido holds a mace, and Luffy uses the 4th gear mode, standing in front of Kaido. Luffy said, "I am the man who will be the king of pirates." Then, Kaido frowned. Swing the mace. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The mace wrapped with hockey colored with armament hockey hit Luffy directly in the face. With a bang, Luffy's eyes rolled back instantly, and he lay on the ground with foam coming out of his mouth. Too many didn't even turn their heads. Just said it lightly. What kind of king did you want to be? The screen then paused. Present, Luffy. Another me. You were too mean. 2 years. After that, he could only reach 4th gear and was knocked unconscious by Kaido. How shameful. He claims to be the 5th emperor. He can't even withstand a greeting from an emperor. Original, Luffy. This. Original, Shanks. Hey. Shanks couldn't help but cover his forehead with one hand. He really couldn't bear to look at it. It seems that Luffy is still very weak. When the 4 emperors meet, basic etiquette is to face each other 10 times first. This can be considered a way for the 4 emperors to greet each other. When I saw the battle between Luffy and Kaido appear as an option, I thought Luffy's strength had increased a lot. Now it seems that there is still a long way to go. Original, Garp. Kaido, wait for me. Original, Kaido. It's your grandson who overestimates his own abilities. You can't blame me for that. After the video ended, another line of text scrolled by. Ranked 4th is Ant versus Kaido. Now, playing the highlight screen, I saw Big Mom and Kaido meeting on Onigashima. Then, without hesitation, they drew their weapons and performed a special greeting between the 4 emperors. Mace versus Napoleon. The black and red hockey illuminates the entire night sky. The 2 weapons carried tremendous force, but did not collide with each other. The space in the middle is about to break. The dark clouds in the sky split into 2 in an instant. It was as if the sky was split apart. After the 2 finished fighting, then they hugged each other, announcing an alliance. The video ends. Hara, Kaido, what? Why are I and this old woman fighting in my house? And we even formed an alliance. Original, Sengoku. Oh no, these 2 4 emperors will form an alliance in the future. 357, this is a big event. Current, Ant. We in the other world are also very sweet when we hug each other. Original, Ant. Shut up, hey. Original, Roger. It seems I got it right again this time. Ranked 3rd is Shanks versus Whitebeard. Start playing the video now. Shanks, carrying a pot of wine, and hockey-boarded Whitebeard ship naked, knocking out many of Whitebeard's crew members on the spot. Then, Whitebeard drew out Kisugawa Kiryai. A horizontal slash came. Red-haired Shanks drew out his famous sword griffin, which collided with Whitebeard's sword. Then the whole sky split into 2. Huge waves arose all around. Original, Roger. Shanks' ability is not much better. It seems that I ranked it right again this time. Now we have to see which group's shocking performance ranks first. Former, Whitebeard. I got 3 in a row too. It looks like we both chose the same combination, Galala. Sengoku's face looked a little bad. He didn't want to see Whitebeard and Roger answer correctly. After all, these 2 guys wanted to save Ace. The others were shocked by the shocking scene. As expected of a fight between 4 emperors, it could even split the sky. And this is only ranked 3rd. So how shocking must the first 2 be? Everyone began to become curious. The second place is Whitebeard versus Roger. Play video below. Now, on an unnamed island, Roger, the Pirates King, is having a party here. Also present was the red-haired Shanks from his childhood. But at this moment, the Whitebeard pirates also landed on the island. The strong men on both sides felled each other instantly. Both of them are in their prime. This is the moment when the fighting spirit is at its highest. Whitebeard picked up the cloud and started running at full speed towards Roger when he was about 500 meters away from Yaojia. Whitebeard suddenly jumped up into the air, holding the knife in both hands. The black and red hockey, like lightning, wrapped around Whitebeard's knife. The lightning has not yet dissipated along the path where Whitebeard moved. And on the other side, Roger also suddenly ran forward excitedly. Hold the knife with both hands. Shout loudly. God will take action. Hit directly upwards. The entire island is covered with black and red hockey. The weapons of the 2 could no longer enter the partition at a distance of meters. The best hockey collides here. In an instant, The entire earth collapsed. It stretches out into an endless ravine. It leads directly to the sea on both sides and even divides the sea water into two. The sky was clear and white, but at this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the city. The sky seemed to split in the middle, as if a strip-shaped black hole appeared, and the rolling black clouds were sucked into it. The whole audience was shocked. Is this the king of pirates and the strongest man? Even so, he is only ranked second. If the second place is so shocking, then the first place.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.